Yeah, that's actually how I feel about the song, too. I wasn't crazy about it at first, but... Oh god, who is that singer? Because her voice is distinctive. I know that she's done, like, Steins Gate. Well, can't quite forget this bridge. Alright, curse killing chapter. Man, curse, or coincidence? How are the conjectures inside you solidifying? I look forward to whether those conjectures will waver or become a cornerstone in this scenario. The difficulty is the worst. You'll probably not even be able to make conjectures. Really? Hey, Killer, I have a question for you. And for anyone else who is watching this for the very first time, watching or reading for the very first time, right? So if you know Higurashi spoilers, please don't answer this question. What do you think is happening in the story? Do you think it's curse related? Do you think it's done by humans? Do you think it's done by aliens? Do you think a dog is controlling everything from behind the scenes and we're all on Silent Hill? I'm just curious. The snake in the well was happy, for it did not care what was outside the well. The snake in the well was happy, for it had naught to do with what happened outside the well. And you were happy too, for you did not know what happened outside the well. A dog made out of soy sauce? Like, is that gonna be like our inside joke from now on? What if soy sauce is the reason that everything goes wrong? Oh man, I wouldn't mind summer coming around. The house, like I say, is freezing. It's really, really cold. Where's my jacket? My jacket's around here somewhere. But it's not actually cold for other people. I think it's just cold because I'm really weak to it. Oh, sorry about that. God, this insect is so annoying. Whenever I hear it, I can't ignore it. It's not raining, no. Although, I know Scott mentioned this to me, that he found out that maybe the reason why I'm cold all the time is because it has something to do with, like, some science. Something like, smoking increases vessel size or something. I forgot that what exactly you said, and that's why it feels cold. I think it was in like hands or feet or something. Humans have been getting colder. What, really? Okay, all right. Yeah, I think that's a pretty safe way of going throughout Higurashi, especially since you have the afterthoughts of certain characters after a chapter, right? Like certainly some of these characters must have some of the truth. Okay, so there's a really intense smell, and someone's complaining to a landlord. But we all of us know that at the beginning of Higurashi, it's only slice of life, right, guys? Come on. Okay, something's in the drainage channel. Got it. It will start back up if you poke it with a stick. The man crossed the fence over a drainage channel and picked up a filthy drying pole sitting nearby. Okay. Okay, so to the residents of Hinamizawa, they can't expect anything else. This is just a simple part of life, right? You know, just the drainage is being clogged up. No worries about it. It's just let's get it done with. Okay, so dead animals, garbage bags, old cloths, or clothes, they're all there. A black cloud of smoke floated out in the water. Ill. Oh shit. We're off to a good start. Let's go. Oh, also new music. Okay, well. We know what that means, guys. Oh, God. Okay, so we know that she's probably been to the torture room. Okay. Damn. All right, then. Okay. All right, let's do this. Whew. You know, honestly, I wouldn't mind more like fun fan fiction like that.
あら、ミオさんのお弁当が今日はなかなか見事でございましたよ。
Things like combining characters from different series, because why not?
品数がいっぱいで豪華豪華なのです。
Extra wholesome picture, I agree. In fact, I'm pretty sure I've seen this CG before.
夕べの残りをちょっと詰めてきただけだよ。うちで昨日村長たちが酒盛りしててさ。それで残り物をちょいと取っておいたってわけ。
それでお酒のおつまみみたいなおかずが多いんだね。
Alright guys, I want you to remember hella sus. Okay? Innocent. Innocent. Hella sus. These two are the masterminds. Think about it. I know she probably has that soy sauce syringe on her right now. And if you think about it, maybe Mion was justified, you know? Rika here wanted to take over the world with soy sauce, and she had to do what she had to do.
ふん 残り物、つまりは残飯とはいえ、これだけ綺麗に弁当箱に収められてるとなかなかの迫力があるな。高級料亭の懐石弁当みたいだ。
人の印象のほとんどがファーストインプレッションで決まるようにさ、やっぱりお弁当の味も蓋を開けた時の綺麗さに比例するんじゃないかなって。
Man, good thing I had my dinner already. I don't want to throw up while reading this.
ミオンさんってガサツそうな性格に見えて、結構こういう盛り付けのセンスがいいんですのよね。
And in all honesty, I have thrown up reading visual novels before, so SNSD. If you wanna know what it feels like, just let me know, man.
お部屋もいつも綺麗に片付いてるし、みーちゃんはみんなが思ってるよりずっと几帳面で丁寧な人なんだよ。
Oh, you guys know each other? Awesome, man. Wait, you were at the Puyo Puyo tourney? Hang on. Makaya, do you know who Kyobi is? Well, obviously you know who Kyobi is because we have him in the stream chat. But he also loves Puyo Puyo. You should play each other.
レナのお弁当も見劣らないのです。カニかまぼこのお花がとても綺麗なのですよ。
レナの弁当ってなんていうか、いつも芸が凝ってるよな。リンゴのうさぎさんとか人参の花びらとかさ。
By the way, did I pronounce your name right? I'm not actually sure. Like, there's so many unique screen names here that I kind of just guess at the name.
ありがとう。みーちゃんにはちょっと及ばないけど、かいいかなって。
料理は技術じゃなくて愛情でしょ。その意味でだったら私なんか足元にも及ばないって。
お弁当ってのは味だけでなく見た目も大事ってことですわね。
Okay, honestly, good thing this is a new start. It means that whatever's in their food, I can eat safely, right? There's not gonna be any nails or needles or anything weird.
私たちも見習わないといけませんわね。
おお。で、その見習わなくちゃならない貞子たちの弁当はどうだ？お。
じゃーん。昨日ご近所さんにお裾分けのお肉をもらったので、今日は焼肉弁当なんですってよ。
Nah, it was just a cat, guys. Don't worry about it.
へえ。
But it definitely colors like the rest of the scenes early on, right?
粗雑な体育会系弁当と見せかけて、おかずの品数も結構あるみたいじゃない。ほうれん草のおひたしとか、ひじきの煮物とか。
リカちゃんはこういう気取らない家庭料理がとても上手なんだよね。
What does unaffected cooking mean?
リカちゃんは将来立派なお嫁さんになれると思うよ。
At first, it looks like the kind of crude bento that a jock would eat, but there are so many different things in it. What kind of bento would a jock eat? This is something that I clearly don't understand.
未来の旦那様をわしづかみなのです。
I guess it's a lot of meat. Yeah, you're right, because they were talking about how they got meat earlier. Yeah, you know what? I can understand that. Man, all these kids can cook for themselves. I'm both envious and proud. Oh shit, Kyobi, thanks for the host, I think. We were just talking about you, man. How you doing? We had a really brilliant beginning to Chapter 3. What happened was Hinamizawa was having a Puyo Puyo competition, and the result was someone got so angry that they sliced their stomach out, and they went into the garbage chute thing, and they floated into the river. That's exactly how it happened.
おああ
どうしたのかな急に大声を出すからむせてしまいましたですわ。さとこのお鼻からご飯粒が出てますです。
圭一、お父さんとお母さんね、またお仕事で東京に行ってこなくちゃならないの。
Okay, and you know what that means, guys. Every single time his mom and dad are out of the picture, scary shit happens. Are they actually gonna be out of the picture for the entire arc?
そうはあ眠。
Hmm.
お父さんの先生にあたる人がね、イベントの直前で倒れちゃったの。とても大切なイベントなんでね、どうしても穴が開けられないのよ。
Honestly, it makes me wonder, is this chapter actually supposed to be short? The subtitle said it was, but I'm not sure that's true or not.
それでお父さんとお母さん、
Because honestly, if it is, chapter 4 is a chapter that I really, really want to read.
そのイベントのお手伝いのために大至急東京に行かなくちゃならなくなったの。場合によっては何日か泊まり込みになっちゃうかも。
Oh, it's very long? Well, never mind.
その間、お母さんたちいないからご飯とかみんな圭一が自炊しなくちゃならないんだけど、圭一は大丈夫？
大丈夫大丈夫。人間追い詰められたら何でもできるんだから。
He just casually says that line. Hang on, one more time. You need to make your own meals yourself. Are you okay with that? I'll be fine. Humans can do anything when they're desperate. Yes, he isn't wrong.
そう？なら安心ね。ご飯くらいは炊けるでしょ。お味噌汁も作れるわよね。
Okay, would you believe me if I said I haven't made rice in years?
あとは適当にお惣菜を買ってくればご飯らしくなるから。
I don't even have a rice cooker anymore. I gave it away. Oh god, Kate, you're not ready.
自炊できるなら置いていくお金は少しでいいわよね。外食は高いからしちゃダメよ。圭一もそろそろ自炊と経済観念を学んでもいい頃だからね。
Yeah, honestly, after the diet that I went on like last year, I've just been trying to maintain my current weight, which is pretty good.
なんとかなるか。
I mean, I appreciate that jump. Here we
圭
go.
一くんのご両親って大変なんだね。圭一くん、しっかりお留守番をしてなきゃね。
そんなことより飯だ飯。親がいないんだぞ。全部自分で作らなきゃならないんだぞ。これは超緊急事態だ。
それなら覚悟を決めて自炊なさればいいではありませんの。圭一さん、以前のカレーパーティーで見事なカレーを作ってみせたではありません？
Wait, is this the reason why he's going to... That's such a... Okay, let's keep going.
あのな、俺に作れるのはデイキャンプでおふくろに教えてもらったカレーがせいぜいなんだよ。3食カレーなんか食えるかよ。カレーなんて所詮はジャンクフード。
Oh shit.
栄養バランスなんてかけらもない。実にいい加減な。バカ。
今、誰かカレーの悪口を言っていませんでしたか？
言ってません。
I actually... I love this teacher, man. Ain't gonna take no shit from these kids.
そうですか。空耳でしたか。
She went from the teacher's lounge all the way to here just because she heard someone talking shit.
ケイちゃん
That's real talk, I guess.
他の食べ物はいくらこき下ろしてもいいけどカレーだけはやめた方がいいよ。ひなみ沢に住んでいるうちは。
すまん。反省します。
That's how I feel about eggs.
ケイチくんも頑張って自炊してみればいいのに。自分で作ったご飯ってとっても美味しいんだよ。
I mean, I feel like if you told her that you haven't had curry before, she'd share her lunch with you. And I'm actually kind of curious what makes her so crazy about curry. So I'd like to try what makes her think it's the best curry or something.
おじさんは美味しいってよりめんどくさいけどな。でもたまにはそういう経験もいいかもね。
そうそう、人生何事も経験でございましたよ。お指を切ったりやけどをしたりでかわいそうかわいそうなのです。
Well, I mean, you have some pretty good friends who can cook, so maybe you can ask for help.
そうだな。この辺で多少の料理くらい得得しておかないと、今度部活で料理勝負になった時が辛い。
そうですわね。いつぞやのカレー勝負のような奇策は何度も通用しませんでございますしね。
What was the trick? I'm kind of curious. I don't think it's exactly what he did in the previous chapter, so it must be something different.
何を余裕ぶってやがる。あの時だってサトコはリカちゃんに任せっきりだったじゃないか。あの時サトコがした料理は何だ。レナのカレーに塩を一袋入れて、
It's actually consistent so far.
ミオンのご飯に塩を一袋入れて、
That's about right.
俺の鍋をひっくり返しやがって。
I think that's right. Okay then, maybe he did the exact same thing. So consistency of thought, right?
あれは部活だからの攻撃なんでございましてよ。
But maybe this time, change the scenario. That's obviously going to be the case.
私だってこう見えてもちょっとはお料理とかできましたよ。
ほう。あのカレー勝負の時、リカちゃんに任せっきりで人参の皮一つ剥かなかったお前がか。肩払いたいわ。
You can think of it that way.
人間は日々進歩してますのよ。
But if you're reading into Higurashi, I really recommend that... I don't know how I explained it last time. How a character thinks and acts is well within the range of what they'll do. Events may be different, right? Maybe small changes here and there that lead to a completely different outcome.
私がいつまでもお料理が下手っぴだと思ってると大間違いなんでしてよ。
There are new starts, right? So not guaranteed that a character is going to remember what happened in Chapter 2 and Chapter 1.
ねえリカ。
But I think the most important thing to really remember here is that even though these kind of like new starts of the story happen, the story isn't necessarily disconnected from each other. So facts that you learn in Chapter 1 or Chapter 2 are relevant in Chapter 3.
僕が見てないとお鍋とか火元とか不安なのです。
So if you learned about a certain individual having
たまにガスの元栓も閉め忘れてるのです。
a particular interest in soy sauce, maybe you should raise your eyebrow this time.
火元は料理以前の問題だ。いくら俺でもそれだけはない。
Oh, that also means that Shion is real unless you subscribe to the theory about Shmion existing, okay? So Shion's gonna be around here
カ
somewhere.
ップラーメンばかり食べてる人に言われたくありませんわ。でもさとこちゃんもそこそこにはお料理とかできるんだよ。
いいぞレナ、こんなやつのためにわざわざフォローなんかしてやることはないんだぞ。
いや別にフォローってわけじゃないよ。
I feel like if you legitimately think that Shmion exists, you probably have to believe that the curse exists.
リカちゃんがずば抜けて料理がうまいから目立たないだけでさ。
Because I can't think of many ways to explain Shmion existing, and it's not a curse.
さとこちゃんだってまあ基本くらいはマスターしてるよね。少なくともご飯とお味噌汁くらいは作れますわ。カリフラワーとブロッコリーの見分けはつかないけどね。どっちも茹でれば食べられるのも同じですわ。
That's 100% not true. I would know the difference.
他の人にならともかくケイチさんに笑われるのだけは我慢がなりませんですわ。
Well, I mean, if cauliflower and broccoli were the same thing, then I could have. You know what? I wonder if it's actually possible. If I grind up broccoli super hard and turn it into a paste, maybe I could make bread out of it. Because you can make bread out of cauliflower. That's how I eat bread, actually.
確かに俺は他のみんなよりも料理技術は劣るかもしれない。だけどな、少なくともサトコにだけは負けない自信はあるぞ。少なくともサトコにだけは。
なんですって。
Also, I like the taste of broccoli, but not cauliflower.
急にこと書いて自信があるとは肩払いたくて笑っちゃいますわ。こう見えても私リカと交代でご飯をちゃんと作ってますのよ。ちゃんと自炊ぐらいできるんでございますからね。
そうかそうか、自炊ができて偉いな。後でご褒美に飴玉買ってやるからな。
Dude, stop bullying the young child.
全然信じてませんのね。とにかくケイチさんより私の方が全然お料理が上手なんでございますのよ。
ほう、じゃあカリフラワーとブロッコリーの違いを言えたら俺も信じてやるぞ。俺言ってみろ。
緑の方がブロッコリーじゃなくて黄色い方カリフラワーが青赤緑。
I'm actually really curious what kind of cauliflower you're seeing, but we already know that she's colorblind.
ほれほれ、ブロッコリーは何色だ？青赤緑ってテレビのブラウン管じゃあるまいし。ほれほれ、言ってみろ言ってみろ。別にブロッコリーが何色かわかんなくてもさとこちゃんはお料理ができるんでちゅよね。
I've never heard of a red cauliflower though.
偉い偉いでちゅよ。
Yeah, I remember talking about this. I'm not sure what stream. Might have been the first chapter stream.
ケイチさんのバカ。
Wow, that's something I wouldn't expect Keiichi to say. Like early on, she was mad annoying. I'm sorry.
ほー。
I mean, like, no, seriously. Waking up, going to school, and having to dodge like dangerous traps from a young 10-year-old. Nah, man, I'm not about that life.
ケイちゃんもそこまで言うからにはサトコよりはまともなものを作ってみせられるんだろうね。
まあ見ていろ。今夜俺はバッチリガッチリ見事な晩飯を作ってみせる。少し余計に作って明日の弁当にしてくるから、それを見て腰を抜かすがいい。
それは楽しみなのです。明日のお弁当が待ち遠しいのですよ。レナも楽しみにしてるね。どんなのを作ってきてもレナは笑わないからね。
となると明日の弁当は私も本気で作らなきゃならないようだね。じゃあこうしようか。明日のお弁当で勝負ってのはどう？
Okay, I guess.
もちろん部活扱いだからね。
So there's gonna be a punishment game.
罰ゲームもついちゃうよ。
Of course.
あら、それは妙案でございますわね。どうですゲイツさん、聞くなら今のうちでしてよ。
Okay, are you challenging me to a cooking competition, or do you want to box me? Right? Squaring up. I actually didn't think of that pun. Alright, sure.
ああ、上等だぜ。明日の弁当を見て腰を抜かすだよ。
おお、さてミオンさん、ビリになったらどんな素敵な罰ゲームになってしまうんですの？
Wait, so hang on. What exactly are the rules of this bento box competition? Because you know what happened last time there was a food competition, right? We made a false equivalent that curry equals rice.
そうだね。じゃあこんなのはどうかな。明日のお弁当勝負に負けた人は
Whoever loses. Are there going to be multiple losers? Because there's only gonna be one good bento box, right?
明日のお昼休み。
Wait, what? No, I mean, okay. The fine loser is first and second considered winners? Or is it just the last place that's considered a loser?
職員室で食事中の知恵先生の前で
Okay, I'm already getting nervous here.
カレーの悪口を言うってのは
みーちゃん、
Honestly, I would already back down.
それは
No, dog. If a teacher pokes her head into class just because she heard someone talking shit, I'm worried about that teacher.
なんて恐ろしい。
Okay.
明日のお弁当は腕によりをかけますです。
See, that's what a child would think. Contest decided by skill? What a joke. I already know what I would do if I were in Keiichi's position, okay? I would find other false equivalents, and then I would sabotage all the food that they make.
もっとも圭一さんには明日のお弁当以前に今夜のお夕食の方が問題でしょうけどね。
俺が今夜どんな素晴らしいディナーになるか見ることができなくて残念だな。
What? Kids? They're pretty much the same age I am, right, guys? Come
明
on.
日の弁当でその片鱗をほんの少しだけ見せてやるから楽しみにしていろよ。
あれだけの大見栄を切ったんですのよ。これでどんでもないのを作っちゃったらどうなるか分かってるんでございましょうね。
さとここそ 明日千恵先生にどんな恐ろしい目に遭わされるか今から楽しみで仕方ないだろう。
Okay, but the real question isn't whether Keiichi's gonna cook well. Let's be honest here. It's whether who's gonna win, right? Is it gonna be Satoko or is it gonna be Keiichi? I got my money on Keiichi, man. He's got this. I believe in him.
楽しみでしたよ。
Actually, hang on. Wait a minute. Satoko actually helps with cooking. But she can't chop. But she can't chop carrots. So maybe she just really hates carrots and she can do everything else. But I don't know actually. But she was cooking in chapter 2, right?
明日圭一さんはきっと土下座してそれだけはどうかご勘弁をって泣きながら言うんでしたよ。ああ、目に浮かぶようですわ。
何よ。
I mean, I haven't cooked tofu before, so I'm not sure how hard that is.
自らを窮地に追い込むことで視力を振り絞ろうとは。ケイちゃん、男だね。
こんなの男なんて言いませんのよ。ただの無鉄砲って言いますのよ。自分もお料理なんかろくろくできないくせに。レナは信じてるからね。素敵なお弁当楽しみにしてるよ。僕も明日の圭一がとても楽しみなのですよ。
おう、楽しみにしててくれよ。
Oh God. Honestly, should we start doing more fighting game sets where there's a penalty? It sounds kind of fun, but at the same time, like, what would it be? Because we've done things like watch certain anime for losing. Those bets, you know? I mean, we've done something like changing your avatar for an entire month, or like changing
圭一くん、
your name to something really awkward.
圭一くん。
I think we've also done like sending random tweets at people on Twitter.
ああ、ごめん。ちょっと考え事を。
今夜の献立のこと？それとも明日のお弁当勝負のことかな？
I mean, I've done wasn't necessarily a bet, but I've done what was it, 1 to 2 weeks full of like idol master music or something.
明日の勝負はきっと圭一くんが頑張ってお弁当を作ってこれたらそれで大丈夫だと思うよ。
I mean, Manu, if you want to do a punishment game for our set in the future, what's something that you feel is reasonable but also interesting?
頑張って作った手作りのお弁当に優劣なんかないもの。
明日の勝負以前に今夜の晩飯だよ。食中毒でばったり行くかもしれない。
Like idol master music? Maybe not, but at least my understanding of why people like idols kind of grew. Like I talked to a bunch of people during that period. I was kind of curious, like, you know, since I'm in this like bet situation, I'll just make the best of it.
やっぱり圭一くん お料理全然自信なんかなかったんだね。
I mean, I know if we're doing name changes, what I change your name to. I'd reveal your true identity. And I give you a specific avatar.
もしもケイチくんがどんなに頑張っても無理そうだったらレナに電話してもいいからね。
I think you probably already know what I do for you, so it's not gonna be like atrocious.
本当か？
ケイチくんがちゃんと頑張ったらだよ。何も苦労しないで人に頼ろうとしちゃダメなんだから。
どうしてもダメだったら電話するよ。その確率は極めて高いが。
ファイト。おっ、さとこちゃんにあれだけ大見栄を切ったんだから頑張らなきゃ。
なあ、さとこってどの程度の料理ができるんだ？
But yeah, we can find out something that we can do for a bit. How about a first to 5 times 4, so we can get as much practice out of it as possible. A first, no, so best of 3 sets would be interesting, I guess.
少なくともケイチくんよりはできるよ。さとこちゃんをあれだけいじめたんだから、ケイチくんはちょっぴり苦労をしてもいいかも。
レナって結構意地悪なのな。
You know, let's extend this conversation to everyone else. Have you guys ever done like bets like this before? Obviously, the answer is
レナは
yes.
可愛いだけじゃないんだよ。
I'm pretty sure, right? So the question simply is, what have you done? We've done things like NOS showers, which I don't recommend people do. It's kind of hard to get out of your hair. We've done things like bad Lay's chips, which is terrible. We've done things like watch terrible anime.
じゃあね、頑張ってね。お料理ケイチくんがやればできるってことみんなに見せてあげようね。
おう。
Yeah, but I will say that that kind of bonding experience is valuable, even though we're watching something that we suffer in. At least we're laughing too. I mean, Data, you should really pop by more for the community watches on like streams and stuff, you know? In fact, I invite all of you to do so. It's fun, it really is. Sometimes there's like actual discussion about the quality of the writing and stuff like that. And sometimes we're just there to turn off our brain. And I'm fine with either, actually. Okay, but I'm not watching all of One Piece. Okay, that's ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, my opinion about shonen though is that it's a very difficult. Well, if you're in Shonen Jump, so let's put that requirement in there. If you're in Shonen Jump, it's difficult to write consistently. Because like when you're under pressure every week to produce something, and if you're also the person who draws, that's a lot of effort, you know. And I have a lot of respect towards artists of any nature, right?
いざ料理。
It took me how many years, decades, straight up, to become competent as a writer. Just writing freaking articles, actually. Nothing to do with creative writing. Well, articles are creative writing in my opinion, but it's not easy, right? So like, when people recommend me shonen shows, I usually have that in the back of my head, where like I know the difficulty of writing that because of the pressure is really up there, and because of that, it's I don't know how to put it. Like my expectations for a really good story in shonen is actually pretty low. But I would like to be proven wrong all the time about that, actually. In fact, that's one of the things that makes me happiest. When I'm proven wrong about, like, oh, I have low expectations about this writing, it's not going to be good. It turns out it is. I mean, I would have put that in a different way, Ratakara, but yeah.
考えるより産むが安しだな。お料理の本さえあれば誰だってシェフの味が出せるじゃんよ。さすがはお料理の本。No.
Well, I mean, you also need good cooking practices, right? Like, wash your hands, obviously. And how to hold a knife, for obvious reasons. I have a very bad experience of how I held a knife once. I'll let you imagine it. I was holding a piece of bread, and I was cutting through the bread with a knife. The bread was on top of my left hand. I was chopping downwards towards my hand. Yeah, so, you know, don't be stupid about cooking. Like, actually learn the very basics at least. I learned really fast after that mistake. Oh, let's treat cooking seriously.
もっと初心者に優しいマニュアルはないのか。
Actually, do I still have a scar from that? No, I don't. Healed pretty well. Man, I remember we used to have dictionaries in our house. Just trying to, like, transfer my consciousness into the 1980s and think about what life would be like back then.
Nani?
You know, honestly, I think the next time I go to the marketplace, I should try to find something that's really easy to cook, but would, like, open up, you know, my eating habits. Just having something that's not the same every single day does a lot for you.
人数とお好みで適量に。またしても抽象表現か。ああ、それなら適量に入れてやるさ。
God, this reminds me of when I used, what do you call it again? Oh man, if Tommy were here, he'd remember. I used to have, like, group parties at my house with a bunch of friends, right? Usually during New Year's. And I wanted to make myself a smoothie. A ginger smoothie, because I heard ginger was good for you. But the thing is, I didn't know how much ginger is supposed to be inside, like, a drink, right? So I cut off an entire leg of ginger, and I put it inside the smoothie, and,
濃厚なお味の味噌汁がいいって言うもんな。
I will never forget the taste of ginger ever again.
そういえば、お袋の味噌汁は少し薄すぎる気がしてたんだ。俺にはこれくらい入れた方が合うかもしれない。
Yeah, and the thing was, I didn't want to waste all the food that I put into the smoothie, so of course the answer was to drink it. But I can still taste ginger right now. That's how much ginger I put inside that thing. Stir fry some vegetables? Well, I can do that at least. Okay, so how does he screw this up is the real question. Bean sprouts, cabbage, chives, onion. You don't know? I mean, I'm super boring about what I put into there. I'm a huge fan of onions. I'm a huge fan of mushrooms. Broccoli is totally fine. Okay, well, all right then. We're off to a problematic start.
すげえ。なんだか俺って鉄人って感じ。俺ってひょっとして炎の料理人なんじゃ。
Sorry, when you see a gigantic fire reaching practically the ceiling, you think you're an amazing cook?
いや
All right, we're ready.
そうさ。俺は料理の鉄人。あちゃちゃちゃちゃちゃ。
Oh no. What? Isn't this your house?
何をしてるでございますの。早く火を止めなさいですわ。
Do you not lock your doors? What?
え、さとこ、リカちゃん。
Okay, good thing they're here. Fix this, please. You know, actually, I have a question. Manu, is it true that in Canada people don't lock their doors? No, serious question. I actually don't know. I heard that was true. What?
ってお前らなんで俺の家にいるんだ。住居不法侵入だぞ。
Okay. Who here legitimately finds that really surprising? I do. Anyone else? Because I always lock my door. Period.
それを言うなら圭一さんなんか放火の現行犯でございますのよ。もうすぐで大火事になるところだったではございません。圭一は今日から宿なしでかわいそなのです。
やっぱりあれは火事になりかけてた。
当たり前でございませんの。
Okay, so if your front door is locked, then I understand.
ほらご覧なさいませ。天井がすすけてるではございません。すすけていいのは男の背中だけですのよ。
Okay, so you're telling me, Manu, that if I were to visit your house, I could walk right in, pet your cat, and you would never know if you were home and I was really sneaky? I understand. I'll do that next time I'm in Canada.
僕とサトコが来なかったら今頃ボーボーで消防車がなのです。
And I would also change your Discord name while at your place. It's actually something that I used to do all the time. When I went to Dom's in the Bay Area, right? And I would hang out with him. And Dacid Bro still was in Dom's house. For some reason, very often, Dacid was never home. So I would... sorry, give me a second. So, I had permission to go into his room, don't worry. I would go into his room, and then I would change his Twitter avatar and then I would make a really stupid post.
ケイイチさん、そろそろ事の重大さが飲み込めまして。
And then like I would leave because like unfortunately my stay at Dom's place is usually just for a weekend, right? So if Dasset's not there for the weekend, then I wouldn't see him. So that was my way of letting him know that I was there and I missed him. So I would always do one specific image. It's this picture of a cat with a really, really, really small face. And then I would make like some random absurd comment on his Twitter about adopting cats or something like that. It was never anything rude. It was just a just a funny way of saying that I was there.
すみませんでした。
Reminds me of like when I used to have friends over at my place more. Like a couple of the guys changed my wallpaper on my desktop in my streaming room. Because my streaming room is how we play music, right? So people can hear when they're around here. They changed my desktop image to... Who's that rapper who has a song like I'm in love with the Coco or something?
皆さんは命の恩人です。
素敵なディナーがどんなものかと来てみれば、案の定このざまですし、これじゃ出来上がりを見るまでもありませんわね。
嫌味なやつ。じゃあさとこたち、俺が夕食にどんなものを作るか見に来たってわけか。
その嫌味に命と家を助けられたの、よーく肝に銘じた方がよろしいのではありません？
はい、すみませんでした。
That's
さとこさん。
pretty excessive, Manu. Wow. Unfortunately, I've also experienced... Well, no. My family has experienced break-ins before, so... I'm gonna keep my front door locked. Doesn't... Well, it's not really gonna stop them, right? But still.
カレーの時は結構頑張ってましたのに。あの時のケイチさんはどこに行ってしまいましたの？まったく。
あの時は後輩職に手伝ってもらって他の班の鍋を丸ごと借りただけで、別に俺が料理したわけじゃ。
ケイチさん、そんなズルをしてましたの
He just straight up admits to his cheating.
まったく、いくら部活とはいえとんでもない手を使いますのね。
I mean, I agree with the salt thing, but alright.
ところでケイチさん、この凄まじいお鍋、まさか味噌汁だなんて言わないでしょうね。
味噌汁はともかく、ご飯はうまく炊けたはずだ。
You know, honestly, this makes me kind of wonder how many artists or writers that I admire have written works from other works.
最近の炊飯器は便利だからな。
I wish I could phrase that better. But for example, the writer for Kino's Journey did a little bit of, what was it called again? GGO? Gun Gale Online.
きっとそろそろ炊けてる頃だ。
The reason why I was thinking about that is like every single chapter feels like, I know Ryukishi wrote all of this, but it feels like if you were given the premise of Higurashi, you could write your own chapter. It'd be fun.
炊けてないです。
Well, he didn't write some side chapters, but you get what I mean.
ほら、まだ中身も全然お水なのですよ。
え？あれ、だってちゃんとスイッチを入れたらランプが点灯して。
ケイチさん、あなたが押したボタン、これタイマーのボタンですのよ。朝食用にセットしてあるから電源が入るのは明日の早朝でしたよ。
Alright.
ってことは何か？俺は結局おかずはもとより味噌汁もご飯すらも。
Was there a series you ever wrote a spin-off or thought about Koopa that was ever... Oh, okay, so first, I've never written fan... Actually, I take that back. We won't talk about that, though. I've never professionally written fan fiction, whatever the hell that might mean. Give me a second. Okay? don't think about that.
何も自炊できなかったってことか。
ざまあありませんわね。どうです？
Oh my god! I'm gonna slap you, Manu.
さあ、認めなさいませ。
That's a great idea, Manu. Do you want our punishment game to be make a fanfic? And the question is the length as well. Oh god, what would we even write?
私前原圭一は北条聡子さんよりもお料理の下手っぴな口先男でしたって。
みぎゃー。私は里子より料理の下手っぴなダメダメ男でございました。どうもすみませんでした。うがー。
We could do that. It'll be interesting at least. I know that FKO has done really stupid contests in the past. We've done some pretty fun ones though, like Photoshop competitions for like stream participation. That was actually really memorable. I miss those kind of days. And
上地にだー。もちろん明日の弁当もなし。そして明日の罰ゲームも俺で決まり。ギャー。
don't trust this girl with that smile.
大の男が情けないったらありゃしませんのね。ほら、おどき遊ばせ。
いいよ、さとこ。自分の後片付けくらい俺がやるよ。
圭一は黙って見ているといいのですよ。
Oh my god, please. I haven't told you my favorite characters in this story yet.
黙って見てろって何言ってるんだ、リカちゃん。
まあそういうことですわね。圭一さんは黙って私に任せればいいんですのよ。
任せるって何を。おいおい、あまりいじり回すなよ。ひっくり返したりしたら俺が後でお袋に怒られるんだからな。
I mean, I think she'd be more angry if you messing up cooking, but let's see what happens.
うるさい男ですわね。男子厨房に立ち入らずでしたよ。リーカー、あいあいさーですよ。
Well, I have some obvious favorites, I guess, but I can't say right now, right?
おいおい、リカちゃん、もう話してくれよ。さとこに任せたら台所が大変なことに。
今日のさとこは圭一を見返しに来たのですよ。
So, sorry, I was just staring deeply into Rika's eyes as she told me that she was gonna body me. Well, Satoko was.
復讐なのです。
復讐？そういえばさとこのやつどこか険しい顔を。
I'll be honest, I lost the staring contest. I looked away. I flinched. She's a really scary person, this Rika. Reminds me of what I do with my cat when I'm bored. Like, sometimes I just grab my cat and I stare at it directly in the eyes because I'm so bored. It's so stupid. Oh man.
圭一にいっぱいいっぱいバカにされましたですから。
Don't worry, I pet my cat. Well, my cat's not at my place. It's actually a mom's cat, but you know.
さとこは自分にもお料理がちゃんとできるところを圭一に見せたかったのですよ。
こうして音だけ聞いてる限りでは、お皿を落とす音も破裂音も爆発音も聞こえてこないな。
Has the music selection gotten better or something? I don't remember this song.
俺、日中さとこのことをちょっとバカにしすぎちゃったよな。
I don't remember the song, yeah.
ひょっとしてそれで根に持たれた？
Okay. Well, on the bright side, they've added one song for sure that we haven't heard before. And sound direction it's good at certain points with Higurashi, but I want more. So this is a good kind of start, you know. Oh god, which reminds me. Oh man, I fell in love with the narration in that trailer for Umaneko. It was so well done. The expressions of I think it was Nasuhi's voice actress who was doing that.
さとこはそんなの根に持っていませんです。
Honestly, if every single book had such exquisite narration reading the book to me, I'd probably listen to most of the books that I should be reading.
でもこうしてわざわざ俺のところまで押しかけてきたくらいだろ。
This is not the original OST? Wait, what?
やっぱり怒ってるに違いないよ。
It's the PS3 version, right? Well, I mean, if Umaneko ever gets that remake, I 100% will support it. I'll read it on stream, everything, right? And I'm still crossing my fingers super hard that it's going to happen. It's just delayed. But we haven't heard anything about it. So I'll give it 2 more years. If in 2022 there is no anything about Umaneko getting an update, I'm just gonna read it on stream, man.
Oh, やっぱり怒ってる。ああ、俺はどんな復讐をされるんだろう。ああ。
さとこは失敗したくないから真剣なだけなのです。怒ってなんかいないのですよ。
あれのどこが怒ってないって言うんだよ。
Wait, really? That's actually kind of cool. I figured it kind of makes sense right now, right? If you have a backlog of something during this quarantine, it's a good idea to see if you can get through it.
あんなおっかなそうなさとこ初めて見たよ。
圭一さん、ちょっと聞こえてますの？
はい。
You know, actually, let's extend that question to the chat. Is there anything you're trying to get through, other than the quarantine itself that you're doing right now? Like, is there a backlog of games you're going through, reading? Are you, I don't know, taking classes or something? I'm doing a little bit of like everything, actually. Final Fantasy 14 expansion? Yeah, that's pretty good. Homework? Okay.
お味噌ってどこにしまってありますの？冷蔵庫がでっかくて全然わかりませんですわよ。
You know, honestly, should I? A part of me is thinking that if I just freshen up on my grammar knowledge, I could apply to be an editor. I wouldn't mind that. Huh. I'm actually considering that.
すみません。ミソはその冷蔵庫の中段扉の中の下の網棚の左奥に。
なんですのこれは。お味噌のパックは使ったらちゃんと口を閉じなさいですわよ。冷蔵庫の中がお味噌で汚れてしまってるではありませんの。
いやいや、すみません。
I haven't played Eden yet, but I wouldn't mind. I hear it's kind of like Mega Man Battle Network and Slay the Spire put into one.
まったく男の人ってのはどうしてこう後片付けがずさんなんでございますの？そのまま大人になったらと思うとゾッとしましてよ。
Yeah, but the thing that kind of worries me about that game, though, is it doesn't really look relaxing. And I play Slay the Spire purely to relax. Like, I just roll the dice until I get some stupid build and I just have fun.
お味噌汁のお味噌はこう。お玉に少量をすくい取ってお箸で溶きながら。少しずつ加えて味見をしながら慎重にですのよ。丸ごとひねり出してお鍋に開けちゃうなんて言語道断でしたよ。
You know, a part of me feels like I should be paying attention to these, like, descriptions she's doing, because I might want to do miso one day. You scoop a little out with a ladle and break it up with chopsticks. It's important to add a little at a time and keep tasting it. Dumping the entire thing into the pot is absolutely outrageous. Okay.
すみません。家庭科の授業は真面目にやってませんでした。
情けない。まったく。これだから男の人は。さあさあ、そんなところでぼーっとしてる暇がございましたら食卓にお茶碗の用意をなさいませ。私もリカも食べますから用意は3人分ですわよ。
あ、はいはい。
もうすぐご飯なのです。
Oh man, I heard that variety shows in Japan are something else. The first time I heard that was actually at Capcom Cup, an official fighting game tournament for Capcom fighting games, in case you don't know. And I was rooming with Scott, Kugi from Broken Tier, and Marlon Pai wanted to get some practice in Marvel, I believe. I forgot what was happening exactly, but he was playing. And for some reason, the topic of turning on the TV and looking up Japanese variety shows came about, which I guess makes sense. I was playing Nerd Josh too, I think, at Capcom Cup. He plays this really awkward Morgan, Arthur something team. I still recall that to this day, actually. And Marlon Pai was raving about Japanese variety shows, and I didn't understand. So he turned on to a Japanese variety show, and I think it was like 3 famous celebrities, and they were doing a game show or something, and it had something to do with bowling, and I was really confused. But he seemed like he was having a good time.
ケイイチのうちでご飯なのです。ニパー。
リカちゃんは上機嫌みたいだな。サトコの不機嫌とはえらい違いだ。
サトコは全然不機嫌じゃないです。
Yeah, some of the funnest things about a fighting game tournament, if you ever choose to go to one, is like the social atmosphere, right? You all have a similar hobby, so you can talk about fighting games, obviously. But for me, the extra fun thing is talking about other things as well. Meeting friends again, hanging out with new people, stuff like that. And I'm actually, despite the fact that I talk a lot on stream, I mean, that's not a surprise, I'm not crazy sociable. Like, if I don't know someone, it's kind of hard to open up. But fighting game tournaments, it's pretty easy to kind of just talk to people, you know?
久しぶりにとても楽しそうなのですよ。
I remember the one time I walked into Evo with a shirt because I had, what was it? It was something like, this shirt feels very comfortable, I guess I'll wear it. So I put it on and I went out, and someone randomly walked up to me and asked, oh, I need some help on this matchup. I'm like, what? So what do you do against Guile when he does this, this, and this? And I looked at my shirt, and it was a Guile shirt. I was like, oh, fuck.
楽しそう。あれがか？
サトコがニーニーと一緒だった頃みたいです。
I don't play Street Fighter, by the way.
こんなに楽しそうなサトコを見るのは 本当に久しぶりなのですよ。ニーニーはニーニーです。さとこのお兄さんなのですよ。
さとこの兄。
サトシと言いますです。名前くらい聞いたことがありませんですか？
Okay, so this small bit of information happens early on in the story, so obviously that's going to be an influence here. And remember that in chapter 1, Keiichi was mirroring what Satoshi did, so you have that kind of like backdrop here.
サトシっていうのか、さとこの兄貴は。初めて聞いたな。
Oh, thanks for the follow, Arkita Miun? Arkita?
サトシと一緒にいる時のさとこはいつもこんな風で楽しそうだったのですよ。本当に久しぶりにこんな楽しそうなさとこを見ますのです。
楽しそうなのか。
きっとニーニーと一緒だった頃を思い出してるに違いないのです。懐かしいのですよ。
懐かしい？じゃあ今はさとことは別居なのか。
Well, I mean, they live in the same house with each other, but the reason why they do so is because Rika lost her parents, Satoko lost her folks, and Rika is, you know, from the family that works at the temple, and the temple's kind of big, is what they said, so she found it more convenient to live where they live. Which is also, again, why I mentioned it won't always be a good way to read Higurashi, but if you look at character pairs in Higurashi, you'll learn a lot from how they interact with each other, right? So why is Rika with Satoko? Well, I think it's because X, Y, and Z, right? They share a lot of similarities. Why is Keiichi being paired up with Satoshi? Well, we're gonna figure that out. Why is Mion and Shion being paired up with each other when they're the same person?
さとこはそのサトシって兄と仲は良かったみたいだな。
はい、とても仲良しな兄弟だったです。
いつもあんな感じでサトシに小言を言いながら。
Also, wink wink, nudge nudge. I wonder what happened to Keiichi's parents, right?
だけどしっかりと支えながら仲良く生活してたんだな。
I mean, okay. They left for Tokyo. That's not the point I'm making. The story structure for chapter 3 is setting up similarities for an obvious reason, right? Not just for spooks.
今日ケイイチのところへ来たのだってさとこが言い出したのですよ。
じゃあ別に復讐とか見返すとかそういう意味で来たんじゃなかったのか。
You know, actually, that's a serious question because I don't know much about sports, including baseball. So baseball is obviously played in America and it's obviously played in Japan, but where else in the world? Does anyone know? I know, like, in India, cricket is very popular. I guess that makes sense to me. Same thing, obviously, with Britain, but
放っておけなかったのですよ。さとこは今でもしっかり者の妹なのです。
oh, thank you, Importa. By football, you mean soccer, right? I just want to make the clarification because, like, American football and football are different, obviously. Okay.
ケイチさん、おしゃもじがどこにあるかわかりませんでしたよ。
あー、ごめんごめん。しゃもじはその右脇の引き出しの中に。
さあ、出来上がりでしたよ。もうお茶碗とかは準備できてますの？
ああ、もう準備 OK だぜ。
では、ご飯にしましょうですわね。
I mean, he better know what that stuff is. He's probably had to at least clean the dishes at one point.
リカ、お夕飯ですわよ。みー。ケイチさんは炊飯器を持ってきてくださいます？ひっくり返さないように注意するんですのよ。
ああ、気をつけるよ。
いただきますですわよ。
いただきまーす。
Yeah, I know, right, Kyobi? When Satoko isn't playing tricks, she's a pretty nice person.
俺、サトコのことを侮ってたよ。完全に敗北だ。
少しは見直しまして。リカやレナさんに比べれば私もまだまだですけど、頼りないケイチさんなんかよりはよっぽどお料理ができましたよ。
へいへい、おみそれしやした。お、ご飯いい感じで炊き上がってるな。
The soy sauce foreshadowing, guys, please.
おかずもよくできてるよ。
Yeah, we used to have an Ojo emote as well.
サトコも決して料理は下手じゃないぞ。
I'm actually kind of glad that we decided to have emotes from series that we enjoyed. Because originally we only stuck with our mascot. But now we have like a wide variety of emotes, obviously.
褒められるのは光栄ですけど、そんなに立派ではありませんのよ。おかずはお惣菜屋さんで買ったものを温めただけですし、これとこれは缶詰を開けただけですし、自分でちゃんと作ったのはご飯と味噌汁だけなんですのよ。
Well, I mean, you're doing a lot better than Keiichi did. Also, she's being humble. That's nice.
ご飯とお味噌汁しか作ってませんけど、出来合いのおかずを並べればそこそこに立派にはなりますのよね。
うちのおふくろだって出来合いのお惣菜は使うし、缶詰だって使うよ。そんなので恥ずかしがることはないだろう。これは立派な夕食だよ。
まあ私にもそこそこのお料理ができることが分かっていただけたのでしたら、それで十分ですわね。おかわりいります？お味噌汁はまだありますですわよ。
You know, actually, out of curiosity, I'm gonna throw some emotes up. Let me know if you recognize the character. Does anyone recognize this character? Or this character? Nope. Okay. Alright.
こうしてご飯を食べてると、サトシと一緒にご飯を食べてるみたいで楽しいのです。
Yeah, Smug is from Overlord. It's actually my favorite Smug emote that I've seen. I'm biased, obviously, but damn.
懐かしいですわね。
Yeah, that's Maho.
一体今頃どこでどうしてるやら。 申し訳ないですわね。サトシっていうのは私のニーニーじゃなくて兄なのですのよ。
あ、うん、
Well, thank you, Yukinon.
そうなんだ。
We've gone through so many emotes over the years. Like, if you look at our Discord, you'll find all the old emotes. You can probably tell by style.
あんなに生活力のない人に家出なんて解消があったなんてびっくりでございますけど、まあそのうち値を上げでひょっこり帰ってくるに決まってますわ。
But if you guys want to do me a favor, if you have any favorite emotes from other streams, can you put it in the chat for me? Because I still like to have references in the future.
家出したんだ。
Okay, that one's good. Yeah, I agree.
まあ一人暮らしに憧れるなんて年頃らしい夢ではありませんの。どうせニーニーには長続きするはずもありませんけどね。
Sorry, hang on. Am I missing something here? So he ran away. You believe he's gonna return out of the blue. Okay. The reason for Satoshi not living with her was a little serious. Everyone had been talking about it in such an upbeat way, so I continued to talk about him. Should I not have broached the topic at all? I hastily took a look at Satoko's face after thinking that, but there was no trace of gloomy expression I've been worrying about. I wonder what he could be doing right now. Okay.
ご来性のない人ですから。サトシはああ見えてもとても我慢強い人なのですよ。サトコが思ってるよりもずっと我慢強いのです。リカはすぐニーニーの肩を持ちますのね。リカはちょっと甘やかしすぎですのよ。サトコはニーニーに厳しすぎるのです。帰ってきたらもっと優しくしてあげた方が良いのです。
Okay, so obviously, Satoshi has been a huge mystery for quite a while. It's relevant that it's coming up in this arc. And he's been mentioned in Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, so when we learn more about this character, hopefully it gives you kind of a look back with a different kind of perspective.
ん？なんで私の頭を撫でますの？
俺、サトコのことを誤解してたよ。お前がこんなにしっかり者だなんて思わなかった。
Yeah, it's almost like a good thing that you almost burned your entire house down.
うん、サトコはしっかり者。うんうん。
私は最初からしっかり者でしたよ。ケイイチさんに合わせて悪ふざけしてあげてたに過ぎませんわ。
What is a streamer love emote?
そうだな。俺に合わせてふざけてただけなんだよな。でも本当はこんなにもしっかり者。
Oh, Makaya, out of curiosity, those two emotes that you just posted, if you put an emote in the middle, how does it interact?
偉い偉い。
本当に褒めてますの？なんだかバカにされてるような。
俺は全然バカにしてないぞ。
it looks like they're being shoved away.
真面目に褒めてる。バカにしてるときはリカちゃんも一緒に撫でるからな。
それもそうですわね。 リカは人を小バカにするときよく頭を撫でますものね。みー、缶詰のイワシさんが美味しいのですよ。
笑いながら食べる食事って美味しいよな。
もちろんなのですよ。笑いはご飯を美味しくするのです。失礼ですわね。ご飯が美味しいのは私のお料理が美味しいからに決まってますわよ。
さとこはニーニーに会いたいか？
ニーニーなんて言ってませんですわ。兄とお呼びなさいですわ。
Okay.
さとこは兄貴に会いたいか？
Okay.
会いたいかと言われれば、もちろん会いたいに決まってますわね。
Kind of reminds me of well, I mean, they believe that's what's gonna happen, right? Well, at least Satoko does, and Cage doesn't know better, so that's what he thinks is gonna happen as well.
もうすぐで1年になりますもの。
A year. Okay. Yeah, that's right. That makes sense.
まあ、ニーニーの好きにすればいいのですわ。少しでも生活力を身につけてたくましくなって帰ってきてくれれば、私の負担も軽くなるわけですし。
ほら、またニーニーって言った。
言いましたですね。言ってませんわよ。ニーニーのことをニーニーなんて言いませんわよ。
Okay.
さとこ、
That was actually a really sweet scene. I'm happy that I saw that.
そろそろお片付けをしないとお眠になる時間なのです。
I keep forgetting. How far does like Rika and Satoko live? They live in this really small. If you even call it a house, like I look kind of like a shed to me. It was surrounded by forests, and I think it was on top of a mountain or something. Yeah, I mean, I hope they don't have. Okay, well, the village is safe for now, right? So they can walk there and be okay. But, ooh, all right.
いけませんわね。まだ食器を洗っていませんでしたわ。
いいよ、そんなの。それくらい俺がやっておくよ。飯をごちそうになって食器まで洗わせるわけにはいかないよ。
本当に大丈夫ですの？慣れない人が洗うとお皿とか洗剤で滑って落としちゃいますわよ。
Oh God, you know how I said a few streams ago that every once in a while I have these like flashbacks where I think of something really embarrassing that I did when I was younger? It's actually relevant this time. I remember that in high school, for one of my English classes, they gave you a free topic to write for an essay. And I wrote about Higurashi. Okay.
圭一だってお皿くらい洗えますですよ。割ったお皿で怪我をしたら 明日学校でかわいそしてあげますです。
Okay, and remember, back in the day, at least if you remember what I've been talking about, my school didn't really even know what the fuck anime was.
わーお。本当に大丈夫ですの？圭一さんって見かけと違って随分と頼りない方でございますからね。
Was it well written? Fuck no! Man! That's why I'm embarrassed about it.
やれやれ。
Like, I feel
さ
like
とこの中の圭一株は大暴落みたいだな。
I feel like part of
安心しろ
my
さだくらいきっちりと洗ってみせるぞ。
part of my writing career was just like trying to push back my embarrassing school essays or some shit like that. So I've written about things that I wanted to write about in a better way, right? And I got that out of my head. But I've never written about Higurashi in a analytical context. I've never what's another show that I really cared about, but I've never written. I've never written Violet Evergarden in an analytical context. I've written reviews for that movie, but it's not a movie, TV show. What else? There's some visual novels I wish I wrote about. And the third Madoka movie I want to write about in the future. Well, it wouldn't be writing, I'd make a video essay now.
安心して帰れ。っていうか、こんな時間じゃ、さとこたちだけに帰らせられないよな。
I use their Japanese names.
家まで送るよ。
Yeah, but imagine... I'm not gonna say how many years ago, because then you gauge my age. Imagine... Oh, just, you know, some years ago, not too far away, when people didn't really know what anime was. And trying to introduce a TV show like Higurashi to someone and trying to explain that there was more than just gore to it. And I wasn't quite as competent at writing as I was back then. And you can imagine the amount of like flashback cringe feeling that I'm getting right now.
自転車の鍵を。
Did I ever write about writing?
私たちを送った後、一人で家に帰るの圭一さんではありませんの。
Honestly, yes.
夜道に迷って高津戸あたりに迷い込んだら大変ですのよ。あのあたりお家も明かりも全然ありませんから。
Man, if I could talk to my English teachers now that I'm older, or like if I had the same kind of mentality that I do now when I was a kid back then, we would have a fun ass time like talking about literature and stuff. I wish, I mean obviously, if I went back in time, we'd probably be freaking in isekai or something. Isekai, yeah, that's it. But like all this shit that I'm talking to you guys about, I mean when we analyze actuals and scenes, stuff like that. It's the stuff that I wish I could have like talked with them about, right? I would have like probed their heads about history of literature and stuff. I would have asked them about trying out different mediums, because if they loved literature, I think they actually would have enjoyed visual novels back then, or trying out some of the movies that I've seen nowadays, right? And those were the teachers that actually got me interested in film, right? Like we watched things like Blade Runner in class. We've watched I think it's called Apocalypse Now. Other major films in English class, right?
今日は本当にありがとうな。おかげでとても文化的な夕飯にありつけたよ。
さとこが来なかったら今頃圭一はグーグーでニャーニャーだったのです。本当ですわね。本当来てよかったですわ。
But you know, it's nice to live in an age now where I guess anime is kind of mainstream. So like I can see people who are not like invested in the medium but still talk about it, right?
そうそう。ご飯とおかずの残りをタッパーに詰めておきましたから、明日はそれをお弁当になさいませ。あと明日の朝食は食パンとジャムがいいですわね。いちごジャムとピーナッツバターが冷蔵庫中段の右端にありましたわ。あと粉末ココアが食器棚の右上の戸の中に。
Yeah, like out of curiosity, how many of you remembered talk about like Attack on Titan when it was released? Because for some random reason, well, I know why, but for some reason, I looked on my Facebook one day and people who had no interest in anime whatsoever were talking about that. I was like, what the fuck?
ではおやすみなさいなのですよ。
Yeah, like my boss was talking about it. I was like, huh?
寝る前にはちゃんと歯を磨くんですのよ。5分以上かけてしっかりと磨きなさいませ。
分かったよ、さとこ。ちゃんと歯も磨くし、明日の朝飯も用意する。弁当も忘れないようにするよ。
いつもより早めに起きないと朝食やお弁当の支度ができませんわよ。なんなら少し早いくらいの時間に目覚まし代わりに電話して差し上げましょうか。
そこまでしてくれなくても大丈夫だよ。目覚まし時計を少し早めにセットしておくことにする。ありがとな。いろいろと気にしてくれて。
Right? So you get what I mean, right? And then like living now as a fan of my hobbies, obviously, and having people to talk with about it, it feels nice. Like I was talking to my friend on Discord the other day, and we were talking about how we grew up with Higurashi and how much it meant to us, and then how nice it was to have these streams, right, where a bunch of Higurashi fans just happened to be together in a community and enjoying something.
どうしたリカちゃん。
Oh, all right, stop. No spoilers in the chat. Sorry, there's a bunch of people who actually haven't read this yet.
忘れ物か？
今日の圭一は100点満点でした。パチパチパチなのです。
別に褒められるようなことはしてないだろう。危うく自宅を火事にするところだったし。
さとこもきっとニーニーが帰ってきたような気がしてとても楽しかったと思いますです。たまにこれからもさとこのお小言に付き合ってあげてほしいのですよ。
さとこに小言を言われる頼りない兄貴。
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's
サ
just
トシの代わりになってやれっていうことか？
it's not main line. So if that helps you feel a little bit better about that.
サトシってさ、こんなにもできた妹と一緒で何が不満だったんだ？俺がサトシだったら絶対に家出なんかしないぞ。
サトシにはサトシなりの事情があったのです。きっと。
早く帰ってくるといいな。俺じゃ多分本物のニーニーの代役はいつまでも務まらないぜ。
大丈夫ですよ。今日の圭一はサトシそっくりだったのです。またお願いしますなのですよ。リーカー。では僕はもう行きますですよ。おやすみなさいなのです。
You know, actually, this is a question for me, but has anyone been having consistent internet issues lately? I'd believe it because of, what's happening nowadays, but I just want to double check if that's the case.
あ、おやすみ。
So, every now and then?
僕ではサトシの代わりをできませんが、圭一ならできます。これで 僕も心の荷が一つ下りましたのですよ。
Yeah, so, alright. That means that's part of the expectation then. It's nothing like my modem is blowing up or something like that. It's because everybody is using internet.
サトシ、本当に早く帰ってきてやれよな。あんまり帰りが遅かったら。
Alright, I'm gonna skip that and actually just continue with the story. But it's actually really nice to kind of just chill with chat. Like, see how people are doing nowadays.
というわけで
I figured that's kind of okay, given we're still in this early section of the chapter.
いよいよお昼の時間が来たね。
いよいよお昼の時間でしたよ。
Sorry, in Canada, you don't have bandwidth limits? What?
この中の一人が罰ゲームになるんですわよね。はあ、
I'm a little jealous, actually.
今日の罰ゲームはちょっと怖いからね。レナ、悪いけど思いっきり真剣に作ってきたよ。みー、僕たちもそれぞれに頑張りましたのですよ。
今日はさとこもリカちゃんもそれぞれに別々に作ってきた。いつもは2人一緒のお弁当だけど今日は一緒だと勝負にならないからね。
I mean, there's no way that Keiichi's gonna win, right? Even if he did win, he shouldn't take the win because Satoko helped.
そこは大丈夫ですのよ。リカも私もちゃんとそれぞれに用意させていただきましたのよ。わあ、さとこちゃんもリカちゃんも頑張ったんだね。
Yeah, but at the same time, though, like, isn't the real competition just Satoko versus Keiichi? That's it, right? Because everyone else is talented.
楽しみ楽しみ。
ちょっと意外だったのはケイちゃんがちゃんとお弁当を用意できた点かな。ケイちゃんもさすがやればできるみたいじゃない。
ケイチくんのお弁当はどんなだろう。はう、楽しみ。
そんな大したものじゃないから期待するなよ。夕べのご飯のお惣菜の残りが詰めてあるだけだし。
お夕食の残り物はお弁当の基本なのですよ。
Oh, well, he's making the point that in Canada, for instance, there's actual competition between internet providers. So I'm going to assume Manu doesn't pay the same absurd prices that we do in America, for instance.
夕べのケイチさんのお夕食も分かって一石二鳥ですわね。
And there's also the monopolies that happen in America for internet providers as well. So, like, for example, I live in a certain section of in my small city, so I can only get Is it only Comcast where I'm at? It might actually be only Comcast. So there is nothing else that I can choose.
でもみーちゃん、今日のお弁当勝負ってどうやって勝敗をつけるのかな？
Man, I'm jealous. I know where my friend lives, Scott. He gets a better internet provider than I do.
ケイチくんもちゃんと作ってこれたんだから、今日はこれで引き分けで決着なんじゃないのかな？
He's like a 5-minute drive from my house, dog. What the hell?
それもそうですわね。昨日の罰ゲームはケイチさんに自炊を促すための葉っぱみたいなものですし。ケイチもちゃんと作ってこれましたから引き分けなのですよ。
Okay, so she lets it go because she's in on the secret. Oh no!
何を甘っちょろいこと言ってるんだか。白黒つけない灰色勝負なんて絶対ごめん。ぶつかったら決着つけなきゃ。手打ちして引き分けなんて遊びでやってんじゃないんだよ。
言うと思ったぜ。勝負好きのミオンがこのまま終わらせるわけないよな。
ではみー、どうやって勝敗を決めますですか？
相互採点じゃ公平な採点にならないからね。
Okay, so you're gonna have other classmates eat the food?
ここは公開審査と行こうじゃない。
What?
みんな
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
全員集合。
Alright, so if a child eats one of their bentos and dies, we immediately disqualify that bento, right? And we just pretend that they didn't die.
おじさんたち5人のお弁当を採点してもらうよ。ベスト3までを紙に書いて投票すること。いいかな？
Yeah, the child died because of a curse, you're right.
ではみんないいかな？まずは私から行くよ。それ！
すごいですわね。
Read the sentence again? Hang on. Come and judge our 5 bento. Write your favorite 3 on a piece of paper and submit it. Understand? Everyone in the class was used to being dragged into Mion's club activities. Okay. Everyone already knew that the showdown this time involved an utterly fatal punishment game. And they were all very interested in what happened. Okay.
おせち料理みたいでしたよ。
嘘だ。嘘に決まってる。こんなのどこかの仕出し弁当の中身を移し替えただけに違いない。こんな純日本風な料理をミオンが園崎ミオンが作れるわけがない。
Is it that good looking? Show me a CG of the food at least.
みーちゃん、このくらいは本気になれば作れるよ。めったに本気にならないけど。
おじさんを誰だと思ってるわけ？時間と材料があるなら満館全席だって再現してみせるよ。
Okay. So, I think I learned this from... I'm gonna double check this, but I'm pretty sure this is a way of displaying wealth, right? The Manchuhan. Because it was mentioned in the... What do you call it? It was mentioned in the Muv-Love stream when a similar cooking competition happened. Oh, Jesus, that's huge. Here, go ahead and Google this. Manchuhan Imperial Feast. It's amazingly elaborate.
Then, 次はレナのお弁当行ってみようか。 レナもかなり料理は得意だからね。
レナのお弁当はいつも食卓の花なのですよ。みんなありがとね。じゃあレナのお弁当も公開するね。
Right? That's a true feast. There's no way that one person's gonna eat that. Let's see. 2 colors of eggs and minced meat. It's a bento staple. Oh yeah, that sounds good to me. Manchuhan. MANCHU space HAN. Imperial feast.
さすがですわね。これは高得点が期待できましたよ。
さすが。厳しめに見ても減点の余地は全くないね。相変わらず見事。
では続いて僕たちなのです。
Okay, here we go. I believe in Rika and Satoko.
では公開するでございますわよ。
Okay,
サト
alright.
コもリカちゃんもよく今日のお弁当を用意できたもんだな。レナやミオンの出来には確かに劣るかもしれないけど、それを考えるとかなりすごいことだぜ。
実は内緒でございますのよ。
Okay, did you use a secret sauce called soy sauce?
カニョカニョカニョカニョ。
Wait, what? Wow!
おい、富田君、岡村君、
Alright,
何を条件に買収された？
I thought we were friends. More than just friends, allies. How could you betray me, man?
いきなり何ですか前原さん。私たちがいつ何を買収されたって言うんですか。
そうっすよ。別にサトコたちに水やり当番を代わってもらうくらいで弁当を半分なんか。
あら、これはケイチさんに学ばせてもらった技ですのよ。
Yeah, part of me is proud.
なのです。
Okay, alright, Keiichi. They're kids, for a starter.
さて次はいよいよケイちゃんのお弁当だね。ケイちゃんの昨日の予告だとかなりのものが期待されるけど、実際はどうなのかな。
ケイチくんってやるときにはやる人だからね。レナ、今日はとっても楽しみにしてたんだよ。
もうやけだ。見て驚くなよ。
Okay, so here's the thing. There's no way that he's gonna compete against Rena or Mion. So all he has to do is just essentially beat 2 bento boxes from 10-year-old kids. Well, shit, the problem is Rika and... Fuck, hang on. They're stolen bento boxes.
ケイチくんも も精一杯頑張ったんだね。
Yeah, exactly. I kind of just thought about that for a second.
レナはその頑張りわかるよ。
レナ、無理に褒めなくていいぞ。
どんな具合ですの？ケイイチさんにしては頑張ってる方ですの？
まあその頑張りは認めてあげたいけどね。勝負は非常だしね。
ケイイチくん初挑戦なのにこんなに上手に作れたんだよ。みんなもっともっと評価してあげてもいいと思うんだけどな。でも勝負は非常なのです。
さーてケイちゃん、採点結果を集計する前に何か申し開きがあるなら聞いておくけど。
申し開きってなんだよ。
You know, I really, I'm actually quite a fan of how Mion laughs.
ケイちゃんがここで何かを訴えることでわずかな得点加算が望めるかもしれないってこと。何しろ今日の勝負はビリでさえなければいいんだから。
I mean, I'm sorry, Mion's right. It's not like we haven't pulled this off before. We've made people acknowledge that rice equals curry, so we can pull off more bullshit.
うまくすればなんとか罰ゲームから逃れることができるかもよ。
それって兄、ケイイチさんのお弁当がビリって言ってるのと同じことでしたよ。
別におじさん誰の弁当がビリなんて言ったつもりはないんだけどな。
Oh yeah, Kyobi, I forgot. If you're still in the chat, let me know. So you said at one point that Mion was a character that you found really appealing and interesting and all that. How do you feel now after chapter 2?
みーちゃん、ちょっと意地悪だよ。ケイイチくんがかわいそう。
レーナー、ケイちゃんも今日の弁当勝負は負けられないってあらかじめ知ってたんだよ。それを承知で昨日あれだけのお見栄を切ったんだからさ。甘やかす必要なんて全然ないと思うけどな。ねえ、さとこ。
ええ、そうですわね。それでこのざまなんですから笑っちゃいましたよ。ちょっとさとこちゃん、笑うなんていけないんだよ。だってちゃんちゃらおかしくて笑ってしまうようなお弁当でしたよ。
Oh, okay. Well, shit, man. Well, I'm glad to hear that's the case.
こんなお惣菜屋さんで買ってきたようなおかず、本当に幻滅もいいところでしたよ。
I'm glad with how gruesome chapter 2 ended. You weren't like, ah, Mion's low tier now or something.
ほら、これなんか缶詰を開けただけだよね。こっちのキュウリは包丁が通ってなくて綺麗に切れてないし。ケイちゃん、包丁とか全然扱ったことないでしょ。
Oh boy.
経験不足が明らかなんだよね。
経験不足もいいところでございましたよ。
彩りもかなり単調。こればかりはセンスのなさに呆れるね。
そりゃ弁当箱に食い物を詰めるなんて初めての経験だし、多少見栄えが悪いのは仕方が。
ケイちゃん、ケイちゃん。
Well, I'm actually really glad that you feel that way because I always get kind of worried that when people read into Higurashi, they end up missing the messages and stuff like that.
弁当箱への詰め方以前のレベルなの。
It's actually kind of weird to have that happen during like heavy commentary and analytical streams.
富田、岡村、 解説
And you can always feel a certain way. Don't get me wrong, right? But I'm just saying that I'm happy.
前原さんのお弁当に致命的な欠点、それは彩りなんです。
In a way, it's kind of like Keiichi's feelings at the end of chapter 2 really kind of was shared with like the reader, right?
ご存知の通り、あらゆる色彩の根底には三原色と呼ばれる配色が存在します。つまりバランスよく配色を求めるなら、白、黒を除いても3色は必要なのです。
I also say this with the experience of having watched Higurashi with a lot of groups of people, and so sometimes you get some really strong opinions.
しかるに前原さんのお弁当は白黒を除いた場合暗緑色しか残らないんですよ。おかずも心のこもらないお惣菜や缶詰ばかり。
Wow! Alright, I'll remember this!
つまり前原さんのお弁当にはお弁当の三大要素、愛、心、味のうち2つも欠けていると断言できるのです。
Wait. Is that where that video came from, Nagels?
愛もなければ心もない。決まったね。
Damn!
前原圭一。
Oh man.
ちょっと冷たいけど、でもこれを機にケイチくんもお料理の楽しさに気づいてくれれば。
Honestly, I guess that's kind of the fun of Higurashi too, right? Like seeing someone's reactions to all the scenes.
そんなことより罰ゲームが僕以外なら何でもいいのですよ。決まりましたわね、ケイチさん。罰ゲームはケイチさんで決まりですのよ。
Yeah, but to be fair, it's way easier to structure an argument when the person that is part of like the audience you're trying to convince is there with you, right? This is something that actually comes up so often when I used to write articles to like to convince someone of like a certain perspective, right? To not have someone right there with you to show them like your thought process is, to say the least, very difficult to create a convincing line of thought, right? Here's how I first think, here's how I get to this point here, here's how I get to point C. By seeing A, B, C, you can understand my conclusion here at the end, right? I need to have that. So like if someone has a particular opinion about a route, I can't just say, well, this route means this. I have to walk them through all of my logic, right?
さて、ビリのケイチさん、そろそろおとなしく負けを認めなさいませ。
ちょっと待ってもらおうか。
Okay, alright. This is the whole reason why I've been excited for this scene. I want to see the bullshit master at his best. Okay. Do it for me, man.
俺の弁当の敗因は心がないから。そういう解説だったな。間違いないな、岡村君。心の定義は何だ。 苦労か努力か汗か涙か
Okay, I'm surprised that CG didn't open up with a yell.
その結晶か、ならば俺の手に残るこの火傷は何の評価になるんだ。
ケイイチ君、それ油が跳ねたやけど？
Oh, you know what? Yeah, okay, I see this argument. Here we go. Alright, here we go.
ほう、自らの料理の下手さによる失敗をさも努力の痕跡であるかのように見せるとは、やはりこの男油断ならない。
そうだ。
Yeah, if you
俺は
think
下
about
手
it.
だ。昨日大見えを切ったのが情けなくなるくらいに料理が下手だ。
That,
だが
that,
逃げなかった。
that fire in his kitchen is representative of the passion that he has for cooking, right?
戦った。そしてこの成果を出した。それは心じゃないのか。どうなんだ。
It's the fire in his heart, guys, I believe.
レナは認めてあげたいな。挑戦する心が評価されなかったら誰も前に進めない。
なるほど。前原さんの気持ちはわかります。ですがね、心だけで料理が決まるんだったらこの世にコックはいらないんですよ。
そうっすよ。心を込めて頑張りましたって言ってコックが消し炭みたいなハンバーグを持ってきたらそれにお金を払います？払わないですよね。
Wait, who's punching me?
つまりそういうことなんです。
Okay, his points are punching me. I understand now. Okay, I felt it. It would. Could you imagine a little kid actually punching Keiichi as he's saying this? For a second, I was confused.
でも心尽くしなんだぞ。
Yeah, man. if a chef like burned the steak, take this. Would you pay for it, punk? Like, wow.
たとえ真っ黒のハンバーグが出てきたにせよ。それを作ってくれた母の苦労を知るなら、俺は食う。完食してみせる。
そもそもお弁当というのは愛情を食事の形として昇華させたもので、
それは相手に伝わって初めて意味があるんです。前原さんのお弁当からはそれが伝わりますか？いいえ、僕には伝わりません。
Okay, hang on. You can easily twist that.
ひどい。
Exactly. They get it. We all started somewhere.
ああ、静粛に。傍観人は発言を慎むように。
裁判長、俺はここでこの弁当にどれだけの心が込められているかについて料理学の権威竜宮レナ氏の証言を求めます。
Okay, I like how this is completely changed.
レナはこのお弁当には心がこもってると思うな。確かに稚拙なところは多いかもしれないけど、でもお料理は上辺だけじゃないと思うの。
What?
裁判長、前原さんと竜宮さんの意見は極めて感情的で一般常識としてかけ離れています。採用するには不適切です。
静粛に。検察側の反証を認めます。
All right, remember, guys, a win is a win as long as we avoid losing, right? So if I beat an 8-year-old at debate, you gotta give yourself that. We take those.
どうぞ。
This is about real life, son.
例えば本件をお弁当ではなく誕生日のプレゼントだと置き換えて考えてみます。例えば誕生日の日に私富田が手編みのセーターをもらったとする。そして彼岡村は図書券を1万円分もらったとする。
Okay.
常識的に考えてどちらに心がこもっているかは明白です。
Isn't that a poor example for your opinion though? Okay, hang on, go on.
つまり手編みのセーター、これはお弁当に言い換えれば手作りのおかずが相当する。そして単なる金券に過ぎない図書券はお金で買うもの、すなわち無味簡素な缶詰に相当する。
Okay, okay, hang on.
意義あり。本件はお弁当の心について問うものです。誕生日のプレゼントという特殊な状況とは全く異なります。
却下します。
Okay, alright. So you gotta bullshit harder. Let's go, Keiichi.
検察側続けなさい。
さて、ここで大事なのは送り手の心と受け手の心は全く違うという点です。皆さんの目の前に実際に手作りのちょっと左右の丈の崩れてるセーターと1万円分の図書券が置かれていて、どっちがいいと聞かれたらどっちを取ります？図書券でしょ。
What?
1万円ですよ、1万円。コミックスが何冊買えるか計算できますか？
Okay, so he's given you another way to argue out of this.
十数巻程度の単行本なら即座にフルコンプ可能です。愉快で面白おかしい漫画が何十冊。これによって癒される心の至福とセーターでは比べ物にならないのです。
Oh man, this 10-year-old learning life secrets already. He found out that money can buy happiness. Wow, really early on.
以上より送り手の心と受け手の心には何の因果関係もないことが立証されたと思います。
Look, dog, he's had a hard life, okay? He needs a little wins. He needs to buy those comics for happiness.
つまり前原さんがどれだけ苦労してお弁当を作ろうとも、それは私たち受け手が採点に手心を加えるものにはなり得ないのです。
それは詭弁だぞ、富田君。心は確かにある。それが伝わるかどうかは受け手の問題だ。
But you know what will fill in the void of his heart? Keiichi's bento.
そうよそうよ。
Right? All the girls agree.
味が全てだ。
女の敵。
なんだと？
Man, all this noise and the teacher hasn't stepped in yet? She stepped in when people were talking shit behind her back about Curry? Do I just need to whisper the word for her to drop in?
さて、弁護側は今のに何か反論はある？
今検察側は送り手の心とは無関係に評価が行われると言いました。それに間違いはありませんね。
そうです。前原さんがどんなに苦労して作ったお弁当でもその苦労は評価の対象にはなり得ない。
では検察側に尋ねます。私前原が今日の自分の弁当としてこのお弁当とコンビニ弁当を並べたら、その評価はどちらも同じものなのですか？そう、手作りの弁当とコンビニ弁当では全く比較にならないのです。
Alright, go on.
どんなにひどい手作り弁当であっても、ただ買ってきただけのコンビニ弁当とでは、そしてそれは評価されている。つまり手作りによる心はちゃんと受け手に伝わってるのです。
That's actually a really good emote.
それを認めよ
認めます。
認めましたね。認めましたね。では次にコンビニ弁当にはなぜ心がないかについて移りましょう。そもそも弁当で伝える心とは何なのか。
Okay, are we getting philosophical here?
意義あり。前原さんは抽象表現で法廷を煙に巻こうとしています。
What's the spirit of a bento?
却下します。面白そうだから最後まで聞くように。
裁判長、ここでフルで理科賞承認として喚問したいと思います。
All right, here we go. I gotta hear this.
みー
God, this is the most fun shit that I love when it comes to like board games. So, a group of friends and I are playing board games on Tabletop Simulator, and we're playing a legacy game. If you don't know what a legacy game is, it's a game that when you play it, it changes over time permanently, right? And we're kind of playing a political game with a kingdom that needs a bunch of advisors, right? And we're the advisors. So it's super fun to kind of jokingly roleplay our advisors because they're from different parts of the kingdom and different kind of agendas, right? And the thing that I missed most from our very, very, very first board game meeting was bullshitting with the other participants on why you shouldn't be attacking like a certain like territory that belong to a certain player, right? That shit gets me going. It's so much fun.
フルで理科さん、あなたの今日のお弁当は実によくできていますね。美味しそうです。
みえ
Also, it's a game where other players can bribe you. So it's super funny when you have like a super logical reason for doing what you're doing and you make your argument and then someone shoves money in front of your face and you're like, well, you know what? I actually think there's a bunch of flaws in this argument that I've made and I've seen the error of my ways. Shit like that is so much fun.
岡村くんの弁当箱を持ってきてくれないか。
うんいいよ。
裁判長、本件に僕のお弁当は何の関係もありません。
却下します。
裁判長、この岡村くんの弁当箱を証拠品として提出します。見よ、この中身を。
ん半分しか入っていないね。
半分かどうかじゃないでしょう。もっとよく見てください。ほら、
ああ、全く同じ内容だ。
裁判長、見ての通りです。フルで理科士のお弁当は岡村くんの盗品。そんなものに心がこもってるわけがない。
いや、これは単なる偶然で。
もう明白でしょう。心とは送り手と受け手のキャッチボールならば、弁当箱はボールに当たるのです。そして本来このお弁当は彼、岡村くんの母親から息子に託されたものだから、この弁当箱に詰まった心は彼、それを割り込んで奪ったらもうそれに心はないのです。
Wow, okay. I see this argument. So that's so silly.
あれそうなの？リカちゃん、そうなの？みぱー
なるほどね。よし、判決の前に主文からにしようかね。
the spirit is lost.
まず被告前原圭一の弁当が客観的評価として非常に出来の悪いものであるのは間違いない。
Right. But he made it himself.
それはこうしてみんなの採点の集計結果が物語ってるからね。でもケイちゃんの言う通り料理は味だけじゃない。
No. He imbued his spirit into the cooking, therefore he made it himself.
心もまた隠し味として認められるべきだよね。
I want you to think about it, okay? The little kid's mother made the bento box for him, but when Rika and Satoko stole that shit, right? They forgot to steal the most important part. That's right. The spirit. The spirit was inside the bento box. It was a haunted bento box, okay? And you know that Rika can steal spirits from any object with her soy sauce syringe, okay?
でもそれは得点評価で言えば小数点以下。本当に微細なものでその出来具合の評価を改めるには至らない。さてここでそもそもの今日の弁当勝負の原点を探りたい。そもそも今日の勝負は何が大前提なのか。そう、被告前原圭一が自炊できるか否かが問題になり、その成果を測るために催されたものだった。
うん、そうだよ。圭一くんはちゃんと作ってきたよ。
ならばこの勝負の大前提は自炊、すなわち手作りであるか否かだよね。でもリカちゃんはそれを怠ったとなると、それは出来以前の問題、すなわち失格ってことになるのかな。
2パ
悪く思うなよリカちゃん。部活は非常なのだ。
さすが圭一なのです。最後の最後まで頑張りましたですよ。
というわけでこれにて一件落着。
Well, it's a little bit weird, right? Since you're talking on the topic of judging something that might not be easily objective, right? So this person did better because they hit more targets, 10 out of 10, therefore, you know, they get rated higher.
今日のビリはフルでリカ。
That's actually how I feel when it comes to like reviewing games. Like, I'm so glad that I pushed myself so far away from that, because reviews are kind of boring to write.
よくもこんなひどいお弁当でビリを免れましたのね。
ビリになんかなるわけないだろ。この弁当のどこにビリになる要素があるってんだ。
だってこんな出来の悪いお惣菜や缶詰ばかりでセンスもなくて、それから
But it's about the spirit, Satoko.
言ったろ、心が大事だって。
Yeah.
この弁当は上辺だけじゃない。いろんな味に溢れてるんだぜ。
The spirit of human souls.
でも心だけじゃありませんのよ。お味なんて全然変で。
どこが変なんだ。俺はうまい。うまかった。だから詰めてきた。本当に夕べの飯がまずかったら詰めてなんか来ないぞ。食パンと牛乳パックを持って投稿してくる。
でも
Okay, actually, I'm really happy about that. They took a slice of life scene and they used it to build character as an extension of a previous scene. I mean, it's not to say that Higurashi hasn't done that before, but it's immediately obvious that this is also story relevant, right?
いつ頃から俺が作ったんじゃないって気づいてた。
圭一くんがやけどを見せてくれた時かな。
As in, it's a build-up of the immediate plot that's going to happen.
だって圭一くんのお弁当に油で炒めるおかずなんか入ってないし。レナさんは何か誤解してるではございませんの？私は別に何も。あれ、このお弁当さとこちゃんが作ったんじゃないんだ。じゃあやっぱり圭一くんの手作りなのかな。うん、じゃあ圭一くんの手作りなんだね。
Yeah, we'll just go with that.
きゅうりとかを切るときは包丁をほらこんな感じで引くの。彩りなんかはね、お野菜を上手に加えるといろいろ表現ができるんだよ。でも前に見せてもらった時よりもずっと上達してたよ。ちゃんとお勉強してるんだね。きっとこの調子ならもっともっと上手にお料理が作れるようになるよ。
とにかく誰が何と言おうと。
Out of curiosity, what does the sprite look like? Okay, I definitely prefer the PS3 sprite for this one. Wow! That original sprite is legendary! I think that one has the most spirit in it.
俺は今日の弁当を気に入ってるんだ。今日ばかりは誰にも分けないからな。俺が一人で全部食う。
あ、ケチなんだ。レナも食べてみたいな、みたいな。私も実は。
Oh, you can draw on the side, you can. If there's anything super important, I'll try to bring it up again in discussion for later. For now, just consider it kind of relaxing. It's building up on a relationship dynamic that will eventually become more obvious.
富田さんにお弁当を分けてもらいましたの。バカ。
In fact, I think you can already tell right now what this route is going to focus on, like which character is going to be more important.
北条、なんで言っちゃうんだよ。
そうだったの？
You're right, it's obviously the teacher.
ほんと？ありゃ。
Actually, if Rika starts talking shit to the teacher about Curry, will she even get punished? She's kind of a big deal. I still think so. Chie seems to be, she can hold her own.
理科だけに行かせられませんわ。地獄の底までお付き合いしましてよ。そんなとこまでついてこなくていいのですよ。
Man, but the really weird thing is, I'm thinking to myself, because we're going to be midway through this chapter when I switch over to Final Fantasy VII. So, you know what? Another question that I have to ask you guys. How many of you are going to play Final Fantasy VII? And if you are you going to join us for the stream too? Or like, will you join the stream anyway?
まったく、ケイチさんも闇ですわね。理科だけを晒し者にするなんて本当に意地悪な人でございますこと。ね。本当にサトコはおバカさんなのですよ。
Okay, so we might have some regulars popping in. I know that we're going to be competing with everyone, so it's going to be kind of difficult.
では、
And if you're popping into Final Fantasy VII for an analytical kind of reading of it, fuck no. unless something about its remake inspires me to do so, I don't think that's going to happen.
そろそろ行きましてよ、リカ。罰ゲームも部活メンバーの務めでございますわ。
It would have to be really impressive. Like, they've changed a lot of the story and made really good decision making in scenes or something. I don't know what it would take, actually. I don't know how to say this. If you want to read into, say, like the overall effect of Final Fantasy VII, you can definitely make an essay about that. But if we're talking about the artistry of script writing for video games, that's still a very difficult topic that I don't feel too competent in.
ミオ、俺も白状するぞ。今日の弁当は俺が作ったんじゃない。俺も同じだ。だから行ってくるぞ。罰ゲーム。
ケイちゃんまで？どうなってんの？
But you can definitely talk about how scenes can have an influence on interpretation, right? Or how gameplay elements, what's the word? Gameplay elements would invoke a certain feeling from you and understanding of the plot. In fact, like that's a common argument that I hear about difficulty in video games. That difficulty can also be kind of a... I don't necessarily share this opinion, but difficulty can be kind of a... What's I'm trying to figure out what's the... Hang on. Difficulty being kind of a... Kind of like a subtext into how impactful the battle might be, right? So, for example, final bosses, if you can, generally are more challenging, right, than previous bosses because they're meant to be the final step until the story's ended. I mean, that's kind of logical at least, and therefore to do so would mean that this is the last hurdle, the last major resistance until the story comes to its conclusion, and ideally it gives a sense of satisfaction to the player, right? That at least makes some sense, but
頑張ってね。
where was I going with this again? So you can make readings like that when it comes to a video game and such, but I mean, I don't. Here's the weird thing. So I personally consider visual novels also part of video games. So a visual novel is like a novel. It's also kind of like a video game. It's also kind of like a movie in some sense. It's kind of like etc. Right? There's a weird mix between all these mediums put into one. It's more evident with something like Somnium Files, where there's actually gameplay, but this is just kind of a personal opinion. I haven't really found a non-visual novel video game where I feel that the story is so impactful that I go about my day still thinking about it, right? I haven't really been there yet, and I would like that to happen one day. And maybe it's just me not recognizing the decision-making and thought process that goes into the game itself, because I'm really willing to accept that. I still feel that after all these years of playing video games, and it's my main hobby, right, that I still don't have the literacy to understand video games and explain them in a competent way to an audience. But I feel more comfortable with something that's like literature, like actual writing that I can recognize its story structure and stuff like that, right? So it's weird for me. If I can pull that off one day in the future, where I can play like a JRPG or something and go like, okay, so this is the reason why this person did this and this and this and yada yada yada, right? I'd love to share that, but as it is right now, I don't think I am capable of doing it.
罰ゲーム。
The punishment game, yeah, I'm not capable of doing that.
救急箱を用意して待ってるからね。
あらかじめ救急車の手配を頼む。場合によっては霊柩車だな。
But like, here, I've always asked this question because I want to feel that feeling that I get when I read visual novels, right? Like, I recognize all this effort that goes into it and its intentions, and I can borrow from my studies and college classes and stuff like that, right? Has there been a very impactful video game for you? And can you explain why?
何やってるんですの？
Because a lot of video games for me is mostly about bonding with friends. They're competitive games. Like, I play a lot of fighting games, right? They're a way to relax and enjoy a sense of accomplishment. They're kind of like experiences. But I haven't really been there yet with an RPG where its story makes me go, wow, right?
せっかく買ってたのに。 わざわざ罰ゲームに名乗りを上げるなんて物好きにも程があるでございましたよ。
Yeah, everyone says near, and I want to know why eventually. And people have recommended me Lisa, and I'm super curious about that. Lisa has already been streamed on our channel, so I might have to do it myself.
そうだな。物好きにも程があるぜ。
It doesn't have to be an RPG. Just it can't be a visual novel is all I'm saying.
まったく今日の罰ゲームを甘く見すぎですのよ。私たちならともかく圭一さんじゃ大変なことになってしまうかもしれませんわね。肋骨の1本や2本の覚悟は終わりでしょうね。
肋骨は痛そうだな。俺、痛いのはダメなんだ。
A teacher wouldn't really punch a student, right?
圭一さんはおとなしく私の相槌を打っているんですのよ。私と理科でうまくやりますから。まったく。
That's also the primary reason why I wanted to try Persona 5 Royal, by the way. I actually wanted to evaluate its script and story.
罰ゲームの面倒まで私が見なくちゃダメなんて。まったく。
Did Persona 4 make me feel a certain kind of way? Actually, it did. I still feel a really strong sense of nostalgia for Persona 4, Golden specifically, as it's connected to a specific time in my life. School still, in college, graduating. I finished Persona 4 Golden on almost the exact same day I graduated, actually. I think it was something like the day that Persona 4 Golden, the final day, was the day I graduated college. And there was that huge sense of community with everyone like throwing in their inputs. It was a really strong sense of immersion for sure. We all talked about these like inside jokes that we developed over time with that game and stream. I did a like funny like role play here and there. It was just it was everything that I really wanted a FinestKO stream to be, right? Also, Giovanni, hello. Thank you, man. How you doing? Yeah, so I feel like I don't want to be rude about it, but I feel like Persona 5 story, even though I had a very terrible time experiencing that stream, it isn't all that great.
なあ、
Espanol.
俺さ、野菜炒めが食いたいんだけど、さとこ作れるか？
Yo hablo un poco.
まあ頑張ればできないことはありませんわよ。上手に作れますですよ。
How do you say, are you a fan of Higurashi? Giovanni, te gusta Higurashi?
さとこの野菜炒めは大好きなのです。
Lo siento, no entiendo español mucho. God, I sound terrible here.
じゃあ決まりだな。今日学校が終わったらいろいろ買い物に行こうぜ。俺じゃあ何を買えばいいのか全然わかんないし。
それもそうですわね。
Nah, I wouldn't say that counts because it's still part visual novel, right?
圭一さんじゃスーパーでお買い物なんてまだまだ早いでしょうし、私が見てなければ不安ですからね。そのさとこも僕が見てないと間違えたお買い物をしちゃうんじゃないかと不安なのです。リカみ
さて、罰ゲームなんかちゃっちゃと済ませて今晩の献立の話でもしようぜ。
Yeah, so originally, if Atlas wasn't so weird about its streaming policies, not that they're being enforced in the first place, I would have played Persona 5 Royal instead of Higurashi, believe it or not. A part of me is very thankful that all the things kind of went that way, so so you can you can thank Atlas for that, I guess.
死ぬときゃみんな一緒だぜ。誰も一人でなんか死なせない。
みんなで一緒です。誰も一人でなんか死なせないのです。不謹慎な話ですわね。私はそんな物騒なのごめんですわよ。
Yeah, Higurashi has a really special place in my heart. So, I don't know, I was really feeling down last month, and mostly last month, actually. And I couldn't really figure out how to get out of that funk. So I thought to myself, you know, there's this story that I really care about, and I haven't actually read the visual novel, so I thought, let's give it a try. And it took a while, but chapter 2 leaves me with the impression that I can only expect more, right?
よし、この扉、一枚向こうは死後の世界だぞ。
And I'd be justified in doing so, is what I mean.
みんなで戻るぞ。みんなでだ。
ええ、みんなでですわよ。では、行きますわよ。
She's even eating curry for lunch. I mean, are we really gonna talk shit to her right now?
あら、前原君に古出さんに北条さん、どうかしましたか？
じゃあ行くぜ。
Together now.
いいか。
Okay, so all we had to do was just talk bad about curry. We didn't have to stay there for all the time we're talking bad about it, right?
いいかじゃありませんわ。圭一さんはおとなしくしてるんですのよ。すべて私と理科でやりますから。私に今だけ命をお預け遊ばせ。ファイト、おーですよ。
あなたたち？ん
？The only time I'll trust you with my life. Okay, here we go.
やーいカレー独身貴族、ニンニク臭いぞ。
What the? Did she really just punch a child? Well, all right. That's our first gruesome death. Let's move on. I mean, I'll be honest. I like Satoko a lot more now. She's a bro.
いいですこと？スーパーというものにはタイムサービスというものがあるんですのよ。
I won't answer that actually. But you definitely get a feeling of closeness from these kinds of board games. And thanks for the bits, man.
例えば野菜炒めに欠かせない豚肉ももう少し待つと半額にまで下がるんですの。お肉やお魚は鮮度が下がったら売れませんからね。お店も売れ残さないように土壇場では安くしてくれるってわけなんですねよ。
Also, Killer Frogs. You know, if you're really enjoying Higurashi, maybe you want to join us for a visual novel club. We can get you into it.
もちろん百戦錬磨の主婦の皆様もそれを熟知していて、こうしてサービスタイムが近づいてくると。
Although I always get kind of nervous about that. Because I know the first time someone asked for a recommendation for a visual novel from me, the guy said, well, that's not entirely true. It wasn't the first time. But there was this one guy I talked to, and he was a huge fan of Doki Doki Literature Club. I'm like, okay, whatever, sure. And we talked about it, right? He liked... Well, I can't tell you because it'd be a spoiler. And so he said, all right, you know what? I'm kind of into this VN stuff, but I really want something that makes me feel the same way. and he said a specific like adjective that I won't say because it will spoil it. But then if I say the visual novel that I recommended him, wouldn't that spoil it? Fuck. Okay, now I've talked myself into a corner here. How do I do this? I recommended him an 18 plus visual novel that made me throw up. Is that enough? We never talked ever again. So
おい、どうせならこっちのお得用パックにしようぜ。お、こっちのチーズ入りにもかなり惹かれるものが。
圭一さんは経済観念が欠落しすぎですわ。
So anyway, the thing is like I want to get people into VNs. It makes me so happy when people enjoy the medium, right? But it's kind of weird right now because we're gonna be reading an 18 plus visual novel in book club, right? And if someone goes like, "Man, I love Higurashi," because there's never any gore and never any blood that's graphic, right? I'd be like, well, that'd be a weird reason not to like Higurashi or something, but I can't like have you join the book club then. That'd be kind of weird, right?
ご覧なさいませ。
Like I don't want people to have a bad impression.
予算オーバー。お金が足りないのですわよ。
くそー、ノーマルは腹いっぱいたくさん買うか、ワンランク上のチーズ入りをつつましく買うか、これはかなり悩む。
Also, I think we really need to push away from random Netflix movies because we've had a trend of nothing but bad Netflix movies.
おとなしく量を取りなさいませ。年頃の男の方は質より量を取った方が賢明でしたよ。
Because we're on a topic of recommending visual novels and stuff like that, right? And then when I think of like the shame that I feel in recommending something that people don't enjoy, I think of bad witch movies. And I didn't recommend any of them. We just all gave them a try.
佐藤は厳しすぎだよ。質も量も両方取りたい。この男心がなぜわからん。
男心でお財布は膨らみませんのよ。まったく。未練がましくガラスに貼り付かないんですの。いけませんわ。早く行かないと半額豚肉がなくなってしまいますわ。
あいてててててて。引っ張るな。襟首を引っ張るな。
Man, just thinking about it now, I've been a little bit lucky on recommendations at least. You know what? Hang on. Let's go ahead and talk about that. We're still kind of killing time with Slice of Life, right? Tell me of a time you recommended a friend or a stranger or anyone really something, and it turned out well or it didn't turn out well. I just want to hear your stories. Like for example, I recommended Dasibro 2 anime TV shows, and he actually started liking anime after that. Bakano and Full Metal Panic Fumofu were the ones that I recommended. I still haven't finished Psychopaths though. He's already ingrained in that culture. The Little Mermaid.
夕食の買い物ってのもおつなものだな。
Yeah, Bakemonogatari is really 50-50 with people I've noticed. Like, I don't like that show for its excessive fan service, but I love it for its attention to visual elements.
晩飯が楽しみになるっていうか、待ち遠しくなるっていうか。
それもまた自炊の楽しみでしたよ。お買い物のうちからもう夕食は始まっているんですもの。
野菜炒め楽しみだな。うちのお袋のメニューにはさ、野菜炒めってないんだよ。だから中華屋で外食する時くらいにしか食べられないんで、今日は本当に楽しみなんだよ。
それはお気の毒でございますこと。
I mean, a part of me wouldn't mind doing Monogatari again. I remember the first time I watched Monogatari with a stream and doing commentary. It actually kind of developed my skills for the thing that I'm doing right now in front of you.
では今日は特別に美味しいのをご披露して差し上げましたよ。
It's extremely dense. If you're willing to pause a scene and go like, okay, so here's, if you didn't understand what they were saying, they're saying this, and if you didn't get the clue, you can look at this on the screen right here to give you a reinforcement of the topic that they're on, stuff like that.
Ah, さとこならきっとうまい野菜炒めを作ってくれる。すごく楽しみだよ。
あ、とびきり美味しいのをごちそうしましたよ。楽しみにして遊ばせ。
I remember one of my friends is a huge fan of the Monogatari series, and I remember watching that and having this like huge discussion with him whenever I went to visit him, and also at Evo too. I think very fondly of that series, even though I haven't finished it. God. That's actually kind of the cool thing too. So like, if I get a recommendation from a friend, and hopefully it ends up going well, it's cool because it's a connection between, well, me and that friend, right? So it's a nice way of like bonding that way. All right, take it easy, Kyobi. Sleep well, man. Yeah, I could tell as well. I don't know. If Higurashi 2020 was directed by someone at Shaft, I guess, and it was handled by that company as well, I would have been like, oh shit, okay, let's go. No worries. I need my Shaft head tilts. Speaking of anime, there's been a lot of canceled shows for obvious reasons. So you definitely have time to visit anything that you haven't visited before. That's kind of what we're doing in After Hours, by the way. We're kind of just watching shows that we may or may not have seen before. It's mostly mainstream stuff, though. What to do next? So a few friends of mine are huge fans of Clannad, and I haven't really experienced Jin Maeda in a long time, so I said, okay, why not? Let's go. So I'm giving Clannad a try, and as you probably know, I'm not crazy about slice of life, right? So I want to kind of see how they handle that visual novel. That's really all I can really say. And so far, it actually hasn't been terrible for me. There's things to look at, even if I'm not interested in what they're saying. There's also a really obvious, I don't know how to describe it. It's kind of like momentum on the momentum with the camera to sell their jokes. So, imagine you're doing a punch, right? You punch through something. If you're taught in martial arts, that's how they show you, right? You don't punch at something, you punch through something. And the camera kind of moves as if there is physical momentum to people's words, or to show like reaction shots. And so because they do it like that, the sudden momentum change of the camera really helps in bringing energy to a scene. There's also some really obvious, not body imagery. There's some obvious connected ideas in Clannad that I've noticed already. In particular, hands. For example, hands, family, and this kind of emptiness between characters, right? And that emptiness can be a lack of something fulfilling in their lives, whether it be I lack a relationship with my dad, or I lack this feeling of being together or being wanted at school, like I exist, right? And so to cover that empty space in between two characters, there are their hands, right? Whether that be like high-fiving someone, whether it be holding hands together, whether it be more metaphorical, like we share something in between each other. And from that aspect that we share, we can take aspects of our own individual lives and learn from the lessons of each other. That's something that I've noticed already reinforced in Clannad, which makes logical sense if you think about how that story structure works. A main character goes onto certain routes, right? And then you ideally learn their individual story and you help that character. And by helping that character, you learned ideally the problems they go through, you relate to them, you empathize with them, and by doing so, the romantic relationship at the end feels genuine.
どうしましたのケイチさん。
Now, that might not actually be exactly how Clannad works, but I figure Jun Maeda is gonna kind of run that story structure again, so we'll see. I'm gonna go through the first route and see what happens.
ごめん、なんでもないよ。
Hey, Hedge, what's up, man?
なんでもないならそんな変なことしないでくださいませね。何か悪いものでも食べたんじゃないかと不安になってしまいますわ。
Which might be an interesting way of reading Higurashi now that I think about it.
へいへい、ごめんよ、さとこ。
I do know how to elaborate on an idea that I told you guys early on. It will happen, obviously, way later, but I feel like I'm saying that way too much. That's unfortunately what I have to do right now. I can't wait until more scenes where the dam just explodes and we can finally just talk more. Like the Shion Mion scene felt amazing. I'm glad that fucking happened. I'm trying to think of anything that I can mention right now to kind of give new viewers a way to read into the story, this particular chapter. The obvious thing is that Keiichi is starting to overlap with Satoshi. You get that from chapter 1, how they did the exact same actions, and now we're getting that right now with their relationship with Satoko, and I think that's pretty obvious, I know. Which emphasizes further how you can read Higurashi in terms of pairs. And on the opposite end of that, you can read, again, Higurashi in terms of, I called it splits. I'm sorry if I can't emphasize or elaborate on that. I said it at one point, but I forgot how I did it. Kind of like there's a major misunderstanding in a story that causes a split. Like, there could have been something that could have prevented this, and therefore, this horror ends up becoming a blank, right? You get that a lot in Chapter 2, and obviously you got that at the very end of Chapter 1 as well.
そうそう、俺はこういう野菜炒めを期待してたんだよ。うまい、実にうまい。この塩コショウ味のお汁がいいんだよな。実にご飯が進む。
ほらほらゲイチさん、こぼしてますわよ。そんなに焦って食べなくてもご飯は逃げませんのよ。
This is really Satoko's chance to feel like she's more mature than she is. Because in Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, didn't get a single real glimpse of this, right?
いや、逃げるぞ。出来たてほやほやの最高の味はできた瞬間からどんどん逃げていくんだ。
Okay, maybe got a little bit, but
サトコが100美味しく作ったものなら、俺はその100を丸々味わう義務がある。それがクーガーのマナーってもんだ。
それはお気持ちだけで十分ですわ。
I'm actually slowly remembering the feelings that I had when I encountered this arc in the TV show.
ですからもっと落ち着いてご飯をお食べなさいませ。
そうだな、悪い悪い。
Yeah, it's a little funny too because you figure that by streaming a visual novel, your attention is so split, right? You pay attention to the chat. You have to elaborate your ideas in your head via commentary, and focus ends up being split, right? But ultimately, I feel that when I stream VNs, I actually do pay more attention as an end result. Okay, so it's becoming normalized now. That this feels as if it were...
がっつきすぎた。ちょっとトイレに行ってくるぞ。
Wow!
ちょっとケイチさん、お食事の最中におトイレに行くのはマナー違反ですわよ。
Yeah, no kidding, man.
じゃあなんて言えばいいんだ？接近か？川屋か？お便所か？
Okay, you're teasing her, I get it. I only know like one Japanese word for toilet. It's toire, right? What? Did you really put a trap inside his house?
やかん？たらい？さとこ！
Wow. I thought we were chummy. Now we're just straight up enemies.
ほらねほらね、そろそろ引っかかってくれる頃だと思いましたわ。
まったくこいつはちょっと気を許すとこれだもんな。
The wash tubs? Okay, alright then. Yeah, I can understand that feeling. This feels... I don't know how to put it. Like a dream come true. Like, I understand wanting this. Hey Kino, what's up, man? So Kino, a bunch of my friends apparently are picking up Granblue Versus on Steam, so I might double dip into that. If that's the case, you and I can play that game, and I'll do my very best to teach you. I'm still waiting on the patch at the end of the month, though, to make that decision final. I'm still really kind of unsure. you got Battle of the Grid? How's that game? Oh, thanks for the follow, man.
あれは電話の音ではありませんの？こんな夜更けに誰でございましょう？
え？あ、本当だ。
Yo, Invada, what's up, man?
もしもし。はい、前原です。
もしもし、
Oh shit! The parents are back. Oh, maybe they'll be back?
ケイチ、お母さんだけど。
あ、なんだ、母さんか。
Alright, come home, mom. We want to make sure no scary shit happens.
何こんな時間に。
その様子だと特にトラブルもなく生活できてるみたいね。母さん、ケイチがご飯を作れなくてひもじくて寝込んでるんじゃないかと心配してたわ。
まあね、なんとかおかげで。
ご飯はちゃんと作れてる？今夜は何を食べたの？
へへ、野菜炒めとご飯と味噌汁だよ。スーパーでいろいろとお惣菜を買ったから何気におかずも豊富でさ。そうそう、聞いてよ。豚肉なんかちゃんとタイムサービスを利用して半額で買ったんだぜ。へへ、主婦の知恵っていうのかな。
Damn, I'm so proud of him, man. He's growing up.
それからそれから。
Sometimes I feel like I'm not grown up, man. God. Like today, I went up to the attic and I found the furnace. I looked at the furnace and I said, nope. There's no way I know how to fix that because I found out it was a gas furnace.
そう、しっかりやれていて母さん本当に安心したわ。そうそう、それでね、お父さんとお母さんの仕事がなんとか終わったの。明日の昼か夜には帰れると思うから。
ああ、そうなんだ。
二晩よく頑張ったわね。こっちも二晩ほとんど徹夜でね、大変だったけど、なんとか先生のイベントは穴を開けずに済みそうよ。
うん、よかったね。お疲れ。
Ah, that's right. I forgot about that. I think this is actually going to coincide with a certain something. So I jokingly said that when the parents are away, horror shit happens in Higurashi, and part of that's true, right? Having them removed from the picture makes it easier for Keiichi to be killed. Not always, though. But I want you to think about the security that a family provides in a house, right? It's kind of obvious, but that'll be applied very obviously later in the story. I say that because they're bringing it up now.
ケイチさんのご両親からですの？
ああ、明日には帰ってくるってさ。
あら、それは良かったですわね。明日のお夕食の面倒はもう見なくていいわけでございますものね。
Yeah, that's true, right? It's not always like they're gonna be there to shield you from everything. Thank God that's not the case. The story would be really weird if it were.
家族で水入らずの食卓を囲みなさいませ。
And then Keiichi's dad jumped in front of the knife from Mion, saving his beloved son.
そんなことないよ。また明日からまた無味乾燥な食卓かと思うとなんだか寂しいよ。
何を贅沢言ってますの。家族みんなで囲む食卓が一番楽しいに決まってますわ。私も昨日今日と2日間でしたけど、とても楽しいお夕食を取らせていただきましたわ。
And right, as we bring up that topic, Ryukishi enters in with her brother Satoshi running away from home came to mind immediately. The idea that at least Keiichi has someone that's coming back, right? But not necessarily Satoshi, at least the person that she cares most about. And then someone mentioned a line that was pretty strong before transitioning into this scene. Something like, I wish these days could continue forever. So
ならさ、今度は俺からサトコの家に遊びに行くよ。
So you see how this setup is working now for this particular chapter. And you have references.
うちは狭くて汚いですわよ。お台所もこんなに立派ではありませんし。
Okay, so obviously when she says house, she's thinking about where she lives with Riko, right?
俺は別に気にしないぜ。でもまあ サトコが嫌なら遠慮してもいいよ。それに俺、サトコにはまだまだ色々と教えてもらわないとな。ようやく炊飯器の使い方と味噌汁の作り方を覚えた程度だし。
それもそうですわね。これを機会にケイチさんにお料理をお勉強してもらうのもいいかもしれませんわね。
Wow, Lex. Why do I feel like you bully me all the time? We just happen to have 3 in a row bad witch movies, okay? Gotta give me a break, man. Which reminds me, I really should just begin classic movie month. So we don't like run into any random bad movies. We actually run into what's considered really important in film history. Not too early though. I don't want to start watching. I'm not even gonna mention it.
じゃあ学校の近くまで送ってやるよ。
We could watch The Room, but why?
あそこまで行けば結構街灯とかあるから大丈夫だろ。
I actually want to watch The Godfather. Again, it's been so long since I've seen that franchise that I think it wouldn't be a bad idea.
本当に大丈夫なんですのよ。
Alright, take it easy, man. Get some rest.
悪い人が現れても指一本で撃退してみせますわ。
サトコ、ごちゃごちゃ言うな。
I wonder how we're gonna do it, though. I figure that we could just throw 4 classic movies into a poll, and then we just decide that way, and then we go into the next. It probably would make sense.
にーにー。ケイチさんが兄みたいに見えただけですわ。今の言い方全然違うけど、どこか雰囲気が似てましたもので、つい。
Flip a coin? Yeah, we could. People say that I rig coin flips, though. How do you do that? I've never rigged a coin flip in my life, so we'll go by polls. Wait, Chaos. How do you cheat a coin flip? Let's go. Teach me so that I know how not to do it. Wink, wink. Okay, well, that's obvious, though. All right, so you would feel the head in your hand after you flip it, and then you choose to flip the final coin toss or not, right, to show. Yeah, that makes sense. But I feel like the way to prevent that is you have the person ask if you want to flip at the end or not. Hang on. Okay, so he's starting to notice how Satoko might be thinking, right? And this Keiichi is a lot more thoughtful than the Keiichi at the beginning of Chapter 2. So that's also another change that we have in Chapter 3. Sure, actually. If you want to read it that way, feel free to do so. The only thing that I will caution is do not disregard information from previous chapters. Okay. Okay, so we get a final line of his intention. And remember this.
さっきからずーっとニヤニヤしてますのね。
So what's that major jump? Let me think. So Keiichi in chapter 1 is extremely isolated and paranoid, and he can't see the obvious. Well, because he sees Mion and Reina and all the villagers as trying to get after him. In chapter 2, he's blind to understanding the problem with Mion and himself, and it continues into chapter 2 until finally at the very end, actually, it's way too late at that point, right? He tries to make up for it, but again, it's too late. He dies. Chapter 3, we have a new setup. We jumped from the Keiichi of chapter 2 to chapter 3. He is in a position that parallels a character that we don't know fully about, but we know it's Satoko's brother, and he's kind of doing that role now, right? He is in that relationship with Satoko, at least to some degree. What's the next step here? He is more thoughtful. Ideally, at the beginning, you get that kind of intention from his inner thoughts. So it's as if Keiichi kinda has grown from chapter 2, but we have to see how the end results and how this initial thought that he has changes as time goes forward. I think that's pretty safe to say.
俺が嬉しそうな顔をしてるとおかしいかな。
別におかしくはありませんけど。
Okay, but hang on. By saying that, though, I'm talking to myself, by the way. By saying that, wouldn't there be an implication that Keiichi from chapter 1 to chapter 2 has growth? Is that true? I mean, they're not... Okay, let me think about that. There's a lesson that he learned at the end of chapter 2. What was it? That I should have seen my friends, or like... that I'm not necessarily being isolated here. Whatever the lesson might be. Did it carry over to chapter 2? The isolation carries over, but it's for a different character. And he sees it from a different perspective. That would be the thing that carries over, in my opinion. And then I would say that his desire to want to fix things is the end result of chapter 2. What's the end result of chapter 1? Okay, isolation and paranoia. That there is a plead for someone to see what's happening in Hinamizawa and to fix that. It also happens at the end of chapter 2. Okay. I still want to say there is definitely character development, even though these chapters are cut off from one another, not chronological. I want to say that's the case. Okay, I'll think about that a little bit more.
What?
Yeah, it's gonna be something that first-time readers will have to kind of consider.
何?
But I'm thinking if that's something that I should just raise out there and just declare as something that you should pay attention to. 'Cause right now, even I'm thinking about that, right?
なんて言った?
いえ。本当にどこまでもニーニーに似てますのね、ケイイチさん。
そっか?
もちろん本当のニーニーとは全然違うんですけども、こういろいろそういうところが似てますの。本当に不思議ですわね。
似ているとニーニーを思い出して寂しくなるか?
But there's an obvious reason for why No, there isn't an obvious reason. I'm sorry. Let me try that again. There is a reason for why these stories are in a specific order, in my opinion, right? That's not even really revelatory, though. I'm just trying to say that Ryukishi is being conscious of the stories that came from before.
別に寂しくなんかありませんわ。こうしてケイチさんがニーニーの代わりになってくれますしね。その
Yeah, they start over.
リカですの？リカがニーニーの代わりになってくれってケイチさんにお願いしたんじゃありませんの？
そう思うのか？
気を悪くしないでくださいませね。リカって私には変に気を使うんですの。私はそんなに気にしていないのに。
考えすぎだよバカ。俺は俺、前原圭一だ。お前のニーニーの北条聡じゃない。
そんなのは分かってますわ。
Yeah. So I'll bring this. I'll bring this up. So what I'm trying to think of right now is, if I were Ryukishi, if I were the writer of Higurashi, right? Why would I put things in this specific order for the reader? What does the reader gain from having these previous stories read and then they enter into chapter 3, for example, right? And then I can't say this, but for the future stories, how does it work in a specific order as well?
そんなくだらない話はもういいだろう。もう遅いからとっとと帰って歯を磨いて寝ろ。
And I can't answer that right now.
ついでだから寝る前にうがいもしとけ。
And it's not really, it's not a question that I want answered because I already have something in my head as an answer. It's kind of something that I want you to think about as you're reading this story with me.
風邪の予防になっていいぞ。
それを言ったらニーニーもですわよ。ちゃんと歯を磨くんですのよ。うがいもしてお手洗いも済ませて明日の教科書を準備して、それから。
I don't know about that, Keiichi. These insects annoy the hell out of me. Man, am I the only one who feels strongly about that? Like, insect noises just really bother the hell out of me. Okay, I'm gonna save here. And I'm still gonna just keep pushing forward, actually.
Oh, そうなんだ。
Okay.
ケイちゃんの親帰ってきたんだね。
So what I'm gonna do is first I'm gonna grab some water because I'm parched. I don't actually feel all that tired, so who knows how long we're gonna go tonight? At least until 2, I guess. I'll just get some water right now. If you want to help out the stream, retweet that link, and I'll be back in, I don't know, 2-3 minutes at most. Alright, I'm back.
栄養剤臭がプンプンして目は充血してて。どうも丸二晩徹夜で相当の修羅場だったらしい。
Oh, thank you.
大人は大変だ。
圭一くんのお父さんって画家さんだったかな？
Man, I used to drink energy drinks all the time in college. Now I never touch that stuff.
画家さんも大変なんだね。
I remember the exact feeling energy drinks would give me too. Like tons of stress on my shoulders every single time I had one.
そういえばそうでしたわね。
And like 24-hour or whatever energy drinks, they're usually sold at the front counter of gas stations. Used to have that just to study. It fucking killed me, man.
一度どんな絵を描くか拝見したいものですわ。
No, it's not 24 hours. It's like 6-hour energy drink or something like that. I forgot what it was. It's a small bottle. Yeah, it's tough, man. Like, I don't envy the life of a student. It's stressful.
結局うちを開けたのは二晩。
You know, I still have NOS energy drinks somewhere in my house. I don't know where it is.
短い攻略期間だったね。で
Yeah, I mean, I used to think that I was gonna need a whole stash of NOS energy drinks because stream-related things. And then after like the 4th NOS shower and then like the 69th NOS bet, I'm like, I can't do this anymore.
ケイちゃんは異中のキャラを攻略できたのかな。両親不在はギャルゲー主人公の基本だしね。
好感度をいっぱい稼いでちゃんとフラグが立ちましたですよ。じゃあこれで圭一くんももう自炊しなくてもよくなっちゃったんだね。ゆうべは何を作ったのかな
ゆうべは野菜炒めを。
おお、ケイちゃんも少しは料理らしいものを作れるようになったじゃない。
ふーん、野菜炒めを作ったんだね。美味しくできたかなレナさん、暑苦しいですわよ。なんで私にベタベタくっつきますの？美味しいご飯に仲良くお皿を洗いっこなのです。いいのいいの。
I mean, I think it's still a fair question. Did they have erotic games in 1983? But ultimately, we know the truth that porn got invented when the internet came out.
暑苦しいと言ってますのよ。
That's when it all started.
え？何の話？そうそう。みんなさ、今日の午後に予定はあるかい？
I just realized. Can people not tell when I'm being sarcastic?
ないよね。あるわけないよね。
I guess my voice has to change to make it more obvious. I actually didn't know there was lewd Atari games. I think I looked it up though.
「お仕事ですか？ついてないのです。」何の仕事でございましょうね。お父さんの画家の仕事のお手伝いとか。
Oh, this is new? I just automatically assumed it was Neon. Okay, hang on.
お父さんの絵のモデルになるとか？モデル？
ないない。それだけは100万積まれても絶対にない。とまあ愉快な妄想は置いといてだ。とにかく俺にはちょっとお昼に仕事がある。それが終わってからの合流でいいなら OK だぞ。
お昼に仕事？
Roughly how much is a million yen? Yeah, why not?
おー、
That money can go towards a lot of good right now.
そりゃなんだかかっこよさげじゃない。なになに？ひょっとして各界の VIP との会食？ビジネスランチとか？
実に悲しいことだが正解だ。
I mean, just take it as a compliment. That's all I can say. Reina's kind of a quirky person, but she has her heart's in the right place. You know, I really don't know much about Keiichi's dad, other than, you know, he's an artist, so...
これは
Let's see.
利発そうなお子さんで
具足の圭一です。圭一、こちらは出版社の本田さんだ。そしてこちらは印刷会社の井上さん。ご挨拶しなさい。
どうもこんにちは。息子の圭一です。父がいつもお世話になっております。
圭一君もお父さんのように絵は描かれるのですか？
I mean, the way I imagine his father is he always has, like, a white beret on or something, and he's wearing a white coat, and he has... For some reason, he has a palette in his hands, always.
圭一君の絵もぜひ拝見したいな。
Bob Ross, yeah. Let's go with that. I'm sorry, man. I just think of him as a Bob Ross artist.
圭一君もお父さんに指示してしっかり勉強すればきっとお父さんのような素晴らしい作家になれますからね。
ここだけの話ですけど、親父ってそんなにすごい画家なんですか？
ええ、それはもう本当に素晴らしい作家さんなんですよ。
I'm honestly not really sure how to react to that.
そうですか。それは良かったです。
購入制限はないし、ファンサービスはするし、
What?
ファンレターには必ずお返事をくれるし、
Okay.
世間のニーズもちゃんと汲み取っていて研究熱心。靴下は脱がしたら絶対に NG。
I still don't know how to react to this. Dad, what do you... I kind of thought you'd want to ask.
それはメガネや制服だって同じなんですよ。
Okay, now I need to ask.
そこを前原先生はよく理解している。
Dad, what do you do for a living?
イベントは参加ごとに必ず壁で大行列だし。
すみません。絵ってのは壁に飾るものじゃないんですか？
そんなことはない。それは誰もが島中から始めるんです。そして島角、大通りの島角と階段を登って、そして至る頂点が壁なんです。あなたもぜひ前原先生と合体で出展できるような大作家になってくださいね。応援していますよ。
Part of me is already shaking, actually, but okay. Yeah, let's not ask anymore. Yo, Johyun, thanks so much for the host, man.
ケイチ、電話よ。お友達から。
もしもし。俺。
もしもし俺
Oh shit. Okay, what's up, Sadako?
なんて挨拶はございませんですわよ、ケイチ。もう少し言葉遣いをお勉強なさいませ。
Yeah, I was about to say the exact same thing. Who's Satoko to... Okay, anyway.
なんだ、サトコじゃねえか。お前が俺のところに電話してくるなんて珍しい。
のんきなことを言ってる場合ではありませんのよ。それよりもケイチさん、あなたいつになったらこっちに来れますの？
悪い。こっちもなんだか長引いちゃってさ、なかなか解放してもらえないんだよ。俺も早く部活に加わりたいんだけどさ。
違いますですわよ、ケイチさん。今日は部活ではありませんわ。実践ですのよ。
Okay, I know exactly what this is.
実践？なんだか穏やかな話じゃないな。どういう状況なんだ？
詳しくは後からの説明にいたしますわ。とにかく絶対的な危機なんですの。このままでは負けてしまうでございますわ。
Wow, that's not how you start a conversation, scam heart.
おう、わかった。すぐに火星に行くぜ。
Alright, I know exactly who this is. It's the bully.
沖宮小学校のグラウンドですわ。駅まで来れば看板があるからわかりますですわよ。とにかく大急ぎです
の。わかった。すぐ行く。武器も持って行った方がいいか。金属バットでも持っていくか。
金属バットをお持ちですの？それは心強いですわよ。お待ち申し上げておりますですわ。
おう、ケイイチ、探したんだぞ。こちらの出口さんがな、ぜひ次のコピー紙で。
そんなことより。
Okay, alright, I have an idea now.
バットないかな。金属バットなければ長物なら何でもいいや。
長ければ何でもいいなら、父さんのゴルフクラブが物置にあるぞ。
サンキュー、それ借りるよ。俺ちょっと友達のところに行かなきゃならない用事ができちゃったんだ。ごめん。
ケイイチ、待ちなさい。
こんにちはなのですよ。
Aren't you supposed to be on a bike?
おう、リカちゃんか。
ケイイチ、早かったです。
Maybe she's really fast as a runner, and she's also ringing a bell. I'll go with that.
いっぱいいっぱい急いだですね。
すまん。沖宮小学校ってのはどこだ？
ご案内しますです。ついてくるですよ。
I wish Higurashi Daybreak were still playable, because that would be fun to play with just random people.
急にサトコに呼び出されたんだが、一体どういうことになってるんだ？
I'm also almost certain that game probably has touch of deaths.
はじめはこちらが優勢だったのです。ところが途中から向こうが助っ人を入れてきたのです。ズルなのです。みんなバッタバッタと打ち取られましたのです。歯が立たないのですよ。
とにかく詳しい話は後だ。時間がないんだろ。急いでくれ。
お任せなのです。
You know, that kind of reminds me. Does Comic Cat still release? Sorry, does Comic Cat still release like Dojin games? Because that's kind of how you would play, you know, Toho back in the day. I haven't had one of those in a long time.
活メンバー総がかりで勝てない？一体そりゃどんな化け物なんだ。
すごいのです。敵は正統派なのですよ。もう圭一だけが頼みの綱なのですよ。
Well, I mean, it certainly revived interest, so even I'm interested in Grand Blue versus again.
ミオン、レナ、サトコ、今行くからな。俺がまとめてぶっ潰してやるぜ。ついてこいリカちゃん。男前原圭一のバンプ不当な大活躍を見せてやるぜ。
ああ、圭一がとても頼もしいのです。ゴルフクラブで大暴れなのです。
She's definitely not as ignorant as Gran.
でも圭一、どうして今日はゴルフクラブなのですか？
仕方ないだろう。俺も最初はバットの方がいいと思ったんだが、うちでバットなくってさ、素手よりははるかにマシだと思って、せめてゴルフクラブを持ってきたんだ。
えらいのですよ。圭一をなでなでしてあげますです。ゴルフクラブで大暴れが楽しみなのですよ。
おい、ふざけてる場合かよ。え？
レフト、あー抜けた。回れー、二塁いけるぞ。二塁
センター落ち着いて、三塁へ送って。
圭一くん来てくれたよ。さとこちゃん、圭一くん来てくれたよ。遅すぎですわ。油を売るのはガソリンスタンドだけで十分でございますのよ。
その前原君って子は本当に助っ人になれるんですか？
Oh shit, okay. New portrait? It's time for our favorite game. What the fuck? He looks... That forehead though, what the? It's like a perfect... It's a perfect... Oh, it's... What?
相手はあの強豪校のエース、左腕の亀田君ですよ。
Okay, original art. Oh yeah, there it is. That's what I'm talking about. That forehead space. Also, why are you leaning forward? What the fuck? I mean, I guess it's the same question as why is Rena leaning forward, but...
甲子園クラスの投手を打ち崩せるなんて、一体どんな助っ人なんです？
Yeah, that weird arch.
大丈夫です。圭一くんならきっと逆転させてくれますよ。本当に頼もしい人なんです。あんなヘナチョコピッチャーなんか圭一さんには目じゃないですのよ。
Oh god, they're...
あんな球楽勝でバックスクリーンを越してくださいますわ。
Sounds like the boys are talking up a storm. Here we go.
どれが前原圭一だ？お、写真。
圭一さん、こっちですわよ。 圭一くん、
Look, no one explained to him, okay?
おう。
一つ聞いてよろしいですの？
野球の試合なら初めからそう言
私言いませんでした？第一バット持ってグラウンドに来いって言ったら野球以外に何を思いつくわけですの？というか何をどう間違ったらゴルフクラブを持ってくるって発想になるわけでございますの？
Look, it's the next best thing. He didn't have a baseball bat, okay?
きっとね暗いムードになったチームを明るくして盛り上げようとして圭一くんがわざとやってくれたんだと思うな。圭一はゴルフが大好きなのですよ。なでなで。
リカちゃん、なんでさっき駅で会った時野球だって教えてくれなかったんだよ。
I mean, I know if I were Rika, I wouldn't tell him either.
そうすりゃ赤っ端を書かずに済んだのに。
ニパ
Oh, no, no, no! You're missing the message, Coxtum, because she's so innocent. She never would have thought that he was doing something wrong.
というわけでこれはお仕置きだ。
I relate to this character.
レナ、
ーミもらったレナがもらったんだよ。かわいいよ。
Okay. What the?
リカちゃんかい。
That's an image.
リカちゃんかい。何があったかは存じませんけど、リカが自業自得のようですわね。
Honestly, that's what I do with my cat. I rub my face into its fur.
ああ、俺も最近ようやくリカちゃんがただ可愛いだけじゃないと悟ったぞ。
圭一君に許可をもらったんだよ。お持ち帰り。
ところで貞子、緊急の呼び出しってのは野球ってことなのか？
Wow, rude. Rude heart.
ええ、そうですわ。ご家族でホームパーティーだったんですって。悪いことをしましたわね。でもこういう時は家族よりも仲間の危機の方が最優先と決まっていますのよ。
それでその危機的状況というのはどんな具合なんだ？6対7ってことは負けてるのがうちのチームってことか。ん？9回の裏で2アウト？
What does that mean? 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth? So, I guess we're near the end of the game, and 3 outs and then you switch teams or something like that, right?
なんだなんだ？
Okay, got it. It's the very end.
この試合もうほとんど終わりかけてるじゃないかよ。
And 6 to 7 means the score, right? So all he has to do is just score 1 to tie it up.
圭一さんがもっと早く来ればもう少し余裕がありましたのよ。ここまで引き伸ばすのにどれだけ苦労したとお思いですの？
Well, is anyone on like the plates?
わかったよ悪かったよ。で俺の仕事はなんだ？ピンチヒッターでもやるのか？ならば任せろ。こう見えても俺引っ越す前は結構バッティングセンターに通ってたんだぞ。親父が憂さ晴らしに行くときよく付き合わされてさ。ミートバッティングだったらそこそこの自信が。ちょっと待ておい。
Okay, so this guy's really good.
今の凄まじい剛速球は一体なんだ？
驚いた？うん。あれ本物の甲子園ピッチャーなんだよ。スポーツ新聞でも有名な高校野球のエース、左腕の亀田君って知らない？
悪いけど知らん。でミヨン、お前なんだよその格好は。
途中から来た圭一君には最初から説明がいるよね。
Oh, by the way, quick question. I'm gonna hit a button right now. Tell me if you hear it. Did you hear it?
お、なんだリカちゃんはもういいのか？
Okay.
可愛いのいっぱい楽しんだよ。ほよほよでやわやわでふにふに。
Okay, that's good. That means my mixer still works.
ほっぺだけでご飯3杯はいける。みー、もうお嫁に行けないのです。
じゃあ説明を頼む。何をどう間違えたらこんな草野球対決に甲子園ピッチャーのリリーフが登場するんだ？
That's a pretty fair question. Why is there someone who's actually aiming to be a professional baseball player here?
うん。
Well, that's what Koshien means, right? That's a league of some sort?
最初はね、普通の野球対決だったの。
ひなみ沢ファイターズと沖宮タイタンズはささやかながらも因縁の対決でさ、今回もささやかに大盛り上がりしてたわけ。
まあ平たく言えば学校対決ですわね。ひなみ沢と沖宮の学校の因縁試合なんですの。因縁って言ってもまあ和気あいあいとしたものなんだけどね。
でそれになんでうちの部活メンバーが参加してるんだ？
Okay, so still a pretty big deal.
ユニフォームを着てるやつもいれば私服のやつもいるし。
In fact, a very big deal.
そもそも俺たちって野球部ってわけじゃないだろう。
つまり、割といい加減なの。
今日たまたまチームに欠員が出たって言うんでさ、それじゃあせっかくだからって言って急遽私たちが乱入することになったってわけよ。
リカちゃんに聞いた話だと最初のうちは押しまくってたらしいじゃないか。
ミーはすごいバッターなのですよ。右へ左へホームランなのです。
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry, Mion.
ええ、ミオンさんが登場するたびに走者一掃の大ホームランが飛び出すんですの。さとこと違ってちゃんとバットにボールが当たるのですよ。いいかみー。
まあなんとなく話は分かった。あの甲子園ピッチャーが登場するまでは楽勝ムードだったというわけだ。
そういうこと。序盤は完全にうちのチームの流れでね、点にはならないまでもガンガン出塁して攻めまくってたんだけどね。
たまたまね、今日の試合にあの亀田くんが見物に来てたの。
Okay. Yeah, exactly. It's a casual baseball game, but there's... Exactly. Alright.
メダは小さい頃沖宮タイタンズにいたことがあるのだそうです。
話は見えてきたでしょ。昔のチームが劣勢になって、つまりそれで飛び入りでリリーフ登板することになって。
Did anyone score after he became pitcher?
もうバッタよ。出塁はおろか、ファールも打てないありさまなわけ。
Okay, alright.
でも甲子園ピッチャーの乱入なんて草野球の試合でずるいですわよ。
It is childish. He doesn't belong here. What the fuck? I mean, at least, like, our crew had to fill in spots.
お、富田君に岡村君じゃないか。君たちも野球チームだったのか。
前原さん
岡村のバットは今日のためにお父さんがプレゼントしてくれたそうなのですよ。いっぱい今日のために素振りとかしてきましたのよ。富田さんなんかやりすぎて手の皮がむけちゃって、ほら気の毒に。
Okay, alright. I don't know how fast baseballs can go. But, God, it always scares me. If a baseball can go really, really, really fast, what if it hits you by accident? You have to be a really good pitcher, right? So they wouldn't do that normally.
あいつ、こいつら相手にも本気で投げやがったのか。
I know when I was really bored, I did play a baseball video game. And like I said, I was really bored, so I started aiming pitches towards the opponent computer.
レナはこんなの大人げないと思う。
I also remember playing someone in a soccer game, and I would purposely tackle the players. So stupid. So you can slide, and I think it must have been FIFA or some shit. So so stupid. You can slide tackle and try to steal the ball, but I wasn't trying to steal the ball. I was just trying to tackle him. Oh man, that shit's so stupid.
というわけよ。
Oh god.
こうなったらやるしかないでしょ。
Yeah, and baseballs are pretty thick too, so it would really hurt.
実戦態勢で。
ああ、どうやら本気で行くしかないな。
If a pitcher ends up hitting a batter with a baseball, what happens?
でね、本気で言ってみたの。それでみーちゃんが大自爆して。
Well, I don't know what dead ball means. Does it mean they get a free run?
自爆って一体何をどう自爆したらこんなに大怪我できるんだ？
They get a free base. Okay.
説明するととてつもなく長いですわね。一つ言えるのはここまでして戦果なしということぐらいですわね。
So you're saying strategically, if you really think a batter is good, you can throw the ball at them and give them a free base?
ここまで体を張ったのに1点も入れられないなんて。
That sounds really messed up.
せっかくの秘策も台無しでかわいそうなのです。
でもまあ失敗したおかげでまだ野球でいられるんだろ。
ちょっとみーちゃんの奥の手は野球らしくなかったと思うかな。こうなっては仕方ないでございましょう。
What does throwing a miss mean? Does it mean like throw the ball onto the ground and then try again, throw the ball on the ground, etc.?
ここは正々堂々野球らしく決着をつけるしかないということですわ。
そうそう、野球らしく蹴りをつけないとね。
野球らしくってのが引っかかるぞ。
I mean, I really appreciate you guys explaining this to me because I don't understand baseball, so having some context here does matter.
野球らしく見えれば手段は問わないってことだろ。
私たちの部の新庄だしね。そういうことですわね。
Well, I mean, it's kind of weird for me, right? Because I actually have many friends who are into sports, but I have no idea. I don't even understand why they like sports. Like for me, the only sports I ever enjoyed watching were boxing and martial arts, if you consider it a sport.
手段を選ばないことこそ我が部の美徳でございましたよ。
And that's partly because of my background too.
でもカメラがずらーりといるからなかなかズルはできないのです。
What? Sports are totally a thing, even now. Have you not seen professional wrestling with empty auditoriums? That shit is the best. $5 to watch that, man. Let's go.
そうそう、
Oh my bad. $9.99.
それがネックだったんだよ。これだけの囚人監視があるとなかなか大胆な手が取れないし。いてててててて。
みーちゃんの手は決しておしとやかだとは思わなかったけどな。
じゃあここで本題に戻るぞ。今我がチームは1点差で負けてるんだよな。
Okay, Keiichi. I'd be... Alright, you know what? Go ahead, man.
しかももう9回の裏でアウトも2個取られちゃってるの。
おじさんの作戦がうまくいってれば今頃は満塁のはずなんだけどな。
失敗した作戦を嘆いても始まりませんですのよ。へこたれず次の手を打ってこそ我が部でございましたよ。
さとこがなかなか威勢がいいじゃないか。ってことは何か奥の手があるってことか。
God, this song is killing me.
ケイチくん、この子を誰だと思ってるのかな。さとこちゃんだよ。北条さとこちゃん。
私が仕込んだとはいえ末恐ろしく成長してくれたもんだよ。僅差を制することに関しては私でも舌を巻く時があるね。
Well, no, it didn't. I would say that the TV show actually had a really good array of music.
ちなみに次の打者がミーでその次の打者がさとこなのです。
Which is actually one of the most exciting things for an adaptation. I love seeing if they can adapt not just the source material, but the music or make new original soundtracks too. Because I can tell you, man, some VNs are mad limited on their music.
ねえ、勝てそうな気がしてきたでしょ。
I'm sorry, FinestKO, man. I cringe every single time I hear sad piano music.
どういう仕掛けか想像もつかんが絶対何かの罠だと断言できる。
Sad scene, insert sad piano song.
俺が敵のピッチャーなら絶対に敬遠だ。そのさとこが俺を呼び出した。なるほど、読めてきたぜ。
ワクワクするね。さとこちゃんどんなことをするのかな。僕もさとこのさよならホームランが楽しみなのです。
そのためにはケイちゃんの働きが欠かせない。
Well, I mean, it's more than just the track itself, right? It's how it influences the scene, and having a variety really helps with a certain mood.
わかるね。これが逆転の最後のチャンス。絶対に失敗できない。
It's like when I mentioned Steins Gate, it's a great visual novel. I enjoyed it myself. The only issue that I had with it, the major one by the way, was also, well, no, I had other issues, but one of the major ones was the limited soundtrack, and so it felt like songs themselves had to be stretched to the point of breaking.
分かってるぜそんなこと。見てろ、俺とサトコででっかい大逆転を拝ませてやるぜ。
ではケイチさん、これから手順を説明しますわ。ちょっとお耳を拝借しましたよ。
Yeah, undoubtedly. Umaneko's music is wonderful. I still listen to it.
前原さんと北条は何を話してるんだろう。
委員長みたいにとんでもない奥の手で自爆しないことを祈るよ。
The thing is, I actually don't remember any Sukonia music. I'll tell you a song that I remember from Umaneko. I remember... God, what was it called? Dream End something? Marionette something? I don't know. I know it's not the full name, but there's certain scenes that are associated with a specific song that immediately makes me remember something.
大丈夫だよみんな。
I remember Happy Maria.
ケイチ君ならきっとやり遂げてくれるから。
でも竜宮さん、いくら北条が得意の罠にはめようとしても。
And there are like 3 songs I remember in Higurashi. At least a TV show, but to be fair, they were kind of obvious, I think.
まあみんな黙って見てなって。面白いゲームが見られるからね。代打が出ます。私、園崎美音に代わって前原圭一で。
本当に彼で大丈夫なんですか？
Yeah, there's one specific song from Higurashi that I think everyone, not everyone knows, but like it's super famous that even if you don't know Higurashi, you know that song. At least if you're within like the VN community or like the Nico Nico community, or I'm not sure if like Western anime fans might know.
ケイチ君は甘く見ない方がいいですよ。
I mean, I told you that story, right? Where I would go to the student lounge to study, and there was this random girl who played piano there, and she played. I can say the name. You, dear you. Okay, all right, Satoko, thank you. Okay.
Nanda, 誰かと思えば大ピンチヒッター様じゃないか。
Okay.
ケイチ君、うまくやれるかな。大丈夫でしたよ。 本気の圭一さんならこんなの朝飯前ですわ。
A part of me wishes that she didn't even say anything. A part of me wishes that Rena says this line,
圭一くん、うまくやれるかな。
and the only thing that appears is Satoko's sprite with this expression, and she says nothing. I mean, that would be unintentionally funny.
本当に前原さんはあのピッチャーを攻略できるんですか？
Hey Leo, what's up, man? How you doing? I'm doing all right. I was looking forward to Higurashi tonight, so I'm glad that I'm doing it. And I still don't feel tired, so I'm gonna go on as long as I can.
あんたたちケイちゃんと同じクラスで生活してて何にも感じないわけ？彼はね、ゆくゆくはあの力で世界を制するかもしれない。
What does this face look like in different sprites again? Yeah, it has to be that wide grin. I'm sorry. That expression doesn't do it for me. And I like this expression, though. This one's really fucking hilarious. But this wide smirk is so good.
ケイちゃんと組めば世界制覇は容易だな。
世界？
悪い、ちょっとよく聞こえなかった。もう一度言ってくれるか？
もう一度だけ言う。俺たちを勝たせろ。
バカも休み休み。俺たちを勝たせろだ。お前正気か？
俺からの要求は伝えた。返事はどっちだ？イエスかノーか？
そんなの迷うまでもない。誰がお前らを勝たせるもんか。お前の頭は少し変じゃないのか？
亀田君、君にとって勝利は何だ？
Okay, alright. We already have the entire scene in this chapter where he bullshits his way to victory in like a court classroom. I'm looking forward to this.
決まってる。尊く絶対的で至上目的だ。それは他の何にも変えられない。
スポーツマンらしい返事だな。勝利こそ絶対。何にも変えられないってわけだ。
そんなのは当たり前だろ。どんな脅しにも買収にも勝利を放棄させるような対価は存在しない。
ならば聞くべきじゃないのか？それほど尊い勝利を放棄させるに値するどんな対価が提供されるのかを。
何をバカなことを。そんなもの存在するわけがない。
君は雑誌のインタビューに好物は焼肉で嫌いなものは甘いものだと答えたらしいが。
You know what's funny? Whenever I think about what's considered manly food, I actually think back to this, and I think back to this reading that I have of an author that I like drinking daiquiris. So, here we go.
それは嘘じゃないのかい？
Here we go.
何？
例えば君が焼肉食い放題に行ったとする。君が皿に持ってくるのは一体何だ？ロースかカルビか牛タンの山か？違うよな。君が持ってくるのは肉じゃない。食い放題のプリンやゼリーやケーキなのだ。
Oh, God, man. If I could have any food I want right now, I'd actually go for dessert.
女の子が喜びそうな綺麗で可愛らしくて愛くるしいそんな洋菓子が大好きなんだよな。
You know, since we're on this topic about food, if there's one food item that you could have right now, what would it be? For me, it's a lemon bar. I really want a lemon bar.
違う
Or a flan.
俺が好きなのは豪快な骨付きの
違う。お前が好きなのは色とりどりのクリームで優しく優しく可愛らしく盛り付けられたデザートなのだ。まるでフリルやリボンで飾り付けられた無垢な汚れを知らぬ少女を連想させる、そんな透き通った少女のような可愛いデザートを、ニキビだらけの欲望丸出しのスポーツ狩りが怪我するようにバリバリとむしゃむしゃと。うわー、言うなー。そうだ、お前はデザートを食べてめでているんじゃない。怪我し蹂躙ししゃぶり尽くしているだけ。お前はデザートを怪我して楽しんでいるだけなんだ。
Wow, you're bringing shame to a guy liking desserts.
もうダメだ、知られてしまった。俺の密かな楽しみが知られてしまった。もう生きていけない。死ぬしか死ぬしか。バカ野郎、命を粗末にするな。
What?
こんな変なことを考えてデザートを食べているのはきっと
Wait, you actually do?
世界で俺だけだ。
Alright.
俺は爽やかなスポーツマンのふりをした隠れスケベなんだ。
そうだ、お前はスケベだ。わめくな亀だ。男がスケベで何が悪い。
A single tear falls from my right eye.
男はすべからくスケベだ。だがそれを認めるか否かで男の器は天と地の差を持つのだ。お前は自分に素直だった。それを自慢していい、威張っていい、自分を誇りに思え。そうだ、そして俺はお前に感銘を受けたのだ。デザートはただ単に食後に食べる甘いもの。今までずっとそう思ってた。それは間違ってた。お前がそれを教えてくれたんだ。お前に出会ったおかげで俺は明日から同じデザートを一味も二味も違った味わい方ができるようになるだろう。例えばいちごのショートケーキ。いちごのショートケーキの地味さは、そうだ、どこか古風なロックメーカー華やかなりし頃の正統派のメイドを思わせる。
Is it really? Okay.
スカートが短いこびた近代メイドじゃないぞ。正統派の清掃の本格派。いちごしかありません。こんなものしかご用意できませんが、どうかご賞味くださいませ。というつつましやかさがいいよな。ご賞味くださいませ。燃える。
Yes, you're right. Angel Morts. Hella sus.
いちごしかないからこそ柔らかく主張したクリームのデコレーションはさしずめ、フリルやレース、刺繍飾りのようなものだよな。それを上品な貴族のご主人様のようにフォークで切り分け、いやいや、それを下劣に油汗を浮かせた悪のご主人様のようにしゃぶりつくところがワイルドなのか。
Oh my god, I'm actually following this imagery.
いや、それよりイチゴを取った後のくぼみの方がいけてる。
Oh god, please! I understand!
そこに舌を這わせたら、ああ、それってどんな味なんだよ。
いちごを取った後のく
俺もう辛抱できないや。帰りはエンジェルモートでショートケーキを開けるまで見つめて。
Please! Oh my god!
俺のためだけに美しく着飾った少女たちを、身を寄せ合って震える少女たちを一人ずつ順番に。
What is this voice acting? It's so good.
一つ食べるごとに次はどの子にしようかと顎をこうふいと持って品定めをして。
めでるように顎をこうクイッと持って。
カメだ、もう一度だけ言う。俺たちを勝たせろ。
でもそれは。
Let me read that one more time. It's out of curiosity. Alright.
ならもういい。お前には頼まん。もういいや。この試合は負けだ負け。もうこんな試合どうでもいいや。そんなことより試合が終わったらエンジェルモートに行ってフリルとリボンで西洋人形のように飾られた美少女たち食い放題で行こうかな。
What is that laugh?
今夜は豪華に徹底的に食い散らかしじゃ
食い放題。
俺が間違ってました。どうした亀田君、言いたいことがあるならはっきりと言え。
こんなあなたみたいな人に出会ったのは初めてです。俺は今まで自分はどこか変じゃないかとずっと思って隠れて楽しんできたのに。
何を躊躇するか歪償が。さっき言ったはずだ。認めるか否かが男の分岐路なのだ。貴様は胸を張れるべき男。さあ手を差し出せ。自らの偉大さを示してみろ。俺と一緒に俺たちの世界を認めるんだ。
You know, I know Keiichi's duping him, but at the same time, I'm like, wow, this is something else. I really hope that they go to Angel More after this and just bond over dessert. You know what? You're right. It's not really duping. This is his honest spirit, his true passion. I've been convinced. I believe it. Really? Wow.
じゃあ後でな。とりあえず試合は今話した通りの手はずで頼むぜ。
待ってくれ。せめてあんたの名前を聞かせてくれ。
俺か？俺の名は前原圭一。いや
Okay.
俺のことはケイと呼べ。
Alright.
ケイ。
聡子より圭一さんへ。守備はどうでございましたの？
圭一より聡子へ。交渉は成功。エンジェルモートで俺と奴のデザート食い放題で妥結した。ミオ、 問題ないな。
エンジェルモートにデザート食べ放題で2席ね。了解。手配しとくよ。
Damn.
どういう風に交渉したのか実に気がかりなのです。
They delivered on that scene. I thought to myself, slice of life. Let's just get through it and go to the real nitty gritty in Higurashi, right? But I've actually really been enjoying this.
きっとデザートの美味しい話で盛り上がったに違いないかなはう。
どうした亀田君、今日は不調かな？
Oh shit, he actually gets a sprite? Hang on. It's only in one version. He's a ghost in the others.
この程度の球じゃ笑っちゃってバットを振る気にもならないぜ。
おのれ。
直球投手に小細工は不要だよ、亀田君。こんなカーブに引っかかってくれるのかい？この辺りのバッターは。
Okay, so that's how they sell it. I got it.
どうした亀田君、そんなにど真ん中が怖いのかい？まさか天下の亀田君がフォアボールなんてことはないだろうな。
くそー。
何者だよ、あの前原圭一って男は。あの剛速球を前にしてここまでの余裕とは。
叶わないと見て空威張りをしてるだけさ。あんな不真面目そうな男にあの亀田が打たれるはずはない。
いや、私ははったりとは思えないな。超一流は同じく超一流を見抜くという。
Oh my god, they're reading into this.
あの亀田は紛れもなく超一流。ならばこそあの謎の男の進化を見抜ける。
まさか本当に？
きっと本人はもう野球に魅力を失い、ゴルフへの転向を希望しているのだろう。
What? Excuse me?
天才スラッガー、ゴルフ界へ移籍か。
ボール、これでフルカウントだぞ。
さとこ、これどう見てもやりすぎだぞ。
Nah, man. Ham it up. I love this shit.
頑張れでございましたよ、圭一さん。明日の休会はいただきですわ。
ボール、フォアボール。臆したか亀田君、見損なったぞ。
ケイさん、これでバッチリ筋書き通りですよね。
Okay, please.
ああ、でかしたぞ亀田君。この調子で次のバッターも頼むぞ。こんな試合とっとと終わらせて。
早く食べ放題に行きましょうよ。
He walked over during the game for an interview? What?
この亀田君との決着は甲子園でつけるつもりですか？
Oh my god!
甲子園？俺は日本球界なんて初めから興味ないんだ。悪いな。
よっしゃ、作戦通りケイちゃんが出塁したね。
次はさとこちゃんの打順だね。どうするんだろう。
I mean, if you want to feel a lull right now, this is what we got.
どうするんだろう。さあ、でっかいホームランでサヨナラ勝ちですわよ。
Okay. How do you sell this? Oh shit! Yo, thanks for the gift sub.
亀田さん、いらっしゃいませ。
Duke's up. With hands like these, how could she ever miss?
バカにするな。俺を誰だと思っているんだ？ケイさん。いや、前原さんならともかく、お前ごときに遅れなど取るものか。
Oh shit, okay. This wasn't in the TV show, I think. I'm pretty sure it's not. So hang on. I have no idea how this is gonna go.
お前ごときに本気で投げても仕方がないな。チャンスだ。次の一球は下投げでのんびり投げてやる。一発くらいヒットを打ってお母ちゃんに自慢できる種にさせてやる。
ああ、いい感じだぞ。実にさりげない。
いえいえ、計算ほどではとてもとても。
Oh, since we're nearing the sub game choice, I'm gonna let you guys know that I'm gonna be focusing still on Final Fantasy VII. When the sub game choice hits 100, I'll have a poll for us to vote on, and we'll make a choice ideally after 7.
でもケイさん、いくら手を抜いて投げてもこの子本当に打てるんですかね。
いいからお前は決められた通りに投げろ。俺にはなんとなく分かってる。
This has a CG to it? What?
手加減の球を投げなさいな。大ホームランにして差し上げますわ。
Oh shit. It was always part of the plan. What? Wow, I'm impressed.
走る必要もありませんわね。あはははは。ほらほ をしてますのケイチさん。
I mean, you can just walk now.
二塁は向こうでございますのよ。
さとこお前野球得意なんだろう。
You're right. She does. Okay. Huh. I mean, at the same time, though, hitting a home run isn't easy, even as a free ball, right?
それを全て大振りの凡退だ。しかも亀田くんが登場する前からだろ。たくつくづく最後の最後に何か仕掛けるやつだな。
いつも言ってましたよ。罠は一つ。それも最後の最後で本当にさりげないくらいで十分なんでしたよ。
Man, actually, I would enjoy playing board games with Satoko. This is the shit that's normal for me when we play board games. That is super fun. Like, everyone's trying to win, and it will do, like, hilarious underhanded shit. You know, a part of me really feels that I should stream our board games. But at the same time, I like that kind of small moment with just the friends. So we can kind of... I mean, that's not to say that like these streams aren't special, but I kind of like those moments just as it is, you know? I'll think about it more. We'll see.
どうだ見たかよ富田くん、見事ひっくり返してやったぜ。
レナもかっこよかったと思うよ。
なんのこんなの軽い仕事だぜ。
さとこもあっぱれ。最後は豪快に決めてくれたね。
私を誰だとお思いですの？
Yeah, honestly, yeah, I find it kind of funny that a bunch of the FGC, that's my group of friends essentially, right? And we are just playing board games. It's super fun.
ケイちゃんも見事だったよ。よくあの亀田を口説き落とせたね。
口先の魔術師なのです。
リカちゃんそれ褒め言葉じゃないと思うな。
Yeah, but like my favorite board games are the ones that naturally make a story out of them. And I don't mean the story that's provided by the game, but like the interaction between players creates a story, right?
しかし本当にケイチさんでなくてはできない荒技ですわね。私にはとても真似できませんわ。
I won't tell you which game I played, but there's a story that I still remember to this day, which was I'll be very vague about it because I don't want to spoil. There's this board game that we played where it has about 5-ish players, right? And there's a strategy that exists since the dawn of time with this game. And I used that strategy very effectively, and I buffed a specific region on the board. And then the very next game, they nuked they nuked that region, and then they nerfed it. And I was like, really, guys?
ぜひ今度私にもご教示いただきたいですわね。
That's the kind of people that I play with, right? So I pretty much made the specific region on the board as hard as possible to enter, and I buffed it with my name so that I would always get like this stupid position. And then the very next game, they all decide to like collude and nuke me, and I'm like, really?
あんな荒技をサトコがこなしたら想像するのも恐ろしい。くれぐれも真似はしないでくれよな。
But that's the kind of fun of it, right? Where like if everyone's trying to win and people are willing to collude, it's so much fun. Because when people are willing to collude, it means that you're also willing to have discussion. And I'm like, all right, guys, I know that right now you're united. Now, doesn't that feel nice? Okay, this is kind of like the spiel that I had. All of you are together holding hands as friends. But the moment that you nuke me and destroy me, peace ends. I am the necessary evil in this world. Think about it. If you nuke me, you'll go back to violence. You'll go back to endless war. If you really think about it, I am the reason that all of you are friends today. Would you want to end that kind of friendship built upon trust? No, right? You wouldn't want to do that. So don't choose to nuke me. Aim those nukes at each other as a sign of friendship.
いや、まさか本当に勝てるとは。
I love that bullshit spiels that you can do in board games. It's so much fun.
驚きましたよ。
さとこなら撃てるって言ったでしょ。全然信じてくれないんだからな。
それにケイチくんだってすごかったでしょ。ケイチくんってここ一番で本当に頼りになる人なんですよ。
Yeah, so pretty much all these like slice of life elements in Higurashi are reminding me what it's like actually to have that group of friends in like high school, for example. And when you play board games, I have that kind of relation too, you know? It's super fun.
いやー、ゴルフクラブで乱入してきた時は本当に大丈夫かと思いましたけど、あの亀田くんとの行き詰まる攻防は手に汗を握りましたよ。
さて監督、約束ちゃんと覚えてるよね。
I guess the negative and the positive of playing with a specific group of friends for board games is that everyone starts to understand each other's mentalities and like strategy, right? So whenever Scott goes like, I smell bullshit in the air, must be Koopa, like damn it. Like what? Why?
ケイチくん、これで明日はバーベキュー大会だよ。
It reminds me of like this one board game that we played, and like I actually wasn't the killer that time around, right? And I'm like, damn it, Scott only suspects me. He can't take the truth anymore.
なんだ
I mean, think of how many times I've had to backstab you for someone to just like automatically assume that you're always the culprit.
バーベキュー大会？おいおい、一体どういう話になってるんだ？
Oh man.
今日の試合に勝てたら高級お肉いっぱいのバーベキュー大会を振る舞ってくださるって約束になってましたの。亀田さんの登場で一時は危うかったですが、圭一さんの活躍で見事獲得できましたのよ。入江は大散財でかわいそなのです。
参ったな。でも約束ですからね。
私たちは食うときは情け容赦なく食うからね。何しろ育ち盛りだし。はっいいかいみんな、明日は徹底的に食いまくるよ。
Man, this feeling that I'm getting from Higurashi right now, first, I wasn't expecting it, right? Because I'm not crazy about slice of life whatsoever. But it reminds me of how I felt when we first read Muv-Love, the very first story. And I was like, it's gonna be boring. Like, nothing really to interest me there. And I actually had the most fun. It's kind of nice to get this yeah, exactly. It's nice to get this feeling of nostalgia, right? And then we're all just kind of chilling here and talking about things that made us happy. I can share stories here and there.
参ったな。でも仕方ないね。約束ですから。お肉とかを買いにお買い物に行かないとな。
監督、約束通り牛肉は高級なのお願いね。野菜ばっかり買って安上がりにしたら許さないからね。
I mean, I think what really helps Higurashi is context. So I know that this is not going to last forever. So if if I'm really biased against slice of life, right? I know that it's not going to be this way for the entire story. There's a promise in Higurashi. And the promise is that these things are going to go on forever, guys. obviously, like, the previous horrific scenes really do kind of make you cherish these times. And I say that in all sincerity, right?
前原くんでよかったですか？お名前。
はい。
前原くんの出塁がなければありえない逆転でした。ぜひ明日のバーベキューにはいらしてください。いやいや、それよりもぜひうちのチームに入りませんか？あなたとなら喧嘩を制覇できるかも。
Please.
監督まあその話は置いといて、今はお財布の心配だけをなさいませ。
I'm not too crazy about. Well, hang on. Is it specifically? What's a barbecue? All right. Because when I think of barbecue, I immediately think of like all you can eat Korean barbecue.
よろしくお願いしますね。
If you wonder why, well, the FGC kind of has a habit of going to Korean barbecue, like almost like every freaking major. I'm like, dog, come on, man.
南沢ファイターズ監督の入江ですよ。
前原です。よろしく。
すべすべなお手手ですね。
Oh. Well.
決めも細かいし、お手入れも実にいい感じです。はあ、さわさわ。
はあ？ちょっと。
当家のメイドたちにもこれくらいの肌のお手入れはするよう厳命しなくてはいけないですね。
I mean, I think the reason why he's saying that, unless he really thinks that his hands are really pretty, is that he understands that there's a ruse, right? Wink, wink. Because if you play baseball, I imagine your hands must be calloused.
お手入れの悪いメイドたちにはお仕置き。
But maybe he really does feel this way?
メイド？何の話をしてるんですか？
We'll see.
こんなすべすべな手でご奉仕。はあ。
I take it back. Strangely enough, that's more revealing of his character than him noticing my hands and all right, whatever. Actually, now that I think about it, I forgot what you call it, but when you hold a pencil for a very long period of time and you do it for a lot of writing or drawing, right? You have this kind of bump on your finger. I have that at least.
監督はちょっと変わってる人なの。でもとっても面白い人なんだよ。
Is it just? I think it's specifically called like a writer's callus or something. But I have that.
ほら、いい加減になさいませ。
Is that really not called that? I feel like it should be. Hang on, I'll look it up. Yep, it's called a writer's callus. I have that.
刑事さんも嫌がっておりましたよ。
はあ、すべすべ。
Wait, there's something called a gamer's callus? What? Really? On your wrists? I didn't know that. I fucking play fighting games all the time. I mean, I was earlier, but...
じゃあ行ってくれよ。
車に気をつけるのよ。晩ご飯までには帰ってらっしゃいね。
よっしゃ、じゃあ早速行こうかね。おじさん朝ごはんを抜いてきたからお腹ペコペコ。
You know, since we're on this topic, are there any musicians in the chat right now? Because I hear when you play piano, for example, or when you play guitar, you naturally build calluses. It makes logical sense to me, but I was just curious.
さすがだな。
Because I remember my piano teacher was telling me something about that.
もちろん俺も朝食抜きで万全の体制だぜ。
2人とも朝食抜きは健康に良くないよ。レナはちゃんと食べたんだよ。
Well, I guess I never practiced enough. Because I don't notice them. I don't think so.
そうかそうか、レナは偉いぞ。朝食は一日の基本だもんな。きっと成長途上なミオンを飛び越してナイスバデーになってグラビアを独り占めだ。
グラビアを独り占め。ナイスバデーになったらレナのとこにも白馬の王子様とか来てくれるかな。
Sorry, I just lost all context. What? Yeah, you're great, Rena. Breakfast is an important part of the day, I agree. I'm sure you'll surpass the unhealthy meal and get yourself a nice springy body and what the fuck?
絶対来ないと思う。
Yeah, that's my face too.
ケイちゃんも責任取れないならレナにいい加減なことは吹き込まないように。この子、明日から3食くらいまとめて朝食を取り出すかもしれないよ。
I mean, that's what I do. Fuck that.
まあその話は置いといて、とにかく俺たちはいい感じで腹ペコだ。さっさと行って大バーベキュー大会としゃれ込もうぜ。
Man, but honestly, thank God for these streams. I've been going crazy. It's nice to have like people around. Well, I mean, are the tips for Satoko really all that important? They're just... Well, I actually know what they are, so maybe I should. Look at the login. Hang on. Come to think of it, there was supposed to be a big village festival coming up, wasn't there? Watanagashi or something. So no, it hasn't happened yet.
あら、忘れずにちゃんと来ましたわね。皆さんが来なければその分お肉が多く食べられましたのに、実に残念でございましたよ。
甘いぜ、サトコ。
Well, I can choose to read some more tips. I guess the first chapter kind of led me with a not so positive impression of them due to pacing, but I'll give more of them a try.
俺たちが来た以上、まさか霜降りが一口でも食べられるなんて思ってるんじゃないだろうな。以前ここで弁当を食った時を思い出せ。俺とサトコの致命的なリーチさで今回も圧倒してやるぜ。
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? Because there was one tip in chapter 2, the Mahjong parlor one, that really helped contextualize that a lot better. And my opinion certainly changed simply because I read one thing. So I'll give him more of a try.
なんですって？そんなの絶対に許せませんわ。
泣こうがわめこうが、サトコは目の前で牛肉を頬張るのを見るだけだ。
Man, I really wish Siconia was allowed to be streamed. Like, if it were, there were so many things I could have said about that story, man.
安心しろ。ピーマンやナスは譲ってやるからな。
僕もサトコにかぼちゃを焼いたのをいっぱいいっぱい譲ってあげますです。
What is this piano? I can play this piano. In fact, I've done it before. Just
監督に伝えとくよ。サトコはかぼちゃが大好きだって。
Siconia has a inbuilt request for people not to stream it past a certain point. And I understand, so I said, okay, fine.
監督のことだから日本全国から特産のかぼちゃを山盛り集めてきてくれるね。
And, you know, again, I've heard that argument before, where streaming visual novels does not make people interested in buying the thing, because someone could just watch the whole thing. I've heard that before.
よかったな、サトコ。どのカボチャもよりどり緑だぞ。朝から晩までずーっと3色カボチャ三昧だ。
Right. So this is also kind of why I think that the future of visual novels is something in line with Somnium Files, right? Because visual novels still are kind of niche, and to expand the audience, you need to kind of like borrow from other areas, right? And VNs do have areas where people can take an interest in them. But to do so, I honestly feel is going to require a little bit of innovation, right? Because out of curiosity, how many of you, for the first time, watched a visual novel on my stream and then you got interested in it? I feel like there's actually maybe a few, but I want to just double check that. So I know several people from my community picked up Zirconia because of me, picked up Muv-Love because of me, picked up God, what was that? It shared same writers as Ever 17. It was... Damn, I don't remember. I do know some people picked up Higurashi also because of me. I think some people Chaos Child as well, etc. Right? So I've actually helped people in terms of getting interested in VNs. But it's not just that, right? It's also interested in pursuing other mediums. Not just other, sorry. Pursuing other visual novels off the stream. They can read it on their own. They can even buy products for the thing as well. Now, that's not always going to be an easy sell for people who are against visual novel streams. But exactly, right? What SNSD just said. And I think it's kind of hard to read a VN on your own if you haven't been introduced to one that really stuck with you, right? So like imagine if I never read, I don't know, Ever 17 or something. Maybe I would just never take a suggestion for VNs. But I know that one VN got me on the right path, and ever since I've been crazy about them. Yeah, and part of the real fun for VNs is having this community discussion in the first place, right? Imagine you read Higurashi all alone and you couldn't talk to anyone about your theories, or you couldn't talk to anyone about things that might have confused you. Like, I don't understand why Mion is doing this thing in chapter 2, like that, right? Which is, again, why I'm promoting like the visual novel club. You really should join us if you want to know how that feels to be in a community discussion, right? Although, again, an 18+ VN for the first one is going to be a little bit weird. I apologize for that. But if you ever want recommendations, I'll give them to you. And you can always talk to me about them. So if you are like, I got this recommendation from someone, and someone I know has read it, well, maybe I have, right? We can talk about it. Yeah, right there. Just join our Discord if you're interested in joining the club. Message me via DM. Not right now, obviously. And I'll give you the role. Or you can message one of the moderators. Well, I don't think Fate is a bad start at all, actually. I love Nasu. So I'm glad that people had a good, hopefully first positive experience.
大丈夫ですか前原さん。園崎さんも。
まあ私たちのいつものコミュニケーションですから。
Yeah, I try to be very open-minded when it comes to VNs. So I'm of the opinion that Phoenix Wright is also considered a visual novel. I know other people argue otherwise, but I try to open up the boundaries so people are more included. DDLC is also another one that I know some people have resistance to because of how it exploded mainstream-wise, but all the DDLC fans are my brothers and sisters too, I guess.
どうぞお気遣いなく。
いつも顔面にあざが残るようなコミュニケーションはもう嫌だぞ。
Yeah, I mean, that's how I think of it, so yeah. Well, I haven't said anything about Doki Doki, but I've had discussions with people who read that VN from a very different standpoint. Like, I come from a writing background, right? So I can read Doki Doki as literature, I suppose. But I've talked to people who were engineers reading Doki Doki, and they see it very differently. It's actually super interesting how intrigued they are by the programming elements of it. And that to me is super enlightening, because I usually don't get that kind of perspective, right?
これ本当にすごいお肉だよ。監督、本当に大奮発したんだね。
約束ですからね。
If you, I'm not sure if it's even possible nowadays, but if you can go into DDLC blind, feel free to do so. For me, I did not stream DDLC, sorry. There was a point in FinestKO where I thought that streaming visual novels was not worth it. I learned that is not true, actually. I'm really happy that I learned that was not true. DDLC and Steins Gate Zero were the two VNs that I did not stream because I was really worried that people would ruin my experience of it, right? But the funny thing that I did with DDLC was I went midway. So like maybe one day I will think about this again and I will stream my recording of DDLC. So it was really funny. I commentated to no one but myself when I was reading DDLC, and that was such an experience. I don't even know how to express it better.
これなんかグラムいくらするか知ってます？本当に奮発したんですよ。
当然ですわ。三流のお肉じゃ昨日の私の大活躍をねぎらうには値しませんでしたよ。
I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with talking to yourself. Like, if I need to make an argument in an essay, for example, I talk to myself so I can bring out the words. And in that way, I have to conceptualize the argument. I mean, yeah, that's how it goes. So there's a very nuanced argument. I don't know how to make it. I speak to myself, and then I anticipate what would be the logical response to that. And then I go back and forth until I figure it out.
そうだね。
Like, I actually don't think there's anything wrong with that, right? It's a skill that you build up.
今日の主賓はさとこちゃんに違いないね。
確かに最後のホームランを打ったのは紛れもなく佐藤だもんな。しかも油断させたといえ小細工なしの特大アーチ。
さとこは運動神経は良いのです。
Yeah, so on that note, I'm actually really glad that DDLC exploded because it introduced some people into the VN medium, and I'm happy about that. And it also made Totono get localized, and I'm super happy about that. There's someone I know in the VN industry who is translating that, and she's an amazing localizer. So I'm so thankful that Totono's coming out. Do not look up Totono, by the way. If you know nothing about DDLC, do not look up Totono. Do DDLC first, and then when Totsuno comes out, we'll do it in book club. I promise.
悪いどころか世代的には突出してるんじゃない？私なんかと比べても運動能力は決して劣らないでしょ。
さとこちゃんってひょっとすると将来はスポーツ界で大活躍できるかもね。なんだか褒めちぎられて照れますわね。むしゃむしゃ。
Well, so like I said, I used to think that visual novels were a private hobby, like something that you read alone, and just simply by reading alone, you have all these thoughts because there's no one else to occupy your time. I'm trying to figure out how to say this. So when I used to read visual novels, there was nothing to do but read, and I would pace myself however I would like to, kind of like I'm doing right now. And because of that, my head would be like flooded with all these thoughts from sometimes unrelated things, but the words would kind of bring to me a relation with like my past, I suppose. So trying to figure out how to deal with that, also feeling free to kind of soak in the emotion. So if you read a lot of Nakige or something, which please don't tell me I said the wrong one. That better be the right one. Give me a second. Because there's a very big difference between Nakige and I think Nukige. But give me a second. Thank you. Alright, good. Crying game. So if you're playing like a crying game, say a lot of Jin Maeda's works actually, then you might feel a little bit nervous crying on the stream, right? In front of other people, it would feel kind of embarrassing, right? But that kind of emotion is very real, and the author/creator wants you to feel that. So you shouldn't repress that. It's kind of private in that sense, right? And so obviously, when I'm commentating in front of a stream, not everything that goes through my mind I'm allowed to say. That's fucking weird. But I try to be as honest as I can regarding how I feel and how I think. And I think I've gone on stream before and had very real reactions, like Muv-Love comes to mind again for that. But if for any reason you want to stream a visual novel in the future and you're scared of like letting your emotions show, I think it's fine, man. Don't let that hold you back. And if you just want to experience a VN alone, but still want people to talk about, then I also say, please do. It's a really nice feeling to be part of the community and to honestly finally talk with other Higurashi fans. I haven't had this experience except with the people I introduced Higurashi with and maybe one other friend, right? It'll be Kino, actually. He's in the chat. So it's a really nice, enlightening kind of feeling to feel that you're in a group of people who appreciate the same thing that you do. It's just tough though, right? Because how do I even put it, man? At least for me growing up, I wasn't allowed to express my emotions openly. So visual novels, honestly, were a medium through which I could actually be honest with my own emotions. And having that kind of reinforcement really helped me grow as an individual.
Oh! これぞまさしくバーベキューの主人公の到着じゃねえかよ。
Man, H2O. Out of curiosity, H2O, this is your first time reading Higurashi? And second question, do you not like? How do I say this? What are your favorite genres there?
やっぱりこれがなきゃバーベキューとは言わないですよね。
Okay.
ああ、まったくだ。俺も手を貸すから 早く持っていこう。よいしょよいしょ。
わー、見て見て、すごいのが来たよ。
Yeah, there's a few people who haven't read Higurashi here, so it's this weird juggling act that I'm still doing.
おお、もう我慢できないぜ。
I'm learning from experience though, and thanks for the follow, man.
ガブッといくぞ。ガブッと。
Wait, abandon?
まだまだケイちゃん。
What? Haven't you been following us for ages?
ほらほら、一応セレモニーってことで。
Yeah, genres.
みんな注目。
Yeah, I actually really enjoy a kind of like social study in VN. So any kind of story that makes you analyze society or people in general. Which, now that I think about it, is a lot of VNs that I enjoy. Yeah, that's not a bad idea actually. Let's do that. I'll make an announcement so people can kind of like talk about the things that they read before.
まったく、いい年の男が卑しいですわね。もう少しエレガントに我慢できませんの？
俺ってつくづく思ってることが顔に出ちゃうのな。じゃあみんないいですか？昨日は大勝利でしたね。
No worries, I understand.
すごいピッチャーの登場で苦戦もしましたが、こちらも同じくらい頼もしい助っ人の登場で見事逆転勝利を収めることができました。
Oh, well, it has been a while, but I'm glad that you're back, man. And Grisaya is a VN that a lot of my friends really want me to read, so I want to know why.
今日はその戦勝祝賀会です。約束通り美味しいお肉をいっぱい用意しましたからね。今日はいっぱい食べて次の試合への活力にしていきましょう。
乾杯！
まあ俺の活躍も含めてあれはサトコの活躍だったわけだがな。
確かにサトコの作戦ではあったけどさ、亀田を口説き落とすなんて真似はケイちゃん以外にはできなかったわけだし。
Man, it was always weird growing up with VNs, though.
十分ケイちゃんも称えられるに値する活躍をしてるよ。
そういえばケイチ君、あの後亀田君と一緒にケーキを食べに行ったんだよね。
Like, I still remember searching on Type Moon for their latest releases and not understanding Japanese.
なんだかすっごく仲良さそうだった。
ライバル関係から男同士の友情が芽生えちゃったわけ？
Which I guess I can still do now, but...
そういうのってなんだかそのは
Oh. You know, here's a question. Since we're talking about, like, how old people are when it comes to visual novels, I don't want your age. I just want to ask you if you remember this. How many of you have been on IRC talking about Type Moon or Toho? Okay. Oh shit, real? Oh man, we might have... Okay, I wasn't that like... I wasn't that... What's the word? Sociable, I guess. As back then, but I know... I've been a part of that community. And Beast Slayer, of course. Oh boy.
楽しそうですね。あんなにはしゃいで。
Man, now I just feel old. Fuck.
さとこちゃんの笑顔を見てると、なんだか心が洗われる気がしません？
そうですか？あいつの笑顔じゃ皿一枚ろくに洗えないと思うんですけどね。
Oh god.
それを聞いたら、さとこちゃん怒るんでしょうね。
Don't worry, man. Your 30s and your 40s and your 50s are still ahead of you. And they're gonna be amazing. Right? People do things in their lives past their 20s, trust me.
でも、そんな彼女もとってもキュートなんですよ。
And coming to realize that will lift a weight off your shoulders, I promise you.
イリアさんでしたっけ？
That's actually one of the things I had to teach myself growing older, because most of my hobbies involved like video games, anime, visual novels, right? And a lot of those protagonists ended up fairly young, right? So I truly thought at one point that once I was past my 20s, it was over. And I hope you don't feel that way.
イリエです。でも、みんな監督って呼びますからね。前原さんも監督と呼んでくださるととても嬉しいです。
監督はさとこのことを気に入ってるみたいですね。
ええ、気に入っていますよ。大好きです。
Context? Sorry. Everyone calls me Coach. Though I'd be very happy if you called me Coach as well. Okay. Coach, you seem to like Satoko a lot. Yes.
彼女がもっと大きくなったら求婚しようと思ってます。
Alright, guys, we have to call it quits here. So it was nice seeing you. If you want to know about our channel, you can follow us here at twitch.tv/FinestKO. Okay, oh god. Well, he's very forward, to say the least. Damn.
あれ？今、前原さん、驚かれました？じゃあ、ひょっとしてさとこちゃんのこと狙っています？
She's 10.
それは困ります。私はもう何十年も前から狙ってるんですよ。
監督、何十年も前にはまださとこは生まれてないと思うんですけど。
ん
Okay, at least we know he's joking. I think.
俺なんかよりあの特大アーチを放ったさとこの方が賞賛に値すると思いますよ。
Truthfully, yeah, I'm really impressed.
正直、あいつにホームランを打てるなんて思わなかったです。
さとこちゃんのお兄さんはどちらかというとおとなしい文系のタイプでした。
Okay, I actually really want to know about this. Tell me more.
きっとさとこちゃんはその反対の才能に恵まれたんでしょう。ご存知ないですか？さとこちゃんのお兄さんです。北条聡くんと言いましてね。彼もひなみ沢ファイターズで活躍してたんですよ。
So he actually played baseball. Okay, got it.
もっともっと活躍してほしかったんですが、転校してしまいましてね。
へえ、そうなんですか。
Okay, he understands. So it's not like, well, we'll hold off on that. But it's not like chapter 1 where the implication was he was spirited away, right? We have a little bit more in context that maybe he ran away. Or maybe he was spirited away.
兄貴だけ転校したんでしたっけ？
そういうのって珍しいですね。
Well, I mean, maybe he was a cosplayer, okay? And he needed a bat for whatever reason. I guess the question then is, how sudden is sudden? Was it like, well, I'm getting suspicious of people. Let me go ahead and grab this baseball bat, and to make it seem more believable, I'll join this baseball team too, and then I'll talk about my favorite baseball team, which is the Sacramento Kings.
不幸なことがあったんです。
I was actually searching my head for like a non-baseball team.
いろいろと。
The Oakland Raiders, my favorite baseball team, dog.
もう3年になります。
Sorry, what? Okay, here we go.
ちょうど今頃の時期でしたっけ？
Yo, hi, thanks for thanks for the raid, man.
さとこちゃんのご両親が事故に遭われましてね。
事故？
ええ。旅先の公園で展望台から転落されましてね。
Okay. Okay, so we're working Keiichi into a specific progression of the narrative, right? He is very much in position to empathize with Satoko, and it's not like he's being shoved with, oh, they died because of a curse. No, they died and they relate to this person that you care about, and you're in his actual position right now, right? Right, and then this kind of ellipsis usage here kind of slowly dawns that fact on him. Okay.
それで両親は？
Hey, honey, what's up, man?
じゃあさとこって
Whoa, what's that? Keiichi learning to be considerate of his words? Damn. Here we go, man. How do you usually go about asking companies if it's okay to stream their game? Okay, so first, you usually don't have to care if it's a I'm quite frank with you, it's a non-visual novel, right? If it's like an actual interactive game and it's a AAA game, they're gonna mention it if it's gonna be, you're gonna know if it's gonna be streamed or not, because it's gonna be explosive, aka like what Atlas did, alright? But if it's a visual novel like Utawaru Rumino, you would have to ask or check out their webpage.
ええ。今はフルデさんと一緒に生活しています。
But generally, you can actually ask on Twitter as well, and sometimes you'll get a response. Like, I've gotten a response from, what's the company that's done, give me a second. What's the company that did this? Fata Morgana. It is Novetical. I actually tweeted them and asked them if it was okay to stream their game. I also forgot to ask them. So I asked that very late, and I apologized for that. And then they said, oh, no, it's perfectly fine, right?
二人ともご両親がいなくて心細い日もあったでしょうが、助け合いながら生活しているようです。
Yeah, but I think the thing is with Utawaru Rumino having so many gameplay elements in it, you should probably be okay.
親の庇護なく生きていくっていうのは、あの年頃には とても辛いことだと思います。前原さんでもその辺はわかるでしょ。古出さんは特に村のお年寄りに慕われていますからね。この村にいる限り生きていくのにそんなに不自由はないでしょう。
Okay, so then you understand the context of earlier scenes when he... So again, it's not just convenient that the parents are out, it sets up this scenario to empathize, which is what I was getting at earlier. Okay, now we're setting up Frude.
そういえばそうですね。リカちゃんって村のマスコットみたいなところがありますからね。確かにこの村での生活には困らないように思います。
でもそれは古出さんだけの特別な事情です。
Alright, here we go.
さとこちゃんも同じというわけではありません。
Yeah. I can't believe I didn't realize that. Yeah, exactly. Right? It is super awkward for these two kids to be living on their own. I got that. But I didn't think about what would have happened if Rika wasn't there. Yeah, so even I forgot. I'm learning just as Keiichi is. Oh, I mean, their parents are gone, so who's the legal guardian? Well, okay, it could be like aunts or something, so that makes sense. Wait, but let's not answer that. Let's wait. Yeah, exactly. Her aunt is dead. You want advice on how to cover visual novels? Okay, so there's two extremes. One extreme is you make no mental notes at all. I obviously do not recommend that. And the other extreme is you take 47 pages of notes, which I also don't recommend. Right? You want somewhere in between. I lean more towards taking mental notes more than actual notes, but I, even for Higurashi, write down notes on a notepad. So I have two monitors. I'm not sure if you do. But if you do, it's very convenient. So you could do something like a notepad open on the side, and you write down very quickly some small things that you want to remember for future things. Very, very regularly, when I read or watch something that I have to write about later, what I do is I ask questions in my head and I juggle it while reading the work. So what's a good example? I've noticed a lot of this ribbon or rope or string imagery in Your Name. I don't understand why, right? That's a question that I would have in my head. Well, what's the commonality between rope, string, and ribbons? They tie something, right? Okay, well, they tie something. That's a very basic thought. Let's keep watching until it develops further. Okay, I'm noticing that they're tying things around trees. What does that mean around a tree? Well, it means it's tying tradition to a very physical object. You ground it, right? So if you're tying tradition to something, then that also is added to the definition of this rope imagery, right? And then you'll notice that there's more rope imagery, or circle imagery rather, in Your Name. Okay, well, how so? Well, the story is kind of like that. You're going for... Okay, I don't want to spoil, I'm sorry. But that's how you do it, right? So when you approach a visual novel, it's going to be the same thing if you're going with no notes, or yeah, if you're going for no notes for the most part. So I have to word my thoughts on stream, and then I kind of make it obvious the question that I'm approaching in my head. There's quite a few still with Higurashi, even though I know the story, but viewers want to understand your thought process. And if you can logically show them how you went from point A to B to C and made your conclusion, then you can have conversation with people, right? And I think that's generally what I do with most visual novel streams. I keep mental notes in my head. I ask the questions in my head several times. I try to make sure that the thing that I'm questioning in my head has a chance of being valid. So I wait a little bit before I bring it up. And then I kind of weigh the risk of it being intentional or not. So, for example, in Higurashi, what was a chapter 3 thought that I had in my head? Why was the setup for chapter 1, 2, and 3 done specifically in that order? That's a question that I have in my head. So now I'm juggling that thought in my head, and I'm thinking about what I know about Higurashi in general, specifically the order of its stories, and how a reader can better understand Higurashi by having experienced the story in that way, right? This is also an argument for why you shouldn't watch certain shows in chronological order, because there's an emotional effect, there's an arc of the story if you read it as intended in not being chronological order. So for example, that would be Chrono Kyokai or Haruhi. Yeah, like that, right? There's a specific arc to its story based on its order. And so that was a question that I had in my head, and I'm juggling it still. I'm trying to form an argument right now for later on when it becomes more evident to make that discussion, right? The other thing I'm thinking about in the back of my head sounds crazy right now, and I need to figure out how to find evidence to support that argument. So I won't say it right now, because either it's a spoiler or it's not supported enough by the visual or textual evidence. And that's how I do visual novels. And sorry, Zetica, was that a question towards me or was it a question towards Haideru?
あの子を養子に迎えようと本気で思ったこともあります。
え、養子?
Okay.
私はこの年になるまで本当に堅実に生活してきました。
Right. And then you get the question that someone asked in the chat, don't they have a guardian? And then Irie doesn't sound so weird then, right? So he's been thinking all these years on how to help this person that he's caring about.
財産もあるし信用もあります。ですが結婚だけはしてない。法律で既婚者でないと養子は取れないって決まってるんですよ。
I want to help other streamers, man. It's tough.
だから私はさとこちゃんを養子にしてあげられないんです。残念です。さとこちゃんにパパって呼んでもらえる計画は早くも頓挫ですから。
Okay. So now we're starting to get this kind of, oh God, what do you call it? It has something to do with like water. Diffusion? Effusion? Osmosis? Osmosis, isn't it?
さとこちゃんの今の生活は決して幸福なものではないでしょう。
Sorry, can someone define osmosis for me in the chat?
でもね、それをほんの少しでも和らげてあげたいと思ってるんです。もっとも余り物のお裾分けや力仕事のお手伝いくらいしかしてあげられませんがね。
幸せですよ、さとこ。
Okay, so the reason why I brought up osmosis, or just say absorption for now, is that by proximity of being next to Irie, right? He's able to understand his perspective, no duh, but also gain a better perspective on his own. And so he's kind of almost absorbing kind of his view on the situation of Satoko, right? They both share similar feelings and that they care about this individual, Satoko, right? And so through this interaction, there's a kind of exchange of feelings for someone. That's I mean that's
こんなにも聡子の幸せを強く願う人間がこんなに身近にいて
There we go.
不幸なわけがありません。
So why does that matter? Because the topic of family is so important to chapter 3. We've had evidence of Keiichi, what he would be like without family. We have Satoko and what she's lacking. We have Rika and what she's lacking. We have characters who care about people because they know what it's like to have the thing that they're missing, right? Thank you. He's adopting Iria's views. And so that's also kind of why I talked about empty space a little bit in Higurashi chapter 2, I think.
ありがとう。
You notice what's there, and then because you see what's there, there's a feeling of what's lacking from the picture, right?
でも、聡子ちゃんには内緒にしてくださいね。彼女、私が養子にしたいなんて知ったら、こんなスケベ男なんか誰がパパと呼ぶものですかって、憤慨しそうですから。
Like for example, instantly, when Rika and Satoko are dead, and Rena and Keiichi are trying to have fun in quotes, in class, right? You see what they're trying to do, but by trying to do that more, you notice what's missing. And that's a very common way, by the way, in writing to develop a character. So you don't have to tell their backstory. You don't even have to give them backstory if you don't want to. You just simply have them interact. And that's enough information sometimes.
あの子にはね、いつまでも笑っていてほしいんです。
奇遇ですね。
There's actually something called, I think it's called a subplot character in film.
俺も同じことを考えています。
And if you don't know what that means, a subplot character is a character to be compared to the main character. I might be wrong on a term, by the way, so just keep that in mind. And the subplot character's purpose is to show the decision that the main character could have made, and he does the opposite. So, for example, no, I'm not thinking of foil. I know what foil is. Subplot character is specifically meant to show a separate decision from the main character. So, for example, the main character chooses to have family, right? But he was at a branching point in his life where he said where he could have gone either way, but he chose family. The subplot character is to highlight the option that the main character didn't take.
おや、前原くんもですか？では私たちは仲間ですね。約束しましょう。
約束？
絶対に彼女を泣かせたりしない。
あ、はい。俺もそれ約束します。
Now, is that what's happening here? No, but I'm bringing up the idea of developing characters through interactions, right?
仮にですよ。聡子を養子にできたらどうします？
それは難しい質問ですね。
They're doing that a lot more lately. The what if scenarios. Or like
まずですね、私のことをご主人様と呼ばせて優しく可憐なメイドにします。
I was gonna say something else, but thank you, Shion. I was gonna say like setting up these ideals only for them to shatter.
はあ？前原くん？
Oh shit! Welcome back, Shion.
私まだ何も言ってませんよ。
何言ってんですか？今はっきりと言ったじゃないですか。
そうそう。
I miss this smug ass face. I really do. There's something. Oh my god! I love this face so much.
聡子を自分専属のプリッチーなメイドにするってはっきり言いました。
Wow, what the fuck?
ああ、 それはいいですね。さとこちゃんをプリチー。
Guys, tone it down.
あ、プリティとプリチーは似てるようで微妙に違いますからね。日本のわびさびをミックスした和洋折衷の言葉なので注意してください。
なるほどな。いやー、日本語は本当奥が深いよな。
そうそう、ケイちゃんはよく理解してます。ではそういうことで。
I mean, truthfully, kids know some crazy shit.
おい待てこら、突然現れて何をとんでもないことを言ってやがるんだ。
とんでもないことって言ったら、ケイちゃんと監督がしてたさとこラブなトークの方がよっぽどとんでもないと思いましたけど。
Yeah, truthfully, yeah, I understand. From outside context, watching what the hell they were saying, oh my god.
養子縁組のあたりから再現してご覧に入れます？
You had to be in the moment, though, I understand.
お前そんな時から息を潜めていやがったのか。
Also, really?
お姉にすらかなわないケイちゃんが私に歯向かおうなんて100年早いってことです。
Okay, so we're getting past that already. Got it.
「シオンさん、よく来てくれましたね。来てくれないと思ってがっかりしてたんですよ。」
まあ他にすることが思いつかなかったってことです。ちょっとからかいに行こうかなくらいですので。
監督、どうしてシオンが戦勝祝賀会に呼ばれなくちゃなんないんです？
Yeah, that's a fair question.
こいつがどうチームの勝利に貢献したっていうのか。
それはですね、実は私がひなみざわファイターズのマネージャーだからなんです。
Okay, alright.
マネージャー？嘘だろ。そんならなんで昨日の試合にいなかったんだよ。
マネージャーはマネージャーでも幽霊マネージャーですから。てへ。
シオンちゃんが来てくれないと試合に花がないんです。練習までとは言いませんから、試合にくらいまた昔みたいに応援に来てくれませんかね。
まあ考えておきます。ケイちゃんがひなみざわファイターズに移籍するんなら考えてもいいかな。私かっこいい男の子がいないと応援する張り合いがないんです。
Okay.
え
Man, I miss this kind of Mion. How you doing, by the way? If there's an expression that I love from her, it's this one too.
みーちゃんの妹さんだ。しーちゃん、こんにちは。
Alright, checkmate, Shmion theorists. How do you explain Shion and Mion being at the exact same place, talking to each other right now, punk?
レナさん、こんにちは。まだ1回しか会ってないのに名前を覚えてもらって光栄です。
Clothes?
あ、こちらこそ。レナの名前を覚えててくれてありがとう。
Man, are you saying all the people here are pretending that another one is there?
そんな挨拶はどうでもいいの。ケイちゃんの勧誘なんてダメだからね。ケイちゃんは我が部のホープなんだから。野球なんかに引っこ抜かないで。
ケイチ君はうちの部活の期待の新人なの。だからトレードとかは全然ダメなんだよ。
それは残念です。 じゃあ交渉はまたの機会に。
あんたに交渉権なんかないの。監督、なんでシオンまで呼んだわけ。シオンは丸1年もサボってる幽霊部員じゃない。
シオンちゃんがいると賑やかになって楽しいかなって思って、実に賑やかになりました。
Alright, good night, Gaharu. I noticed that our streaming schedule for most people, I mean, I've already known this, is super hard on a lot of people.
ほら、ケイちゃんおいでおいで。みんなでゲームやるよ。もちろん罰ゲーム付きでね。
しーちゃんもどう？ルールは簡単だし楽しいよ。
どうしようかな。私が参加すると勝っちゃいますから。お姉の部長としての面目を潰しちゃうと悪いですし。
Yeah, no, don't worry about it, man, please.
なんですお姉。私も一緒に参加して姉妹対決にした方がいいですか？多分やめといた方がお姉のためだと思いますけど。
あかんべー。
What?
塩なんか混ぜてやらない。仲間外れべーだ。
混ぜてあげないの？
Well, that's a quick realization. This is something that he didn't have before.
みーちゃんとの対決見たかったかな？
私シオン嫌い。
Wow.
あいつと戦うのは苦手なの。
頑張ってくださいね。ここで応援してますから。ケイちゃん、ファイト。おう。
ほらほらケイチさん、覚悟なさいませよ。今日は徹底的に行きますわよ。
おう、上等だぜ。さとこだろうと誰だろうと手加減無用でぶっ潰してやるぜ。
そこをレナは漁夫の利で優勝だよ。僕はそれに小判ザメで優勝を狙いますです。
What game are they playing? Manta Rays? Well, this has something to do with strings. Are they fishing up things?
リカちゃんが小判ザメみたいにペター。
Wow, what?
本持ち帰り。
よしみんな、今日は大人数だから簡単で分かりやすいゲームにしよう。今日のゲームはね、
Well, we'll never know. Okay, that's a pretty decent punish, actually. As in, like, it contributes to something. Wait, what?
いやいや、あの時のケイちゃんの顔。お前らそれでも人間かよ。みたいな。
ちくしょう。長期の買い占めまでは作戦通りだったのに。
Okay.
あそこでサトコとリカちゃんの裏切りさえなければ。
Oh, I know that feeling, Satoko. Oh, so much fun.
だから北条を信じちゃいけないって警告したんですよ。
そう。富田君たちの分まで頑張るつもりだったのにな。
で、部活メンバーの最下位には何か罰ゲームがあるってことになってるんじゃなかったでしたっけ？
そうだったかな。
そういえば前原さん、委員長と罰ゲームを決めるときかなり熱くなってましたけど。
Okay, well, it's
一体
Keiichi.
何を罰ゲームにしたんですか？
So the first thing that comes to mind is dessert.
さっきお姉にエンジェルモートの制服を調達してくれって頼まれたんですけど、
Man, I'm pretty close, aren't I?
それと何か関係あります？できる限り大きめのサイズでって言われたんですけど。
あれあれ、前原さんどうしちゃったんですか？笑ったり泣いたり吠えたり。
いいんです。あれは嫌がってるふりのジェスチャーなんです。
I don't think that's it, Shion. Take big risks.
罰ゲームを口実に得られる貴重な経験に興奮を隠せないだけなんです。ね
何が貴重な経験とは。
Oh man, Shion, you and I would get along pretty well. Oh man. Which reminds me, I haven't thought of the bet that Manu and I are gonna have when we fight in fighting games. I'm trying to think of what would that be. I don't want anything to do with money, and he agrees with that. I want it to be silly and funny though.
前原さん、苦境を受け入れなければならない時はですね、厳しい指導を受けているメイドであると想像するんです。ほら、絶望的なシチュエーションがなんだか楽しそうになってきませんか？いいじゃないですか。
富田くん、岡村くん、君たちの監督は実に面白いな。こんなのでよく監督が務まるな。
Wow. Have you seen me play fighting games, Killer Frogs?
では、お片付けを続けましょう。前原さんは力持ちみたいですからね。
I mean, if it means anything, I've gone top 3 at majors for games that I competed at. I've gone 9th at Evo. Top 64, I think, at Samsho last year.
プレートを水場に持って行って洗っていただけますか？
了解です。
Yeah, I want to one day make top 8 at Evo. It's such a climb though. People have gotten so much better over time and information's everywhere. It's also tough to gain like consistent valuable experience with how fighting games are kind of questionable online. But this year is the year. I can't wait for Evo Online. It'll be me in grand finals in California against a person all the way in Japan. That's not that far away. But what I'm gonna do, my secret tech, is I'm gonna fight him online, going on a plane towards towards New York. So this way, whenever he tries to do a combo, I'll tell the pilot to turn off the Wi-Fi or some shit.
Hi. スポンジとクレンザー。そんなの水だけで洗ったって無理です。
お、サンキュー。
そんなの洗い場に置いて大人たちに任せちゃえばいいのに。つくづくケイちゃんっていい人です。
シオンがひなみ沢ファイターズのマネージャーだったなんて驚いたぜ。
Actually, was it 64th at Sam's show? I'm trying to remember. I know that I made it out several pools, so 64 to 100, around that area.
そういうのはめんどくさがってやらないやつだと思ってた。
ええ、めんどくさいですよ。ですから今は完全に幽霊ですけどね。
監督、帰ってきてほしいって言ってたじゃないか。たまには帰ってきてやれよ。
まあ気が向いたら。
Well, this chapter is supposed to be very long, right? So I imagine, I hope it's more lengthy towards the second half, right? In quotes. But we'll see. Okay, so hang on. We're alone together with Shion now. We've gained a lot of information via Keiichi and the coach, and now it's us. So what's the purpose of this? We gain more context about Chapter 2, obviously, because we haven't seen Shion in quite a while. And I guess, given how this chapter is going, we're gonna learn from each other based on Satoko, right? So like there's a middle person almost in all these conversations.
そうそう、聞きましたよ。昨日の試合、ケイちゃんが大活躍したそうじゃないですか。
褒めるなら俺よりもホームランを決めたサトコの方だろう。あいつ運動神経良かったんだな。俺驚いたよ。
サトシ君とは大違いです。
Okay, so she brings up in exchange that, okay.
きっと運動神経は妹に全部取られちゃったに違いないですね。
Okay, so now I know, based on what the coach said, he's kind of a bookworm and I guess shy, and not very athletic. So very awkward for him to swing bats around and join a team.
サトシ君？
北条聡子の兄です。北条聡君。あ、そっか。ケイちゃんって今年引っ越してきたんでしたっけ？なら会ったことありませんね。
会ったことはないけど少しは知ってるよ。確か両親が亡くなった後転校したんだよな。
Oh, there's no dating in this visual novel. It's a horror mystery. I'm not sure if you really want to date someone. Well, actually, they're really charming characters, but
転校？誰がそんなこと言ったんですか？
Sorry, one more time. Never met him, but I know a little. After their parents passed away, he transferred to a different school. He tried to avoid saying ran away. So again, he's being a lot more careful with his words because he knows that he cares enough about someone's reception of them, particularly Satoko. And he's thinking about her even now, actually. Which is why the conversation started with Satoko. And in exchange, Shion starts the conversation with Satoshi. Well, dives further by relating to Satoshi. The game Crush Crush. What in the world? Candy Crush? What the fuck?
いや、誰って。誰だっけかな。うん、誰かに聞いたんだよ。転校したって。
その誰かって誰ですか？誰かに聞いたから言ってるんですよね、転校って。
誰に聞いたかなんてよく覚えてないよ。
I mean, to be fair, I don't remember either.
転校だって言うならそれでいいだろう。別に問題があるわけじゃないし。
ありますよ。転校届が出されたわけですか？学校とかに。それを誰かが見た？それとも聞いた？
Okay, she's definitely getting more forceful.
シオン、なんだよお前。目がマジだぞ。
すみません。でもケイちゃん、よく知りもしないでサトシ君のこと転校とか言わないでください。
Okay, so Shion gets really heated up when people say Satoshi got transferred.
本当にお願いしますね。
なんとなく天候と聞かされて、そうだと信じてたんだよ。
Yeah, this is actually surprisingly a more thoughtful Keiichi. Well, I mean, given the past chapters, I'm happy that this development actually occurs.
じゃあ、実際は違うのか？
It's like he learned a lot from the previous chapter, even though we know that's not actually possible here.
あ、すみません。
Or well, yeah, it shouldn't be possible.
別にケイちゃんを責めてるわけじゃないんです。ちょっと言葉がきつすぎましたね。謝ります。
別に気にしてないよ。
Yeah, this is something that actually occurs in my head too when I have conversations with people. Like, did I flub how I was supposed to present that? Like, how clear are the things that I'm saying? How do I modify this presentation of words so it's best to fit the person I'm speaking towards?
おい、シオン。
じゃあ頑張ってください。
Have I watched High School DxD? Alright, I actually thought of a good bet now. I wanna... If I beat Manu, I want to watch... Alright, yeah, we're gonna go with that. So if he wins, he wants me to watch One Piece, which sounds pretty awesome. But if I win, I want him to watch High School DxD.
ケイちゃんのプレートで最後みたいですよ。洗い物。
Oh man, I'm excited. I can't wait to do this bet. If he agrees to it, I'm ready. I mean, if I'm forcing someone to watch something,
では皆さん集合です。
I don't want it to be like completely unfun, right? Because I don't want to be a jerk, right? And besides, Manu wants me to watch One Piece, and I know he likes that show, so I can. Okay, now that I think about it, he likes One Piece, therefore, I shouldn't make him watch a show that he wouldn't like. That okay? So hang on. I feel like Strike the Blood. Is Strike the Blood the show with the girl with a spear? Does he hate ecchi? I don't think so, but generally, whenever I recommend a show to Manu, it's a show that I think he would, one, like, two, you can think deeply on, or at least like study for film reasons, right? So I don't want to like break that habit, because it's good to kind of build skills through trying to think of media in a more calculated fashion, right? So, for example, talking about what was the last show that I recommended him? It was Westworld, right? Recommending Westworld, and then jumping all the way down into the floor, subterranean style, and going into DxD is like, what? How did we get here?
人を裏切るやつはいつか自分も裏切られる。
And Manu actually didn't like horror, as far as I'm aware. He didn't like horror until I introduced him into Higurashi. And that was, what, last year? Maybe a year before? I think it was actually last year. And we had like a gigantic discussion about the TV show. and I tried to introduce him to other horror stories that would change his mind about the genre, right?
いい見本だな。
そんなこと圭一さんに言われたくありませんわ。レナは誰の口車にも乗らなかったからね。
Well, legitimately, I have a question for you. So, I'm not a guy who's a big fan of fan service, for the most part. And by fan service, I mean more like I sneeze, and then Rena's bosom enlarges in size or something like that. Okay, that's not me. But I understand that there might be something that I'm really missing here. So here's a real question, like legitimately something I'm asking. What is the best written ecchi show that you can think of? Go.
2位になれたんだよ。
I don't know. There's some absurd things that happen in anime, dog.
レナはなかなか嘘に引っかからないのです。勘がいいのですよ。
それを言ったらケイちゃんでしょ。
Remember, I said best written. Like, I can actually study its script or its story or whatever, right? And be like, oh, damn, this is actually like super technical and well thought out. Bakemonogatari is an easy one. Yeah, you're right.
他人を食い物にしてやろうと欲張って真っ先に自分が食い物に。友達を紹介すれば紹介するほど高収入なんてバカな商法に引っかかるんじゃないよ。
Okay, I'm gonna have to ask you again. Are you serious?
へいへい。努力しますよ。
Ecchi, yeah. Ecchi, not edgy.
とほほほ。
Hayore Nyaruko. Is Nyaruko the one with the Lovecraftian creature?
それよりもケイチさんの罰ゲームが楽しみでございますわね。
Damn, okay, here we go.
でも本当に実現できますの？店長さんもそんなの嫌だって言うと思いましたよ。どうだろう。
Infinite Stratos, oh shit!
ケイチくん、すっごく可愛くなるかも。
That's a name I didn't expect to read.
なるかも。見てみたいかも。僕もとても楽しみなのですよ。転ばせてフキフキをさせますです。
Honestly, that makes me think of... There's this one manga that I'm ashamed to said I have read from start to finish, and I was really following it. Ichigo 100%.
ああ、それはいいね。
I remember reading that manga while I was in Vietnam.
なぜここ一番で俺は勝てないんだ。今日は絶対に勝ちたい。この罰ゲームは誰かにやらせてみたいと思うといつも負ける。
Yeah, there's this one girl I was hella rooting for, and God, I haven't said something like that in decades. There's this one girl I was rooting for, and it was I can't describe her. I think she has a ponytail and she was kind of athletic.
足りないのか。勝利への信念が足りないのか。うわ
敗者の嘆きは蜜の味ですわね。かわいそうかわいそうなのです。
Well, I mean, people come to the stream for my thoughts on writing, right? And I like to think I'm kind of formal when it comes to talking about certain subject matter. So I still feel quite embarrassed actually talking about that kind of thing.
ケイチくんもこうやって強くなっていくんだね。去年のみーちゃんを見てるみたい。
Yeah, also, well, it's not too important nowadays. When I was working for a company as a writer, I had to be very careful about what's in the stream and stuff like that. So, I'm not gonna judge you for that. Of course not, right? But I still want to keep our stream relatively PG 16. I can go up there, maybe a little bit more. Relatively safe for work. How about that? That makes more sense. Yeah, I did watch Devilman Crybaby.
余計なことは言わなくていいの。
さて、僕たちはそろそろ行かないといけないのです。
I mean, I was gonna say something like American rated R, but then I realized every Hollywood movie has a sex scene in it. It's like, okay, hang on, how do I like curb this?
あ、お夕飯のお買い物に行かないといけませんわね。
じゃあまた明日。学校で会おうね。
じゃあ行こう。
Oh, thank you. That's kind of like the enjoyment of VN stream is a way to hang out. At least that's how I see it, at least. And then the idea is hopefully we can get through a story having understood it better.
そういえばまだ6月なんだよね。今年は梅雨とか全然ないで、いきなり夏みたいな感じだね。週間予報によると、週明けあたりからはもうちょっと梅雨らしい天気になるらしいよ。
Okay, I don't recall it. Oh, I do remember it raining, actually, in Chapter 1. Did it rain in Chapter 2?
大雨注意とか言ってたから。綿流しにぶつからなきゃいいんだけど。
そうなんだ。やっぱり梅雨は梅雨らしい方がいいよね。レナは梅雨の長雨って結構好きだよ。
Okay, so what is that word? That means that weather effects or nature itself is not predictable in Higurashi. It's more thematic. Like a person is feeling sad and so rain falls from the sky.
長雨なんて気がめいるだけだって。
Sets the mood. There we go.
ねえケイちゃん。
ああ。
Yeah, the weather's playing out differently, which means physical phenomenon is different, right? So it's not just characters are acting differently. There are features in the actual world that are being handled differently. I mean, that's mad convenient, but yes, for the most part. He is the sole guy in a group of friends relatively his age. Alright, see you later, man. Take it easy. We might want to call it quits pretty soon, too. It is 3 in the morning. I'm also thinking about how we're gonna cover later today with the stream again as well, because I want to get through as much Higurashi as I can. On the 10th is Final Fantasy VII, so I could do early streams on the 9th and maybe even the 10th for Higurashi. I don't know if Scott wants to give me the 10th for Final Fantasy VII. We're gonna have to figure that one out. I'm actually really unsure here.
サトコに兄貴っていたよな。サトシって名前だっけ？
え？
サトシってどうしたんだっけ？引っ越したんだっけ？
Okay, so this is always an awkward subject matter. Except for Satoko, who just says he ran away. And she truly believes that from the looks of it.
あれ、 言わなかったかな。転校しちゃったんだよ。
Okay, but that phrase specifically pisses off Shion.
転校って誰がそんなことを言ったんだよ。
There's surprisingly a lot of mirroring in this chapter.
本当に転校したなら転校届とかが学校に提出されるはずだろ。
Exactly the same words. Okay.
でもそんなの実際には出てないんじゃないのか。
I mean, that's what I would think too, right?
別に二人を責めてるわけじゃないんだぜ。
Right, but we know there's more to it.
ただそのサトシはどうしたのかなって聞いてみてるだけのつもりで。
Wow, all these correctional thoughts that's going through his head. Like, maybe it's this, maybe it's this, maybe it's this. You have too many of these, and you get social anxiety.
その別に隠そうとか騙そうとかそういうつもりじゃないのを分かってほしいんだけど。サトシはその転校したわけじゃないんだよ。
Okay. I'm sitting up in my chair. Let's go. Okay, but we can only get to this point because you know that I care about Satoko. Well, Keiichi does at least, right? Oh, okay, Rana. What's up?
帰ってこないって。え？
ある日から家に帰ってこないの。
帰ってこないってどういう意味だよ。じゃあサトシはどこへ行ったんだよ。
知らない。
だからさ、レナの言う通りなんだよ。
Okay, so
ある日を境にサトシは家に帰ってこなかった。まあその村中みんなで探したし警察も方々を探してくれたよ。それでその家出じゃないかって話になってさ。
家出じゃないかって話になって。
one more time? They started thinking maybe he ran away. When running away from home, I thought you were supposed to leave a note or something. So when he ran away, he would probably have left some kind of letter apologizing to her. But from the way Mion's talking, it seems a little bit different. Okay.
警察の人が調べたらさ、サトシってバイトとかでコツコツとお金を貯めててさ、それをいなくなった日に全部下ろしてたのが分かったんだよ。
Okay. So this leads to him running away.
で、名古屋駅だかでサトシによく似た人が目撃されたとかで。
私はそんなの嘘だと思う。サトシ君は家出なんかじゃない。
ちょっと待てよ。
Okay, remember, you're supposed to be Batman. Give me your logic.
転校したわけでもなく、引っ越したわけでもなく、それで家出したわけでもないなら、一体サトシはどうして？
やめなよレナ。
だってこれはお社様のたたりだもの。
たたり？
Man, you really believe in that curse. Okay,
サ
hi.
トシ君は消える前に私に教えてくれた。誰かに見張られている。後をつけられている。家の中にまでついてくる。寝るとき枕元に立って見下ろしてるって教えてくれた。
Man, it was always that kind of imagery that scared the shit out of me. The idea that someone is watching you by your bedside at night.
やめなよレナ。
それは間違いなくお社様のたたりの前兆。きっとサトシ君は心のどこかでひなみ沢を捨てて逃げ出そうという気持ちがあったんだと思う。それをお社様は許さなかった。
Sorry, one more time, your reasoning? I think somewhere deep down, Satoshi was probably thinking about abandoning Hinamizawa and running away. And that is why he was cursed.
だからやめなって。
お社様はひなみ沢の守り神様。ひなみ沢を捨てて逃げ出そうとする人を絶対に許さない。
And I think this is the first time Keiichi's seeing this side of the village, so...
私はそれを謝った。でもサトシ君はきっと謝らなかった。だからお社様のたたりに会ってしまったに違いないの。
Okay, so Rena, give me a second. I just want to see what the other sprites look like.
お社様のたたりだって？
警察が家出だって決めつけたって信じない信じない。私は絶対に信じない。そんなのたたりだと認めたくない村の偉い人たちが決めただけの嘘っぱち。お社様のたたりは信じようと信じまいと確かに。
いい加減にしろって言ってるでしょ。恩和の私でも島には怒るよ。
Well, damn. Okay, got it. Don't talk about Satoshi so openly. It pisses certain people off really badly. Second, be very careful about which people you talk to about the curse. Some people can go into a frantic kind of expression with it. I mean, I obviously knew about two, let's be real here, with Rena, and how strongly she believes in the curse despite how amazingly deductive she can be. She truly believes in the curse. And then Mion, I understand, not wanting the curse to be talked about. That's consistent, right? Don't talk about this is the underside of our village. You don't understand. We don't want to bring it up. And then when she does, it's something that I wasn't quite expecting. Me, I wasn't expecting that. And I know this story, right? That was strong.
あのさ、ケイちゃん、前に漫画化すって約束したじゃない？
Well, I bring it up, something to mention, because it feels truly a flip, right, on Rena's character. A character who jokingly hugs her friends, who cooks for them, who cares for them, who practically put herself on the line in chapter 2, who has such loving qualities about her, and then you know about the past, where she bangs up several windows and some unfortunate students as well, right? And that's the kind of past that you don't just bring up. But we've done it so many times already. And not in a way that was really considerate, in a way that was just... I'm not sure if invasive is the right way to put it.
よかったら寄ってく。
But remember, Keiichi got punished, in quotes, for letting his curiosity get to the best of him. But was that really why he was punished? We don't know fully right now. But now this curiosity has come back, right? And we're learning information that we absolutely need to know. It's a missing part of so many stories. Who the hell was Satoshi? Chapter 1, Chapter 2, we get some idea of him. But we need to know why there's such a parallel that keeps repeating in so many of these stories. And especially in 3 now, right? We're really mirroring Satoshi here. And in Chapter 2, there's also another evident kind of strategy that they're doing, which would be this kind of blindsidedness to seeing the obvious, but also what is being forcibly trying to be hidden, I guess. I'm trying to think of any other way to put that. Because the initial impression of Chapter 2 and how like other authors use like twins, right, for example, is that they're supposed to be reflective of each other's qualities, that they're supposed to be very similar, and that they're supposed to be able to connect to each other. But Chapter 2 was about not being able to connect to people. Like, Keiichi cannot understand why Mion is feeling so bad. He only gets it at the very end, and he dies for it, right? And even then, that's up in the air, actually. So you're starting to see an obvious central theme in these chapters. And then the question really is that how do these central themes of Chapter 1, 2, and 3 add to this overarching message of Higurashi, right? Because again, these chapters are supposed to be compared to one another. You're right. Everyone asks, what was Satoshi? But they don't ask the real question. Why was Satoshi?
あ、そうなんだ。じゃあ、レナは先に帰ってるね。
When was Satoshi? Please. I've written articles professionally. I've studied English and communication. It was my college
じゃあ
degree.
ね、レナ。また明日。
And I really love media.
うん。また明日ね。
Like, it's such a passion of mine that I wake up in the morning and go, yay, let's study more.
ケイチくんもあまりお邪魔しすぎないようにね。
Okay, that's not entirely true. I still struggle to study, but I love doing what I'm doing here.
もう夕方だから。
ちょっと本を借りに寄るだけだよ。じゃあな。
さっきのあまり気にしないでね。
いや別に俺の方が悪かったと思う。
サトシの話は別に隠してたわけじゃないんだよ。
Okay.
あまり触れない方がいい話だからさ。
Out of consideration for other people's feelings, I get that. And that was the point, right? You don't just bring up this shit without considering other people involved, I guess. And there's also a time and a place, obviously. But obviously, it's a really important. I keep saying obviously. It's gonna be a subject that has to be breached somehow. Someone has to bring it up so resolution can exist. Because right now they're in a freaking fantasy world. They're in a fairy tale, right? Satoko doesn't know the truth. Well, we don't know the truth either, to be fair. But that kind of asks the question: how do you appropriately talk about something that's vital to carrying on when it's that sensitive, right? And that is a hard question to answer, actually. It's context sensitive.
もう二度と聞かないからさ、正直なところを教えてくれないか。一体サトシに何があったんだ。
And now that we've had the third story, you now know that these events are kind of limited in time, right? It always happens to be around this certain date, central to this festival, right? So not only can these characters not move forward from this past that binds them, the characters chronologically can't actually move forward past this festival. Well, they can, but not much further is what I'm saying.
家出なんだろ
お社様のたたりの話は聞いたことある？
Nah, never.
ほんの少しくらいなら。
Honestly, I should think about that more. Not Oyashiro, please. How to bring up subject matter. That's really important to moving forward. And I don't know the answer to that.
サトシの死んだ親ってのがさ、ダムの誘致派でね。
え？ひなみ沢の人って村中でダムに反対してたんじゃないのか？村人なのにダムの賛成派もいたのか？
まあ、いろいろと事情もあってね。ダム計画に反対する人ばかりでもなかったんだけどさ。で、その親ってのが誘致派のリーダー格だったんだよ。
Oh.
誘致派のリーダー格。つまりサトコとサトシの親がってことだよな。
うん。国はダム工事に伴って多額の保証金を用意してたからね。そのお金が欲しくてダム計画に賛成してた人たちも結構いたんだよ。
Honestly, I don't know if they brought up that the parents were the central leaders of the resistance. They were the leaders who were for the construction of the dam. There we go. I don't recall that, but it's being made a central point here, right? It's more obvious given the story's context. Well, if maybe they certainly did mention it, but it was mentioned amongst multiple deaths related to the dam, right? And for this is the central focus here. We're not talking about how Rika's parents died. Well, we kind of did, but not. You get what I'm saying here. If you believe that the Sonazakis were involved with the unfortunate deaths of Satoko's parents, then yes.
So, 運悪くその両親がさ、
Okay.
お社様を祀るお祭りの日に事故死しちゃったんだよね。それでお社様のたたりにあったんじゃないかってことになっちゃったわけ。
Okay, and she outright says it.
で、サトシが家出したのまでお社様のたたりってことにされちまったわけか。
まあ、うん。そんな感じ。
I mean, at least she's telling me this, right? We trust each other enough to have this kind of conversation. Not something that I think they would have had in chapter 2.
もう説明するまでもないと思うけどさ。
But that illustrates the point pretty well that just one thing that you're searching out for curiosity has such loaded context.
サトコにとっては両親の事故もサトシの家出も、そしてお社様のたたりなんて話も愉快な話じゃないのはわかるでしょ。だからさ、私たちはサトコの家族の話には触れないことにしてる。サトシのことは仮に聞かれても転校したってごまかすことにしてる。
Which is why Shion's so angry about it. Okay.
その辺の事情を汲み取ってもらえるよね。
Okay, so that's an example of I understand what it is, but I'm just thinking about more examples of this, where this facade is fake, yes, but it's also something done out of consideration, too, and it's kind of an ideal quality that they wish that they had, but they won't truly have. So that's the logic of why they do that. I get it.
ああ。
Okay.
わかるよ。俺も軽はずみなことを聞いたと後悔してる。
And there's a kind of carelessness in trying to just break that all down, right? Because in doing so, you don't actually consider the feelings of people involved. So it makes me kind of wonder if Shion knows this. That the reason why they say he transferred is out of consideration for Satoko's feelings. It's not that they believe that he transferred, and it's not that they don't want to know the truth. It's that they're being very considerate of a child who wants to believe that one day her brother's going to come back and care for her, right? And if she understood that, maybe she wouldn't have been so pissed off when we casually brought it up. That's why I think she doesn't understand that. And that's kind of actually this is such a weird thing that I'm doing. It's like, so there's things that I already know that I'm saying in a way as if I don't know them. And I realize that there's this duality that I have to do when I'm streaming this. So a part of me is wondering, is this the best way to go about it? So I'm presenting them in a context where it's easy to understand the logic of it.
じゃあな、ミオ。
I'll figure this out too.
今日は悪かったな。
Yeah, exactly. Right? And so that's why blank exists. So my father bought the farm is very different than my father kicked the bucket. Is very different than my father passed away. Is this what it's called? Is it called a euphemism? I'm going to double check really quickly. I simply forgotten the definition. It's a euphemism. A mild or indirect word or expression substitute for one considered to be too harsh or... Yes, it is. So that's essentially what they're doing here, right? It just happens to be that this one euphemism transferred away. It's rather inconsiderate to Shion, at least, right?
また明日な。
And if that's inconsiderate to Shion, that makes you think about something, at the very least. So this chapter has a lot of understanding about communication nuance. I'm very impressed by that, actually.
じゃあね。ケイちゃん、あとさ、サトコにだけじゃなく、レナの前でもサトシの話は慎んでくれるかな。
Are you guys actually okay with that kind of style, by the way, for commentary? Where I'm essentially playing a role here. Where there's a part of me that pretends that I don't know, which is what I've been doing the entire time, essentially. But I also bring it up in a way where I'm questioning something, as if I'm in that kind of role.
Yeah?
Well, okay, alright.
さっきので分かったと思うけどさ、レナってどういうわけかお社様のたたりの話だけは笑い事で済まないんだよ。
We're talking about Ren again, right? Obviously. One more thing. Not only around Sadako, yeah, okay.
転校してきた時から。
どうしてレナはあんなにマジになるんだろうな。
Yeah, in a way, by being restrained, obviously it's restraining other people in the chat too, so it's we're sharing in something at the very least.
レナはね、あ、これ内緒だよ。言ったら絶好だよ。
言わないよ。で、レナが何だってんだよ。
Okay, so yeah, thank you. We're sharing in a secret, and by sharing that, it actually forges our bonds and
お
understanding.
社様のたたりに会ったことあるんだって。
And that's actually pretty natural in normal everyday conversation and relationships too, right? You share with people your personal past, for example, and you expect that to be understood, that it's meant to be between you two because of trust.
私は悪いけど被害妄想過剰な何かの思い込みじゃないかって思ってるんだけどね。でも本人はそう言ってるし、そう信じてる。茶化すとかなり怒る。レナは普段はちゃらけてるけど怒るとかなり怖い。
レナの前でも言うなってことだろ。サトシの話。
うん。できればこの話題にも二度と触れるべきじゃないと思うね。
No, I don't think that's the right response to that.
レナのためにもサトコのためにもさ。
Because that's essentially that kind of
そうだな。
Hang on.
うん。分かったよ。
ありがとう。
It's like preserving a status quo. Because preserving that status quo doesn't actually solve the problems that are underlying each character, right? And these problems that underlie each character is why they can't move forward. And so it very much fits structurally how the story goes, right? You know, that's always a thought that I've had. Like, I understand what he's going through right now. Like, what's the point of bringing up past problems with someone when the mood is so positive, right? There's no reason to. You don't want to destroy that mood. I get it. But I also understand, and I truthfully believe, that there has to be at least some time in which you talk about this constructively for people to move forward. Obviously, if it's a minor thing, then what's the point? But if it's truly a big problem, then it shouldn't just be swept under the rug. And I wish I could have that conversation with some people. Yeah, I mean, that's honestly it. I feel like as much as I love communication, there's still so many aspects of it that I feel so weak at, as if I've never thought about it. unironically, yeah, Sengoku rants. Now that's something that you can't. Actually, you can stream Sengoku rants now because they have a censored version. But you know, just know what you're getting into there. In fact, know what you're getting into with Alisoft. Period. I think.
変だぞ俺。さっきのみんなとのやりとり、ちょっと気にしすぎだぜ。
Oh, it's not completely censored? Okay, I'm not touching that thing then. Now, if you want something way less forceful. Something less forceful. Yes, we'll use those words. I would recommend... What are you looking for? Gameplay or just that subject matter?
あら。ゆうべは何時に寝たの?
Oh shit, you're right. What am I doing? Load it again. Sorry, that was just a very quick clip there. Okay, here we go. The Slacking Manager. Copy of the preliminary autopsy. East round 3. This one done.
シオンさんも少しは手伝ってください。
女の子に重いものを運ばせようって言うんですか？そんなだからいい年になっても相手が見つからないんですよ、監督は。
Okay, we're at 7 hours of streaming this game already. What time is it? Almost 4 in the morning. You serious, man? Damn. So so here's the question. Am I really streaming for another hour or am I going to sleep?
ですね。そういうのを曰くこう言います。余計なお世話です。
I will say this very confidently. I think Alisoft character design is some of the best character design I've ever seen. They make some really cool characters. I will also say that I'm very embarrassed to say that I played those games.
さて、シオンさんはどうしますか?
Yeah, I can't just bring up and say, yo dog, I played this game.
あなた、ここまでは何で来ました? 自転車でしたら、積んで送って差し上げますよ。
But I've had conversations in college all about Sengoku rants. I've had dinner conversations about Sengoku rants several times. I'm like, really? we're seriously talking about this?
スクーターだからいいです。お心遣いだけで嬉しいってことにしときます。
今日は来てくれて嬉しかったですよ。やはりマネージャーさんがいないとパッとしませんからね。
まだ私マネージャーなんですか？1年も丸々サボってんだから、こんな無能マネージャー、いい加減に解雇するべきだと思いますよ。
シオンさんが辞めたいって自分で言えたらいつでも解雇してあげますよ。
ずるいな。早く解放してくださいよね。試合があるたびに来ないかと電話がかかってくるの、もううざくてかなわないんですから。
シオンちゃんももっともっと素直になれば、とってもキュートで可愛い女の子なのに。お父さんは悲しいですよ。一体どこでねじ曲がってこんなにひねくれてしまったんだか。
Alright, so we now know that Shion is living in 2020, okay? Because I know exactly that feeling now. I used to never think that I'd get annoyed at a phone call, but I realized that so much of my life is text. Like, what happened?
お父さんの愛の抱擁で力強く包み込めば目が覚めますか？でしたら遠慮なく。ほーら。
何も変わってない。監督が変な人で、みんなのにぎわいも何も変わってないのに。
Oh shit, is that it? I mean, it makes logical sense that you're actually offended by the status quo, right? Like nothing's changed, but one person's missing.
サトシ君だけいないとおっしゃりたいのですか？
Thank you for the follow-up.
帰ってきますよ。きっと待っている人がいるんですから。
勝手なこと言っててください。
彼も罪作りな人ですよね。こんな可愛い彼女を置き去りにしてどこへ行ってしまったんだか。
彼女。
Okay, now you know the relationship, I guess.
誰がもういつまで笑ってるんですか監督。
ではまたお会いしましょうね。試合にもたまには応援に来てくださいよ。
That was a good tip to have. I'm glad that we read that.
まあ気が向いたら。私マネージャーなんか全然もうやる気ないんですから。
いいんですよ。あなたが嫌ならいつでもクビにしてあげますよ。嫌がるのを無理やりってのは私の性分ではありませんからね。
はいはい。
Well, you also know by context who gets pissed off when you say the word Satoshi.
すみませんねすみませんね。
Sorry, name.
私の負けです。気が向いたらまた応援に来ますので今日は堪忍してください。
おっと、もうこんな時間。機材返す約束の時間が。先方をもうだいぶ待たせてますね。では今日はこの辺で。また次の試合でお会いしましょう。
ええ、気が向いたらね。さよなら監督。
You know, I really wonder what's Ryukichi's background in writing. Like, how do you? There's no way. No, there could be a way, but damn, like, I'm reading through this again. Well, not again. I'm reading through this right now, and I'm thinking in my head, it makes so much sense for you to have these small miscommunications between characters, right? Because that also builds up like the believability of a character, and it's obviously something that happens in real life. But furthermore, it's keeping in track with how to properly develop a character. You don't have them start out perfect. And if you have a character start out perfect, well, what is there to learn? Because they're unrelatable. Well, I mean, that's not entirely true, right? Because you can have perfect characters that are relatable. Is that true? Let's try. Name a perfect character who's relatable. Well, it depends on their past, right? Superman, then? Well, he's supposed to be like the American icon. So then you could relate to him via probably background information, like parents, my guess. Then who's not a perfect character, as an example? Ip Man? Ip Man? Perfect? Really? How would you relate to him? Well, you can relate to him via like actual history, sure. Beliefs, sure. Yeah, but alright then. So let's say that you can relate to a perfect character. Therefore, I'm wrong. Then what is the effect of having characters with flaws? And well, you have characters with flaws, so you can develop them, which creates an arc, which creates a theme. That's the reason why you do that. But what did I just say? I said that these characters are miscommunicating with each other. They are not understanding some type of vital thing that other characters understand, and if they knew that, then they wouldn't be making these paranoid-based decisions. Okay. It's believable, one. Sure. It creates tension for scenes, that's two. It makes logical sense why tragedies happen, three. Is miscommunication a flaw, though? No, but it sets a direction. Like an obvious direction for a character to develop. So it sets up easy, well, I won't say easy writing, but it makes momentum exist, right? Where there's a natural flow for where characters are going to learn something. It gives you a way out, even, for writing a character. So eventually, they don't get this, they'll eventually get this. And then that gives them progression, which gives them the arc. So miscommunication is a way of communicating an arc of a character. Is that true? I don't know about that yet. I don't know. I mean, it obviously fits the genre of a mystery. Let me keep continuing this. At least have some music on the side or something. Wow, I just casually read that information. One more time? Both ears and nose severed with a sharp blade. Oh, great. Okay, we know what this is. Got it. Okay, next. I haven't read or watched Naruto to that far point in the story, so my answer is I don't know. But what was I saying again? Well, I don't have a definitive conclusion on why miscommunication can help develop characters and so on and so forth. But why did I bring it up is the question in my head right now. I brought it up because the incision in the abdomen is likely to have been a technique grounded in medical methodology using a sharp blade. Right. After fastening a dumbbell to the victim's neck using a commercial pet collar, what? The victim was likely abandoned in the I think I know which person is being described here. That last little bit. Oji River's third train. Okay, so if you're wondering how I can figure that out without having prior knowledge, right, of Higurashi, you know how I said there's a promise in Higurashi, right? And that is, unfortunately, that these slice of life days will eventually end, and you will eventually see where Higurashi leads, like that huge slope downwards. There's also that scene that happens at the beginning of Chapter 1 and Chapter 3. And because of Chapter 1, you know that that scene is going to be the future. For Chapter 3, we don't 100% know that scene happens in the future, but it can be, right? So now... So, the question, is this in the past, or is this in the future? Okay, with that said, what was my thought again? This is the thing that sucks the most when you're juggling...
出ましたね、論。
You're juggling so many questions.
チュンドラさん、満願です。
なんすかそれ。なんでドラが3つも入んすか。
バカモンが大石がテンパイしたの分かっててカンドラ増やしよってからに自業自得じゃぞ。
チュンさらしたらドラを上乗せするぐらいしかやることないじゃないですか。厄介さらしたらドラそばは切っちゃダメですよ。
時に大石さんどうですか？割れましたか？
なんじゃい。ああ、例のドブ川惨殺死体の話かの。
So was it the past then? Okay, I'll have to figure this out from here.
何か手がかりはあったのか？
ねえ、まあ。裏はそっちで取ってくださいよ。
さすが。何者です、仏。
間宮里奈、本名は律子。
So then I'm wrong. Who the fuck is Mami Arena? I am not gonna look that up.
シボネフラワーロードにあるブルーマーメイドってキャバクラに勤めてたみたいっす。
Blue Mermaid, a hostess bar, and I don't know what the hell this is.
やれやれ。そらやばい店じゃな。確か、園崎家の若頭の店じゃろ。
園崎？あった。S 号関連か。難航しそうな山だな。
Okay.
噂じゃ仏さん、園崎の上納金に手をつけちゃったらしいっす。話じゃかなりシャレにならない規模らしいっす。
女が上納金に手を出したか。裏に男がいそうじゃの。
Describe her again? She worked for the Blue Mermaid, a hostess bar. On Flower Road sounds like the red light district kind of stuff. I mean, hostess bar, I guess. In the 1980s? Yeah, okay, sure. That makes sense. Go on.
女の単独犯なんてそうそうないぞい。
どうせもう死んでますよ。死体がまだ出ないだけで。
I got it. I know who she is now, I think. Do I look it up? No, don't look it up.
そうそう、おいさん。女の同居人、生きてるみたいですよ。
Okay, keep going. I want to just clarify this in my head.
生きてる？じゃあこれから死ぬんでしょうね。害虫が害虫を駆除してくれるんだから、本当に素敵な自浄機能だと思いますよ。
Her cohabitant's apparently alive. I'm pretty sure I know who this is now.
その紐なんですがね。北条哲平なんですよ。
There it is.
北条？誰だい？
北条哲平。去年ひなみ沢で起こった主婦撲殺事件の仏のご主人ですよ。事件の後姿を消したって聞いてましたけど。そうか。その女のところに転がり込んでたか。
ますますに園崎の匂いがプンプンだの。
彼氏は今どこに？
女のアパートに同居してたんすがね。女が自分を捨てたと思ったみたいで、店やたまりのあちこちを探し回ってるらしいっす。
Alright then. No messing around, huh? Okay, that sets us up for the next stream. So my question now is, do I continue or do I sleep? Sleeping would make logical sense. It's 4 in the fucking morning. I've been streaming for 7 hours and 15 minutes. The question is, if I stream later off of this point, would it be... I feel like we can get through a decent amount, but we definitely wouldn't finish it, obviously. Let's call it quits here. 4 in the morning is kinda late. Alright, let's go ahead and do this easily. So, there are 2 streamers on FinestKO. I am Koopa. I stream on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and sometimes the weekends at 8 p.m. PST. I think Sunday I will not be streaming, because I'm expecting to hang out with friends. Saturday, obviously, I'll be streaming, most likely Final Fantasy VII, but if it doesn't pan out, who knows. Spirit Juice is the other streamer. He streams on Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays, also at 8 p.m. Well, PDT. So if you ever forget when we stream, 8 p.m. PDT. Pretty much, ideally, every day. Okay, FinestKO is a variety stream with fighting game roots. If you want to know about our stream or want to know when streams and events happen, please follow us on our social media. So twitter.com and facebook.com/FinestKO are the places to follow to know when streams and events happen. You can follow our YouTube. Ideally, we get more subscribers, so eventually we can get revenue on our YouTube. You can follow me personally at twitter.com/FaceKoopa to ask questions, say hello, I don't know, suggest a visual novel or a game. ask questions again. I'm down for that whenever. Discord is here. So if you don't use Twitter or Facebook, Discord's a pretty good place to be notified of streams and events as well. And it happens to be a place where most of our community resides. So if you want to join us for after hours, watch a movie or something, Discord's there. If you want to join book club, Discord's there. If you want to talk about sports, Discord's there. It's pretty. It's a motley crew there. So just keep in mind that there's a huge variety of people from different communities. And if that seems interesting to you, I'd love to have you. All right. So again, later today, I'll be streaming at 8 p.m. PDT, and I hope to see you there. Take it easy, guys.